Divine Eye Appraiser, in another world 128-159. Volume 3, An Unexpected Survival Life. Episode 128, Prologue. It's been a month since Arata arrived at Grand Zawal. During this time, he's been leveling up and has met with His Majesty alongside me upon being summoned. And today, well, I'd like to proceed with the development of the Forest of Demons. I announced this as soon as we sat down for breakfast. Finally, I'll take over Nasan's work. About time. Yuria-chan seemed to have some free time too. Is that my fault? Sorry about that. Huh? I intended it to be a bit of a surprise announcement. But no one seemed particularly shocked. What's up, Maki-san? Nothing, really, Alicia asked out of concern, but I brushed it off. I felt kind of embarrassed. Am I capable of handling this at my level? Capable? You've already been defeating the magical beasts in the Forest of Demons while leveling up. Mitsuharuki-kun will be fine. Arata looked a little worried. But with Yuria and Madoka giving him their stamp of approval, he seemed relieved. As long as you use the fruits you ate while leveling, there shouldn't be any problems. By the way, what's your level now? I'm at level 18. For someone in a special class, that's more than enough. Well, if Mahiro says so, it must be true. I trust Arata. When I said that, Alicia easily gave permission for me to tell him about the fruit that temporarily boosts abilities. I thought I'd need to ask His Majesty's permission, but he said we should prioritize leveling up to increase our fighting strength. I'm only level 12, you know. 12? I could finally fight after reaching level 10 in the capital, but it's really hard to level up. Well, that's because you're in a divine class profession. I'm not really sure about that, though. Yuria joked. But honestly, I don't quite feel it myself. I mean, my appraisal skill is out of this world. But given how slowly my level increases and the fact that I'm not in a combat profession, this job just doesn't suit me. I'm just another worlder who wants to enjoy a carefree life here, you know? I think you should be more confident. You've been training with the captain and vice captain of the soldiers for this entire month. Now that you mention it, Rika praised you too. She did? Yeah. She doesn't flatter people, so I think she meant it. It's true. Rika-san doesn't seem like the type to flatter. She even bluntly said I was a strange person. So, is the development starting today, Maki-kun? Yeah. Akige-sensei isn't here this time. But we have Arata, and Rina-san's level has gone up. So we should be fine. Our current team consists of myself, Madoka, Yuria, Arata, Alicia, Rikot-san, Ryan-san, Vil-san, Rina-san, and the adventurer Miles-san. With 10 people, we should be more than capable of handling the magical beasts. And most importantly, we have me. Huh? Wait, why is everyone looking at me like I said something strange? To be honest, Maki-san, you might only be able to help a little. It'd be better if you focused on support with your appraisal skill, Maki. They're right, Maki-kun. If you overdo it and die, it would be pointless. Mahiro, don't push yourself too hard. Gee guys, isn't that a bit harsh? Sure, my stats are lower compared to everyone else in the combat professions. And yeah, I've got plenty of magic power, but I can't use attack magic. So it's pretty useless. Still, I can hold my own in a fight. With the assumption that I'll be eating lots of fruit, of course. Either way, even a small increase in combat strength is appreciated. Alicia, I think you're the harshest of all, huh? Really? Are you unaware of it? Well, anyway, we're going to start developing the Forest of Demons, right, Maki-kun? Why yeah, that's right. Alright, don't be so down. Sorry about that, Mahiro. It's a bit miserable being comforted like this, you know? In any case, we've decided to resume the development of the Forest of Demons. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 129, An Unexpected Survival Life. Episode 129, An Unexpected Survival Life. After finishing our meal, we picked up Rina-san and headed toward the outpost town. Ryan-san, Vil-san, and Miles-san had already gathered, as I had informed them in advance. But, as expected, Miles-san seemed downcast. You are ugh. Be big sis. Ever since Mile-san heard that Akige-sensei stayed behind in the kingdom of Shriden, she's been like this. Honestly, the magical beasts in the Forest of Demons are extremely dangerous. So I could consider leaving her out of the group. However, Mile-san's skills are top-notch. And even if we replaced her, there wouldn't be anyone suitable. As an adventurer, she should be capable of looking after herself. But I'm still concerned. Mile-san? Are you really okay? Who do you think you're talking to? Sorry. Whenever I talk to her, she always replies with that strong attitude, which is one of the reasons it's hard to leave her out. But still, I wonder how Akige-sensei is doing. Big sis. I can't tell if she's genuinely sad or if she's somehow enjoying herself. Hey, Maki-kun? Oh, sorry. Mile-san doesn't seem to notice when I playfully tease her, so I end up doing it sometimes. But I would never do that in the middle of a fight with magical beasts. I'm not like Glenn, after all. Still, it was inappropriate just before we start developing the Forest of Demons. So I naturally apologized. Ryan-san, would it be okay to leave the formation to you? Understood. Previously, I would determine the formation based on my appraisal skill. But Ryan once made a suggestion. His proposed layout was one of the options within my appraisal results. So we ended up discussing strategies more often. Since then, Ryan would set up the formation, and I would refine it by pointing out the best approach based on the appraisal results. If we split into two groups, the formation will look like this. But if we don't, we can spread out like this. Let's stick to fighting together as usual. I think spreading out is a good idea, though. Then, on the right, we'll position myself with the soldiers and Lee Rina-sama for magical support. On the left, Yuria-sama will lead with Arata-sama and Mile. For support, Alicia-sama, Maki-sama, and Madoka-sama will join them. How does that sound? That formation. It's not the optimal choice, but it's still a solid one. Having more people on the left is probably to accommodate Arata, who just recently joined us. If Ryan-san's putting that much thought into it, I don't want to dismiss his consideration. Alright, we'll go with that. But keep in mind it's not the best possible setup, so be cautious. Understood. When I say that, the strategy's usually pretty close to being the most optimal. If I thought it would lead to significant casualties, I would stop it. Ryan-san stood up, looking pleased, and started explaining the formation to Vil-san and Rigot-san. Now then. Arata, you okay? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I thought I'd check in with Arata, assuming he might be nervous. But it seems I was worrying for nothing. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, radiating an aura of readiness. So this is what being a sword saint is like, huh? When you say it, Kondo, it feels like you're teasing me, huh? Why is that? Well, you did knock me out in one hit. Oh. Sorry about that. It seemed Yuria had spoken without thinking, and now she looked apologetic. I didn't expect to see Yuria with such a face. It was surprising. Maki, what? Weren't you just thinking something really rude? Not at all. Come on, we should get into position soon. Was it showing on my face? With that thought in mind, I started moving toward the left side of the forest. That said, since I have to give orders to the right side in case of emergencies, I'll be positioned closer to the center. Yuria is positioned furthest on the left, followed by Arata and Mile-san. Then it's Madoka, me, and Alicia. On the right side, Ryan-san is furthest out, followed by Vil-san and Rigot-san, with Lirina-san at the back. Alicia, you're positioned in the center. So your primary job is to support the left side. But if things get dangerous on the right, head over there. Understood. Her role is kind of like a roving supporter. Note, wondering if you prefer. In case you're the I failed my English class guy. I could also go to the right if necessary. But I can't neglect giving proper guidance to Arata, since it's his first real experience with the forest development. If anyone gets hurt, the right side is more likely. But I trust Ryan-san to manage things there. He understands that too. Maki-sama. The formation is ready on our side. Thank you. Alright then, move forward. At my signal, we advanced into the Forest of Demons. After progressing for a while, we heard noises from deeper within. In the blink of an eye, something came into view. Begin combat. The magical beast extermination operation had begun. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Kofi. Episode 130, An Unexpected Survival Life 2. Episode 130, An Unexpected Survival Life 2. The first to appear were paralysis birds. Their entire body was cloaked in lightning, a troublesome magical beast that could inflict paralysis just by touching its opponent. The recommended method of dealing with it was long-range attacks. But since most of our group specialized in close combat, I had warned them it might be difficult. However, our team of mages, Alicia, Madoka, and Lee Rena-san, stepped up eagerly. Firestorm. Light arrow. Earth bullet. Alicia's firestorm created a swirling inferno, reducing a wide area of paralysis birds to ash. Though I lamented the loss of materials, in a dangerous place like the Forest of Demons, securing a sure victory was more important. On the other hand, Madoka's and Lee Rena-san's spells left the corpses intact, which was a relief. Madoka's light arrows shot a barrage of glowing arrows that pierced through the paralysis birds. Lee Rena-san's earth bullets launched chunks of earth into the sky, striking down more of them. Once dead, even paralysis birds couldn't continue emitting lightning. For the close combat fighters, their role was mainly to gather the beasts into one spot. After that, I just stored them in the magic bag Alicia had entrusted to me, and the task was done. None of the beasts managed to break through the barrage of spells, and it was clear how much the mages had improved. That felt a bit too easy. Is this really all there is? Earth bullet is a basic earth element spell, though I had given specific instructions on which spells to use. Since Alicia only had fire magic skills, I had accepted that burning up the materials was inevitable, prioritizing the annihilation of the magical beasts instead. That's why Madoka and Lee Rena-san used light arrow and earth bullet. The three of them, even though they had only eaten 2 bananas each, had high enough magic to take down the beasts in the Forest of Demons in a single strike, even with low-level spells, as Lee Rena-san had pointed out. Higher-level light and earth magic would have damaged the materials, but lower-level spells avoided that risk. While magical beast materials from the Forest of Demons were already circulating in Grand Zawal, other cities didn't have the same supply, especially now, as we were prioritizing sending materials to the royal capital. Having more of them was definitely useful. This just means your levels have increased, and so has your magic. When I said that, Lee Rena-san smiled bashfully. With the paralysis birds cleared out, we had a brief break before the next wave of magical beasts appeared. I told the mages to rest while the rest of us took care of the routine tasks. The next magical beasts, the silver wolves, were specialists in close combat, so the mages could rest until then. Before long, the time came for the silver wolf pack to appear. The mages stood up, staves ready. But I had instructed them to hold back on using magic this time. The reason was simple. I planned to use the silver wolves as a stepping stone for Arata's growth. You'll be fighting alongside Yuria. Got it. What's wrong? Feeling nervous? Of course I am. I've fought magical beasts before, but it was always with a large group of soldiers. This time, there are only 10 of us. You'll be fine. You ate some fruit, right? An apple, some muscat, and grapes. Then you'll be fine. With his strength, endurance, and speed doubled from the fruit, Arata should have no trouble taking down the silver wolves. Actually, it might even be overkill. If anyone were a concern, it would be Miles-san. But if I mentioned that, I'd probably get scolded in that low, dangerous voice of hers. I guess I'll just keep an eye on her. Mahiro, they're here. Alright. Arata, move next to Yuria. Got it. I watched Arata swiftly move into position, his speed doubled, and tightened my grip on the hilt of my sword. Even though I'd reassured him, this was also my first time undertaking serious Forest of Demons development since reaching level 12. Taking a deep breath, I glanced at the display screen. The countdown showed that the silver wolves were getting closer and closer to noticing us. 10. 9. 8. 3. 2. 1. Dot. 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 Exclamation mark. They're coming. At my shout, the pack of silver wolves burst out from the bushes. Support, I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 131, An Unexpected Survival Life 3. Episode 131, An Unexpected Survival Life 3. The Silver Wolf pack has been wiped out. The mage's barrage of spells was impressive, but the real standout was Arata. The primary reason was the doubling of his stats thanks to the fruit. But even so, his swift movements allowed him to keep slicing through the silver wolves. When he cut 5 of them cleanly in half with a single strike, I was left speechless, frozen in place. If you were to compare pure stats, Ryan-san and Vil-san would definitely be stronger. But there was a reason Arata's performance stood out so much. That reason is because he's a sword saint, a special class. This was something I didn't know until recently, but it seems there's a class bonus that affects one's movements in ways that aren't reflected in the stats. At first, I thought it was because his swordsmanship skill level was higher. But Arata and Ryan-san are both currently at the same skill level, level 7, so that's not the case. There's a possibility that it's due to the difference between natives of this world and those from another world. But since this difference is reflected in the stats, it's unlikely to be the cause. To confirm, I used my appraisal skill. And sure enough, I found out that there's a class bonus. Those from other worlds are already favored by their higher stats. But if they also receive hidden class bonuses, it makes sense why higher classes would be highly valued. Collections done. Hey, Makey? Did you even do anything? I helped with collecting materials. So, basically, you did nothing. Well, I'm not a combat class, so there's not much I can do, right? Haha, don't worry. I'll protect you, Makey-kun. Being told by a girl that she'll protect me is kind of embarrassing. But I'll let it slide for now. Besides, once I level up more, I'll be able to protect Madoka and the others too. Until then, I'll focus on directing our exploration of the Forest of Demons and leveling up. Alright, everyone. The next magical beast will be the last one for this expedition. But, it's the strongest one we'll face so far. Yes, we need to be extra cautious with the next one. Even with all our precautions, the appraisal shows that while no one will die, injuries are inevitable. The enemy is a lesser earth dragon. A dragon-type beast, huh? When we took down the queen dragon before, Akige-sama defeated it all by herself. Big sis. Big sis. The moment Vil-san mentioned Sensei's name, Miles-san screamed in anguish. I'm seriously worried about her. If anyone's going to get injured, it'll probably be Miles-san. There's something I recently learned about the appraisal skill. It can't predict human behavior. Magical beasts have low intelligence, so the appraisal skill can make fairly accurate predictions. And those predictions always happen as expected. But humans don't always act according to the best course of action. Even if I give instructions and people follow them, there are times when things still don't go according to plan. I wish the appraisal skill could account for human unpredictability. But it seems to be doing the best it can within those limits. Anyway, everyone, be extra cautious when dealing with dragon-type beasts. We've never actually defeated one ourselves. Big sis. I'm seriously concerned. I might need to secretly assign someone to support Miles-san. As I was thinking that, a beast's roar echoed from deep within the forest. But this is strange. According to my appraisal, we should still have more time. Everyone, prepare for battle immediately. I quickly reappraised the situation. But then, an unusual message appeared on my display. Unknown. Seeing that for the first time, a cold sweat ran down my back. Support, I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 132, An Unexpected Survival Life 4. Episode 132, An Unexpected Survival Life 4. At the last possible moment, everyone managed to get ready. However, there was no room for relaxation. The 5 lesser earth dragons that appeared were far stronger than the paralysis birds or silver wolves we had previously defeated. In fact, the strength of 5, or even 10 of them combined, could be matched by just one of these dragons. Hup. Despite this, Yuria, Ryan-san, and Vil-san were each fighting one-on-one with a dragon. Those three could likely take down their opponents alone, but the problem lay with the other two lesser earth dragons. Damn. These things. They're tough. Arata and Rikot-san were fighting with Madoka's support, while I was helping Miles-san with assistance from Alicia and Lee-Rina-san. The battle was at a stalemate. Physically, the lesser earth dragons had more stamina. And if we didn't break this deadlock soon, things would get worse. Alicia. Lee-Rina-san. One of you needs to support Yuria and the others. But if we do that, we'll lose the balance here. We'll manage. It's more important that someone helps them out. I'll go. Alicia-sama, stay here. Following my words, Lee-Rina-san dashed off. Even though the distance between Yuria's group and us had widened during the fight, with Lee-Rina-san's assistance, they should be able to finish off their dragons quickly. Miles-san. I'll buy some time. Fall back. Shut up. Leave it to me. Reinforcements are coming soon. Stop yapping. I'll slice this thing to pieces. Ugh. Come on. If only Arata or Rikot-san were over here instead. I signaled Alicia with my eyes, indicating that we should focus on keeping Miles-san from getting hurt. Ideally, I'd use my appraisal skill right now. But there was no time. The attacks from the lesser earth dragons were relentless. With a swipe of its sharp claws, trees were felled, and the ground was torn up and sent flying. When it roared, the vibrations were so intense that smaller branches shattered. It felt like my inner ear was going to be thrown off balance. Amidst all this, Miles-san, using the grapes that double her speed, managed to close in and unleash rapid strikes with her twin swords before quickly retreating. She was using a hit-and-run tactic, but the dragon's scales were so tough that her attacks weren't causing much damage. Alicia's fire magic wasn't effective either. Dragons, as a species, tend to have resistance to fire. While her magic could be used to slow them down, it wasn't strong enough to finish them off. Lee-Rina-san, realizing this, had gone to support Yuria. But thanks to Miles-san, our efforts were being wasted. This is bad. Mirai, back off. It's about to use a breath attack. TCH. Firewall. Flames flickered inside the lesser earth dragon's mouth as it prepared to unleash its breath attack. Miles-san clicked her tongue and leapt backward, while Alicia conjured a firewall between them. I hoped it would at least dampen the force of the breath attack, however. Whoosh! Miles-san. The lesser earth dragon's breath pierced right through the firewall without losing any of its momentum, barreling straight towards Miles-san. If this hit, she wouldn't just be injured, she'd be reduced to ashes. Kawa! Just as the thought crossed my mind, Miles-san screamed and was blown sideways. Rikot-san, take this, you beast! Rikot-san, who had been fighting alongside Arata, kicked Miles-san out of the way at the last second, knocking her out of the path of the breath attack. She then jumped back just in time to avoid the attack herself. Mahiro. Help Mitsurugi. Oh, okay. Got it. Realizing that bearing me with the uncooperative Miles-san was a bad idea, Rikot-san directed me to help Arata. Rikot-san was more than twice as strong as me in combat, and Arata would follow my instructions properly. I gripped my sword tightly and dashed forward, only to be confronted with yet another unexpected development. What the hell? Mitsurugi-kun. Arata, who had been holding his own, suddenly found a glowing magic circle forming under his feet. Just as I realized this, Madoka tried to help and leapt into the circle as well. Arata. Madoka. I rushed forward, intending to shove them both out of the magic circle. I'm not going to make it. But before I could reach them, all three of us were enveloped in a blinding light. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Kofi. Episode 133, Grand Zawal. Episode 133, Grand Zawal. No one present could fully comprehend what had just occurred. Although they all wanted to dive into their thoughts, a lesser earth dragon was closing in, ready to devour them. Focus on the beast in front of you. Ryan's command echoed through the forest of demons. Alicia, snapping back to reality, launched a massive fireball to obstruct the path of the lesser earth dragon heading toward Rikot and Mile. This was the dragon that Arata had been holding back alone. Following Maki's earlier instructions, Ryan, Phil, and Yuria, supported by Lee-Rina, managed to take down the dragon they were facing. Though Rickert and Mile were struggling, Mile successfully regained her composure and followed Rickert's lead, giving them the upper hand. As Ryan and Vil swooped in to finish off the fourth dragon, Yuria struck with a powerful blow infused with battle energy, shattering the skull of the dragon and killing it instantly. Madoka, Maki, Arata. They rushed to where Maki and the others had vanished. But the magic circle that had previously floated in the air had completely disappeared without a trace. What? What on earth is going on? Yuria shouted in frustration, unable to understand the situation, as the others gathered around her. Among them, Mile was visibly despondent, having caused the difficulty they faced. I'm sorry, everyone. Do you really think a simple apology is enough for this mess? Oh, please calm down, Yuria-san. How can I stay calm, Alicia-san? Alicia tried to soothe the shouting Yuria, but Yuria didn't ease her attitude even toward her. Mile trembled from the anger in Yuria's clenched fists. She could only hang her head in silence. Excuse me. It was Lirina who stepped in. Having previously worked on refining teleportation magic circles, she was the most knowledgeable about them. Kneeling on the ground, she placed her hands on the spot where the magic circle had appeared, pouring her mana into the ground. Suddenly, the magic circle that had engulfed Maki and the others glowed once more. Lirina-sama, is this the same teleportation magic circle as the one in the transfer shrine? I'm certain it's the same type. Really? Then can you teleport me too? Excited, Yuria leaned forward with hope as Lirina confirmed Ryan's question. However, Lirina's response was not what Yuria wanted to hear. I'm afraid it's impossible for me. Why not? Please, calm down, Yuria Dono. Yelling at Lirina Dono won't help. That's right. Sorry, Lirina-san. After Vil scolded her, Yuria finally regained her composure. Though she still couldn't forgive Mile and avoided looking at her. It's fine. It's because I was only able to modify the teleportation circle before thanks to Maki-sama's analysis. If it were the same or a degraded version, I could modify it right away. But this one is far more advanced. If I remember correctly, the teleportation circle at the shrine was drawn by Maria Sheridan, right? Yes. Although it was her original work, someone more skilled than even royalty would be rare to find. Even while talking, Lirina didn't take her eyes off the magic circle, continuing to analyze it for any information she could extract. This. Could it be? Have you discovered something, Lirina-sama? Yes, Alicia-sama. This teleportation magic circle doesn't seem to transfer someone very far. It's likely the destination is somewhere deep within the forest of demons. Deep within the forest of demons. Alicia cut off her words and directed her gaze toward the depths of the forest of demons. Even though they couldn't proceed with the frontier development without Maki's appraisal skills, they were wondering if it was right to press ahead based on their own judgment to rescue them. Even if they moved forward, they had no idea where Maki and the others were. In the vast, unexplored land of the Forest of Demons, where terrifyingly strong and ferocious magical beasts roamed, the thought of finding just 3 humans felt overwhelmingly reckless. I'm going. Yuria-san. There's no point in stopping me. If I don't go, who will? Calm down. Even if you're going, we need to prepare first. If you go like this, you'll definitely lose your life on the way. Besides, think about how Maki-san and the others would feel if they came back and found out Yuria-san had died. How much do you think it would hurt them? Alicia's words, leaving no room for argument, made Yuria stop in her tracks. She bit her lip in silence and slowly nodded. We will halt the development of the forest and shift our strategy to holding this position. If maintaining it becomes too difficult, retreating a little is acceptable. Make sure to tell the soldiers and adventurers to prioritize their lives while holding the ground as much as possible. Everyone nodded at Alicia's words and began heading back to the settlement. Please be safe, all of you, Yuria murmured quietly. She glanced back only once before quickly turning on her heel and running off. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 134. An Unexpected Survival Life 5. Episode 134, An Unexpected Survival Life 5. Where is this? Sensing that the light had faded, I slowly opened my eyes and looked around. It still seemed like we were in the forest of demons. But the scenery was clearly unfamiliar. I recalled the moment we were enveloped in light and remembered that I wasn't the only one brought here. Hey, are you okay? Madoka, Arata? The two of them were lying on the grass at my feet. I shook their shoulders while calling their names. As I brought my face closer, I could confirm that they were breathing. It gave me some relief. Next, I used my appraisal skill to figure out where we were. Appraisal, current location. Looking at the map of the Forest of Demons displayed on the screen, I finally understood why the place seemed unfamiliar. It appeared that we had been teleported deep into the forest. Was that teleportation magic circle also set up by Maria Sheridan? As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I realized that couldn't be it. Maria couldn't have come to this place directly, and the teleportation circle she set up at the transfer shrine had a limited range. Appraisal, who set up the teleportation magic circle, ... No good. Just like when the Lesser Earth Dragon suddenly appeared. The screen displayed, unknown. I couldn't figure out what that meant, at least not with my current abilities. As I stood there feeling at a loss, I heard the voices of the two starting to wake up and turned my gaze toward them. Are you okay? Madoka, Arata? Maki-kun? Mahiro. What happened to us? Arata asked as he slowly sat up. I shook my head slightly in response. I'm not sure. I was able to check our location, but I have no clue who set up the teleportation magic circle. Even your appraisal skill couldn't figure it out. No matter how many times I try, it just says, unknown. Unknown, huh? The unexpected result made Arata frown, while Madoka looked uneasy. After letting them know that we were farther inside the forest than the area we'd been exploring, we began discussing what to do next. Are there any magical beasts around? I've checked. And for now, it seems like there aren't any. Actually, there don't seem to be any for quite some distance. Is this place similar to the one where we found the fruits that temporarily boosted our abilities? If that were the case, there should be fruits around. But there aren't any here. If we had those fruits, we could make our way toward Grand Zawal on our own. But right now, we didn't have any. The fruits were stored in Alicia's magic bag. So, what should we do? Even if we try to go back, the magical beasts around here are probably stronger than us, right? Yeah. Their levels were close to, or even over, triple digits. That's not doable. Madoka hung her head. Though Arata, standing next to her, seemed even more disheartened. I'm sorry, both of you. Why are you apologizing, Arata? It's because I couldn't escape from the magic circle, right? That's why this happened. No, that's not it, Mitsurugi-kun. Exactly, it's not your fault at all. This was clearly Mile-san's fault. Mile-san had ignored our instructions and acted on her own, which led to her getting into trouble and being saved by Rikot-san. Because Rikot-san had to come to her rescue, Arata ended up facing the Lesser Earth Dragon almost by himself. It delayed his response to the teleportation circle. Let's just blame it on Mile-san and give her an earful when we get back. That's right, Mitsurugi-kun. Besides, it couldn't be helped. I didn't notice it either until the very last moment. Yeah. Me neither. Let's just say it's all the work of this, unknown. Thanks, both of you. Though Arata's smile still seemed a bit forced, he appeared to relax slightly. It eased the tension in his shoulders. Rustle. At that moment, a sound came from deep within the forest. There was no magical beast icon on the map. Appraisal. What's approaching? How? Seriously? Is this how it's going to be? Mahiro? It's not a magical beast. Then. Is it a person? An animal? I don't know. All I can see is, unknown. I wasn't sure if it was a person or an animal, an ally or an enemy. But at least it wasn't a magical beast. I think it felt like we were being toyed with by this, unknown. We braced ourselves and waited cautiously for this, unknown, to reveal itself. Rustle. Rustle, rustle. The sound was getting closer. I still didn't feel any hostile intent. And then, support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 135, An Unexpected Survival Life. 6. Episode 135, an unexpected survival life. 6. Huh? I thought someone teleported here, and it turns out to be a bunch of kids. Prepare for battle. What? Wait, hold on. The figure that appeared was clearly a skeleton. Though it was speaking human language, it was definitely a magical beast. It seemed my appraisal was wrong. Ha, wait a minute. Windcutter. Hold on, take this. Ha, you're pretty weak, aren't you? Shut up. Even though it had some harsh words only for me, I didn't mind. Arata's sword strikes were getting sharper, and Madoka's magic focused on volume as she bombarded the skeleton. I joined in, weaving in attacks between their strikes. But the skeleton seemed to dodge them effortlessly. Hey, can you just listen to me for a second? We're not here to listen to a magical beast. Exactly. An unknown could never be an ally. Huh? Seriously? But just for a moment. Wait, unknown? We're talking about you. If this thing couldn't even grasp its own identity, it was clearly something strange. And if it was a magical beast with intelligence, that made it even more dangerous. With that thought in mind, I swung my weapon with all my strength at the skeleton. Clang. My hero. Makikun. Oh, I see now. You guys are the heroes of this era, aren't you? Huh? What did it just say? Did it just call us heroes? Let me be clear. I'm not your enemy. Let go of Makikun. Well, if you promise not to attack me, I could let go. I couldn't believe how much strength this thing had in its white bones. But I couldn't break free from its grip. At this rate, neither Madoka nor Arata would be able to attack. Even though we had attacked first, I couldn't sense any hostility from the skeleton. Maybe it was worth listening to. Alright, my hero. Arata, put away your sword. Madoka, don't attack either. But, Makikun. Oh. So you're the leader, huh? I'm not the leader, but I've got a hunch about what you are. This thing had clearly called us the heroes of this era. If we're the heroes of this era, then what are you? Are you trying to say you're a hero from the past, huh? Yeah, that's right. I knew it. I didn't know why it had become a skeleton, but this thing was a former hero. It recognized itself as one in the past. Also, I'm from another world too, just like you. Your name is Mihira Maki, right? Why yeah, my name's Moriya Taiku. What? Madoka and Arata both shouted in surprise. I wasn't shocked because I had more or less expected this. And instead, I felt a bit relieved that my suspicions were confirmed. He wasn't necessarily an ally. But at the very least, this guy seemed to understand our situation. Alright, I'll let go now. But don't attack me, okay? I understand. When I gave my response, the skeleton, no, Moriya, released me without hesitation. I flexed my hand a few times, swinging it lightly to get the feeling back. I then turned my gaze to Moriya. So, who exactly are you? Like I said, I'm Moriya Taiku, a hero from the past. You already told us that. Well, you asked who I am. Is this guy messing with me? Ahaha, don't glare at me like that. I was just joking. Then don't joke around. We've stopped attacking, but that doesn't mean we trust you completely. Yeah, I get it. I mean, look at me. His bones clattered together as he moved, the sound eerie and unnatural. But there was still no sense of hostility from him. I was once tasked with conquering the forest of demons with my companions. But, my companions betrayed me, and I ended up stuck in this place. I'm an unfortunate former hero with a divine class profession. What? A divine class profession? Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Kofi. Episode 136. An Unexpected Survival Life 7. Episode 136, An Unexpected Survival Life 7. It was not just me. The unexpected statement left Arata and Madoka completely speechless. His Majesty had once said that after scouring through long records of the royal family, he finally found mention of a divine class profession, one that carried a divine name. I had heard rumors that my job as an appraiser, divine eye, might be one. But to think another person, well, I'm not even sure if he still counts as a person with a divine class profession would appear. Is that true? Yep, totally true. Oh, could it be that you also have a divine class profession? I don't have any obligation to answer that. Well, from what you just said, I can pretty much guess, though. What I said earlier? I tried to recall what I had said, but I couldn't remember saying anything out of the ordinary. Was he bluffing? But Maria calmly revealed the answer. Maki-kun, earlier, you called me an unknown, right? That's something only someone with a divine class appraiser would be able to see. No way. Could he really know more about divine class professions than even His Majesty? That seemed absurd. But if everything Maria was saying was true, this might be our chance to turn the situation around. So, what do you want to do? I'd really appreciate it if you could hear me out. Maria swayed his body side to side as he spoke. The clattering sound of his bones was making the usual noise. It seemed almost like a routine for him. What do you think, my hero? Can we trust him? I think we can. Huh? Wow, you two don't seem too convinced, huh? Maria rattled his bones again as he laughed. But it was incredibly noisy. Anyway, I don't think we have any other way to survive than to hear him out. Yeah, my sword can't cut through the monsters in this area anyway. Same here, my magic doesn't seem to be effective either. So, we'll listen to what he has to say. Thank you. Wow, it's been so long since I've had someone to talk to. I'm really looking forward to this. By the way, can't you stop that rattling sound? The constant clattering was getting on my nerves, so I had to ask. It was seriously annoying. Haha, nope, can't do. I mean, I'm a skeleton after all. Alright, I gave up. I'll just have to get used to the clattering. Let's change locations, shall we? But there aren't any monsters around here. Isn't it fine to stay? Let me properly host you guys. Follow me. Maria seemed to be having fun for no reason as he clattered away, walking ahead. We exchanged glances. But having already said we'd trust him, we had no choice but to follow. This place was strange. For some reason, there weren't any magical beasts in the immediate area. Hey, Maria. Why aren't there any magical beasts around here? Oh, I've already taken care of them. You did? But aren't the monsters around here supposed to be really strong? Maybe? But for me, they're not a big deal. Just how strong is this guy? Appraisal. Maria Taiku. I muttered under my breath, using appraisal. But the result was still unknown. Why does it show as unknown? Is Maria really an unknown? I don't get it. Don't worry, I'll explain that too in due time. Whoa. You heard that? When you get to my age, your hearing doesn't get worse, it gets better. Your age? How old are you, Maria? Since appraisal wasn't working, I decided to just ask directly. How old? Huh? I think I stopped counting after about 100 years. After that, I didn't really care anymore. What? 100 years. Yep. When I was betrayed by my comrades and nearly died, I used forbidden magic to cast an immortality spell. So yeah, I've been alive for over 100 years. Is he serious? Is there really an immortal living in this forest of demons? We're almost there. Just as I was sinking into thought, Maria's voice brought me back, and I looked up. There, standing before us, was a pristine two-story log house. Wow, how about it? Pretty nice house, right? It's my pride and joy. Yep. And the clattering of his bones is still as loud as ever. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 137. An Unexpected Survival Life 8. Episode 137, An Unexpected Survival Life 8. When we entered the house, I had to admit, it was a properly well-built log cabin. It was so well done that I found myself thinking, did he really need to go this far just because he had plenty of wood? Isn't it amazing? I'm especially fond of the wood grain on this wall. I even arranged the furniture so that the wood grain would be right in front of my favorite chair. Oh, and also, and just like that, Maria hadn't stopped talking. I had started tuning him out halfway through, but he didn't seem to notice. As I wondered how to get him to stop, Arata, apparently had had enough and finally spoke up. Maria-san? What is it? Oh, Arata-kun, right? Yeah. I'm Mitsurugi Arata. Oh. And I'm Yokiya Madoka. Arata-kun and Madoka-chan, nice to meet you. So, what's up, Arata-kun? Could you get back to the main topic, huh? Oh. Sorry, I just got a little too excited about the wood grain. As expected of Arata, he knows when to get things moving. It's like his way of kendo, or maybe not quite that. Either way, I was grateful he got us back on track. Alright, I'll go make some drinks. We've got tea, black tea, and coffee. What would you like? I'll have coffee. I'll take black tea. I'll have tea. Got it. Feel free to sit anywhere, just not in my favorite chair over there. He was quite protective of that chair, clearly attached to that wood grain. I didn't get what was so great about it, but we all picked other available seats. Before long, a delicious smell wafted in from the kitchen, filling the living room. He actually has real coffee here. Come to think of it, I haven't had coffee since we got here. Yeah. Even in Shridden, we never had it. Does he grow it himself? We exchanged puzzled glances. But right then, Maria returned. Sorry for the wait. What's up with the three of you? Hey, Maria. Do you grow your own coffee? Yep. It took forever to find the seeds, but I love coffee too much to give it up. Though, you know, I can't drink it anymore. Ha ha ha. The rattling of his bones was still annoying. But I wasn't sure if I should laugh at that or not. If what Maria was saying was true, he had also been summoned here and sent to the Forest of Demons, just like us. Not only that, but he was betrayed by his comrades and ended up as a skeleton. I didn't know the details of how that happened. But if it were me, I think I'd have a hard time continuing to live. Once everyone had their drinks, Maria sat down, and the conversation began. Okay, I guess I should start by talking about myself, right? It'll help you believe me. With that introduction, Maria began telling us his story. He had been summoned more than 100 years ago. He stopped counting partway through, which is why he just says over 100. The kingdom that summoned him was the Alfanti Kingdom, 2 generations before the current the Delweed Kingdom was founded 2 generations ago. Would that even fit within 100 years? No idea. That's why I just say over 100 years. How old is Maria, really? Back then, the term conquer was used instead of develop, and many forces were sent into the Forest of Demons. Maria and his group were part of a major operation. But partway through, things went wrong. The unit carrying food, camping supplies, and most of our gear was attacked by magical beasts. We lost almost all our resources right around here. You couldn't stop them? Even divine class professions aren't omnipotent, you know. Not just me, but the other heroes didn't notice the approaching magical beasts in time. They managed to kill the beasts and survive. But more of them started gathering, blocking their escape. While Maria was desperately trying to think of a solution, his comrades betrayed him. They used magic to restrict my movements. I was confident in my strength, though. So I figured I'd destroy the magic and turn the tables on them. But in that short time, the other heroes broke through the monsters and fled, leaving the rest to swarm me. A swarm of magical beasts from the Forest of Demons. I didn't even want to imagine that. Both Madoka and Arata had gone pale. However, several questions began to form in my mind. Hey, Maria. What's up? You were a divine class profession holder, right? If your movements were restricted, does that mean the other heroes were also divine classes? Divine class professions are above even special class professions. I'm not a combat class, so my stats are likely different. But since Maria survived here, his profession must be a combat class. So, if they were able to restrain Maria, I began to wonder. Nope, that's not it. Everyone else was special classes, not divine class. Divine class professions seem to be pretty rare, you know. Yeah. I already knew that. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 138, An Unexpected Survival Life 9. Episode 138, An Unexpected Survival Life 9. If there were multiple divine class professions, they would definitely be recorded in history. And it wouldn't be something only royalty knew about. But then, what kind of special class profession that can even restrain a divine class profession? Well, since my profession was a mage, divine magus, I got physically attacked and couldn't move. Physically attacked? Were you cut? Yeah. My Achilles tendon was slashed, Just like that. Is that really something to say so cheerfully? I tried to heal myself immediately. But since I was cut with a magic sword, the healing was slow, and I couldn't catch up. So, I got surrounded, just like that. A magic sword. That sounds intriguing, but I don't want to imagine being cut by it. Aren't you mad at the comrades who betrayed you? I was angry at first. But you know, after more than 100 years, that anger kind of fades away. I get what he's saying, but I don't really want to understand it. Yeah. Then, another thing. Yeez, how are you still alive? It's been over 100 years. Are you immortal? He said he was surrounded by monsters. But did he defeat them? If he did, why didn't he go after the traitors afterward? There's only one answer I can think of for that, but I'd rather hear it from Maria's mouth. That's what you're curious about, huh? When I was surrounded by the pack of monsters, I thought, yeah, this is it. I'm done. But then I decided to try the magic I had been researching. Magic you were researching? Yep. It's called forbidden magic. Wait a second. What? Did he just casually say forbidden? Isn't forbidden magic supposed to be something sealed off and not to be touched? You were researching forbidden magic? That's right. I was bored, you know. You researched forbidden magic because you were bored. Hey, Madoka. Madoka? Oh, what's up with Madoka? She seems spaced out. When you were in the Shiden Kingdom, had you heard of forbidden magic? I haven't. I was only allowed to focus on leveling up. That makes sense. Arata is a sword saint, so he wouldn't know much about magic, huh? Arata-kun is a sword saint? Then, does that mean Madoka-chan is also a special class? Why yes. I'm a sage. She suddenly got really energetic. Wait, could Madoka be falling for this skeleton guy? Is she into bones? I see. Yeah, you two seem to be doing just fine. What do you mean, doing just fine? I was betrayed by my special class companions, but it seems like you're blessed with good comrades, Meiki-kun. It's true that I'm lucky to have comrades. Am I? Well, with special class companions like Madoka, Arata, and even Yuria, I'm doing pretty well. I keep my distance from Kuya and the other classmates. But considering my connection with special class professions, I guess I've built decent relationships. By the way, Meiki-kun, what's your profession, huh? I haven't told you. No, you haven't. It's unfair if I'm the only one who shares. Come on, tell me. It's not like I'm hiding it. Wait, didn't you say earlier that I'm a divine class appraiser? You weren't wrong, so let's go with that. I said that thinking it would be fine since being a divine class appraiser shouldn't be a problem. But for some reason, Moria leaned in closer. That's not what I mean. Look, there's that part in parentheses, right? That's what I'm curious about. Parentheses? There is, but it's nothing unusual. Really? My profession is mage, divine magus. Is yours appraiser, divine eye? Yep, that's exactly right. When I gave him a straight answer, Moria slumped back into his chair with a thud. Wow, so you really are an appraiser, divine eye. Wow. You definitely thought that was nothing special, didn't you? I bet you did. No, not at all. I was just thinking how divine eye is such an easy to remember name, like, anyone would guess that. So lucky, I'm jealous. You're seriously annoying. I don't even know why, but it really ticks me off. While I was fuming, Madoka, who had been acting strange, suddenly spoke up. What's up, Madoka-chan? Could you teach me magic? Wait, what? Where did that request come from? You want me to teach you magic? Could you? Please. But you're a sage, right? You don't really need to learn magic from me. No, even though I have a special class profession, I'm still very weak. I feel like I'm always dragging Meiki-kun, Arata-kun, and Yuria-chan down. That's why I want to seek guidance from Taiku-san, a divine class mage. Her request left both Shin and me speechless. Our mouths were hanging open in surprise. After all, I've greatly benefited from Madoka's magic, especially in the development of the Forest of Demons. Her wide-range attacks as a sage have been indispensable. I'm sure Arata doesn't think of her as a burden either. In fact, with the level gap between them, he might even feel that he's the one lagging behind. I mean, I'd be happy to have someone to talk to. But aren't you in a hurry to get back? Maria wasn't looking at Madoka with his hollow gaze, but at me. He probably believes the decision is mine to make. And it seems like he's right, since both Madoka and Aratu are also looking at me, awaiting my decision. Now, what should I do? Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 139, An Unexpected Survival Life 10. Episode 139, An Unexpected Survival Life 10. Seeing me struggling with the decision, Maria made a surprising suggestion. If you want, I can try to contact your acquaintances. If only that were possible. We're not in Japan, you know. Oh, I can contact them. If you could do that, we wouldn't be having such a hard time. Wait, what? His unexpected statement left me momentarily speechless. It took me a while to fully comprehend what Maria had just said. You can contact them? Yep. Though it's not through phone or email. Then how would you do it? The closest thing to something in Japan would be, well, a letter, I guess. A letter? Both Madoka and Arata, like me, tilted their heads in confusion. Even if it's a letter, there's no one to deliver it. How would he send a letter, anyway? I'll use this. Maria chuckled excitedly and pulled out a single sheet of paper. You write the letter on that? That's right. How about we test it by sending it to someone here? Send it? With that, Maria stood up, opened the window, and walked out of the house. We were left looking at each other in confusion, not sure what to make of the situation. What do we do? Yeah, I don't really know what to say. For now, we might as well wait for Maria-san to come back. Madoka's suggestion made sense. But sitting around doing nothing was a bit dull. While I was thinking that, we suddenly heard a noise approaching from outside. What is that? Bird? Could it be an origami crane? Origami crane? Shin and I echoed the same words in disbelief as the source of the sound flew through the window Maria had left open. Sure enough, it was an origami crane. It was flapping its paper wings as it flew toward us. Is this Maria-san's communication method? Seems like it. Look at this. What's this? The origami crane landed on the table, unfolded itself, and reverted to its original form as a sheet of paper. Written on it, likely by Maria, were the words, "Male bird, Mihirameki." Is that its name? It looks like we could use this to contact Kondo, Alicia-san, and the others. As we discussed the male bird, Maria returned. His bones clattered as he approached us. How was my male bird? Yeah, it seems like we can use this to contact Alicia and the others. Glad to hear it. So, what will you do? If you want to learn, I'm more than willing to teach. Mihiro-kun, please. I don't want to cause any more trouble for everyone. No one thought of her as a burden. But being able to learn from Maria, a divine class mage, divine magus, was too good to pass up. Not only would it help Madoka level up, but we might also gain new knowledge we didn't have before. Plus, if Alicia and the others knew we were safe, they wouldn't need to send out a search party. All right. Maria, could I ask for your help? Of course. Besides, I don't want you to end up like me. Are you talking about the betrayal? Haha, no. That's not it. Maria laughed and continued speaking. I've lived alone in the forest of demons for a long time. It was my choice, so I have no complaints. But I don't want anyone else to have to do the same. Maria, not just Maki-kun, but Arata-kun and Madoka-chan too. I'll teach you everything I can so you won't end up alone. All that came alongside Maria's words were only clattering sounds from his bones. But strangely enough, I couldn't help but feel like he was smiling kindly at us. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 140, An Unexpected Survival Life 11. Episode 140, An Unexpected Survival Life 11. Now that we've decided to stay, there's something we need to do first. Let's send a male bird to Alicia and the others. The longer we delay, the more worried they'll become. And if we're not careful, they might form a search party and enter the forest of demons. That could lead to a secondary disaster. Well, we haven't run into any trouble ourselves. Yet. If you write the message on this paper and fold it into a paper crane, it can fly. Does it have to be a paper crane? It has to be. Origami is synonymous with paper cranes. Is that so? Of course. I don't recognize anything else but paper cranes. The way he's saying this makes me feel like it might fly even if it's folded into something else. Maybe I'll test that out later when we send it. As for the content, we're safe and sound, so don't worry. Does that work? That's pretty concise, Maki-kun. Mahiro, maybe you should explain it in more detail. Is it not okay? No. I'll leave the content to you two. Seeing the future where my idea would just get rejected, I decided to leave it to the vice council president and the kendo club captain. They probably deal with more documents than I ever did as a member of the Go Home Club. Maki-kun, you're quite the slacker, aren't you? Who wouldn't lose motivation after being nitpicked? That's just an excuse, right? Your silence means I hit the mark, doesn't it? It's just that it's such a hassle. Well, as long as it's the right person for the right job, it's no big deal. You've really given up, huh? If that makes things easier, I'll gladly give up every time. Is this okay? Yeah, I think it's fine. While chatting idly with Moriyo, the two of them finished writing the mailbird message. Okay, send it off. Aren't you going to check the content, Maki-kun? If you two wrote it, there's no problem. You're just too lazy to check, aren't you? Sharp as ever. That said, I genuinely trust them, so I don't think there's any issue. Alright, let's make this paper into a paper plane, a paper crane. It won't fly unless it's a crane. Will it really not fly? It really won't. That's how it's designed. Don't waste paper. Tchr. You definitely just had a bad thought, didn't you? Not at all. Madoka, could you fold the crane? Oh, okay, got it. Maki-kun, I hope you're listening. As he angrily rattled on, I pretended not to hear and walked towards the door. Once outside, I took another look around the house. When we first arrived, I was too focused on being cautious to notice. But there are fields and fruit trees here. And the coffee beans I was just drinking, they're probably grown behind the house too. This is pretty amazing, right? This view has become my daily routine now. But in the beginning, it was really tough. Hey, Moriyo, you mentioned using forbidden magic earlier. Since it's called forbidden, was there a price to pay? When he first mentioned the term forbidden magic, I was too shocked to ask. But looking at Moriyo now, it's clear he paid some kind of price. Considering the fields, fruit trees, and coffee beans, it doesn't seem like he turned into a skeleton immediately after using the magic. To tell the truth, I've used forbidden magic twice. Twice? Yeah. The first time, I used it to wipe out a horde of magic beasts. I generated a mist of decay centered on myself, killing the beasts surrounding me. Did that mist also affect you, Moriyo? Oh, sharp observation. Yep, my body started decaying too. According to his story, the caster's decay is slower than that of other living things. So his body gradually began to rot. The purpose wasn't to kill instantly but to make the caster experience the slow, agonizing pain of decay. It's a cruel price to pay. But with the first forbidden magic, he managed to escape danger. So why did you use forbidden magic a second time? Were you attacked by magical beasts again? Moriyo shook his head at my question. After a brief pause, he revealed the reason. It was because I was curious about forbidden magic. I see. So he's just a research fanatic. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 141, An Unexpected Survival Life 12. Episode 141, An Unexpected Survival Life 12. Moreover, as I listened to him, it seems like he has some kind of perception that I can't quite understand. I'm relatively strong when it comes to pain, you see. I continued living even as the decay set in. During that time, I started growing crops and fruit trees. Strong against pain. Are you a masochist? No. Why are you jumping to that conclusion? And why the extreme masochist at that? Well, I mean, that's how it sounds. Honestly, I misunderstood too. Though, whether it really is a misunderstanding is still up in the air. You don't believe me, do you, Maki-kun? Who knows? Dodging the question, I urged him to continue his story. Geez. So, when the decay advanced, I lost my sense of taste. That's when my interest in forbidden magic reignited. Up until then, he had thought of spending the rest of his life freely. But once he lost his sense of taste, one of the things that brought him joy was taken away. That seems to have triggered memories of his past research on forbidden magic. Figuring he had nothing to lose, he cast it on himself. And that forbidden magic, it made you immortal? That's right. And this is the result. So, the price was your entire body, huh? Pretty much. Everything but my bones. Maria spread his arms and looked down at himself. The fear of death, which everyone must face one day, had disappeared. However, Maria hadn't only lost his sense of taste. He had lost all his senses except for sight. So, Maria, what's your source of joy now? Joy, huh? I guess observing a magical beasts. Oh, and I owe you guys an apology for that, huh? Did something happen? I tilted my head at his sudden words. Since we met, Maria hasn't done anything that warrants an apology. If anything, it's me who should apologize for being so wary of him. Actually, the teleportation circle you guys were sent through, I set that up a long time ago. Is that so? Yeah. I mentioned earlier that I enjoy observing magical beasts, right? That teleportation circle was meant to transfer magical beasts here. The beasts around that area are pretty strong, so I never expected humans to be transported by it. I'm really sorry for not telling you right away. Maria straightened his posture and bowed his head to me. But to me, this whole situation just seems like an accident. So, there's no need for Maria to apologize. Don't worry about it. You didn't mean for it to happen, right? Of course. I swear it. Then it's fine. Besides, meeting you hasn't turned out too badly for us. When I said that, Maria, still bent over, looked up and tilted his head. You really think so? Yeah. We've gained knowledge we didn't have, and you're helping Madoka level up, right? Of course. I can help Maki-kun and Arata-kun level up too. Really? Leave it to me. Just a moment ago, Maria had a somewhat somber atmosphere around him. But as soon as we started talking about leveling up, he brightened up. His bones were rattling as he spoke with enthusiasm. He must really enjoy talking to someone. Maki-kun, it seems like we've been chatting for quite a while. Madoka and Arata came walking over from the house, likely searching for us. The paper cranes have been done for a while, you know? Oh, sorry. I got caught up talking with Maria. Wow. So this is the coffee bean farm? Impressive, right? You won't have to worry about food here, so we can all train and level up before heading back. Maria's mood had clearly brightened even more. I suppose it's natural, considering he's been alone for so long. Wait a second. If he's been lonely, then why has he stayed here all this time? Even with his skeleton appearance, he could have left this place, right? Hey, Maria, why have you? Taiku-san, how do I send this off? We need to contact Alicia-san and the others as soon as possible. Oh, right. Well, here's how you do it. Well, I can always check on it later. If the time comes for us to leave this place, I think it'd be great if we could take Maria with us. That way, he wouldn't have to be alone anymore. I just need to pour my mana into it, right? Exactly. And while you do, just picture the person you want it to reach, and it'll be all good. Yoki-iyo, can I leave it to you? Got it. Madoka placed the paper crane on her palm and started pouring her magic into it. The crane gently flapped its wings and slowly floated into the air. It kept rising, eventually soaring above the surrounding trees, and flew straight toward Grand Owl. Alright. Now they'll know that you guys are safe. Is there any chance it'll be shot down by magical beasts along the way? No way. Not around here. After all, I made that magic tool myself. If Maria says so, it must be true. With this, our safety should be relayed to them. Now we can focus on leveling up. The next time I meet Alicia and the others, I should be able to fight magical beasts on my own. But more than that, this magic tool. I should ask him about it later in more detail. Yeah, support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 142, Grand Owl 2. Episode 142, Grand Owl 2. 3 days had passed since Maki and the others were teleported. Alicia and her group had not returned to the mansion. Instead, they were staying at an inn in town. They were managing the situation and maintaining the settlement. How's the situation with the upkeep, Ryan-san? Injuries are increasing. But for now, things are under control. Mile has regained her usual pace, and even Goritsu has been considerate enough to come out and help. I see. Vil-san, how are we on potion supplies? Given the current situation, we should be fine for about 3 days. After that, though, we might not be able to use them for minor injuries. Hearing the reports from Ryan and Vil, Alicia's expression darkened. Even though they had gathered everyone knowledgeable about the fruit that temporarily boosts abilities, maintaining the settlement was a close call. If they could distribute it to all the soldiers and adventurers on the front lines, they wouldn't have any problems in terms of fighting strength. However, doing so would risk a leak of information. Lives were at stake. So Alicia began considering whether they might have to retreat from their current base, as originally planned. Alicia-sama. Just then, Lirina burst into the room where the meeting was taking place. Her face was filled with urgency, making it clear something unusual had occurred. What's happened? Something strange is flying toward us from the direction of the Forest of Demons. What did you say? We tried shooting it down with magic, but it wasn't affected at all. Lirina was an intermediate class dual mage. She had been leveling up rapidly since moving to Granziville, using the fruit to hunt magical beasts. Even now, she had doubled her magic stat with the fruit, so it was no wonder she was surprised that her magic had no effect. I'll head out right away. Ryan-san, Vil-san. Yes, Mom. This way. Yuria-san is already outside waiting. Alicia and the others rushed out of the inn, following Lirina to where Yuria was waiting. Yuria, already battle-ready from eating the fruit, had a strange smile on her face. I've brought them, Yuria. Yuria-san? Lirina called out to Yuria again when she didn't respond, worried. Oh, sorry, Lirina-san. I called you, but I think everything's fine. Huh? Actually, I think that might be from Torai and the others. What? Alicia and the others shouted in surprise at the unexpected revelation. Meanwhile, the object flying toward them was gradually getting closer and lowering its altitude. Haha, I never thought I'd see an origami crane out here. The paper crane flew directly to Alicia, landing gently in her outstretched hands. What is this, Yuria-san? It's an origami crane. Origami crane? It's paper folded into the shape of a bird from our world. But why did it fly here on its own? Wait, is it unfolding? The crane in Alicia's hands began to unfold itself, returning to a flat sheet of paper. She quickly noticed the writing on it. And as she read the message, she realized it was a note from Maki and the others, letting them know they were safe. Tears began to well up in Alicia's eyes. Hey, what's wrong, Alicia-san? I'm sorry, Yuria-san. It seems Maki-san and the others are safe. Is that true, Alicia-sama? As expected of Maki-sama. I'm so relieved. As Ryan, Vil, and Lirina cheered in joy, Yuria stood beside Alicia, reading the note over her shoulder. There was a name in the message she didn't recognize, making Yuria tilt her head. Who's Moria? I don't know. Could anyone actually live in the Forest of Demons? The two exchanged confused glances, but they decided it wasn't worth worrying about. What mattered most was that Maki and the others were safe. I'm glad we didn't force ourselves into the Forest of Demons, right, Yuria-san? Don't remind me, Alicia-san. Yuria covered her face with her hands, recalling how she had nearly charged in recklessly. Alicia smiled at her, then refocused. Let's do our best to defend our base. If it becomes impossible, then so be it. But let's hold on until the very end. Right. If the front lines have retreated by the time Maki returns, he might have something to say about it. Yuria had been unable to move as she normally would due to worry and anxiety. She felt all her concerns lift at once. Alicia, too, had been on the verge of being overwhelmed by fear. But now she could reset her mindset and face the challenges ahead with renewed focus. It wasn't just the two of them, everyone who had been worried about Maki and the others felt their spirits rise. Let's do this. Yes. And so, Alicia and her group's real battle began. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 143, An Unexpected Survival Life 13. Episode 143, An Unexpected Survival Life 13. It has been 5 days since we arrived at Moriya's house. During this time, Madoka has been learning magic from Moriya, just as she had asked. I couldn't help but wonder if learning magic was really as simple as just being taught. But it seems that the skills one has already acquired play a big role. In Madoka's case, she's mastered magic skills of all elements, which is why she's able to learn magic from Moriya. If I could also acquire magic skills, I could probably use my excessive amount of mana for something other than just appraisal. But unfortunately, I still don't know how to obtain magic skills. So there's not much I can do about it right now. I thought about using appraisal specifically for the method of acquiring magic skills. But without the magic boosting bananas, Madoka and the others stopped me. They said they didn't want any uncertain factors involved. If we're talking about uncertainty, Moriya himself seems like a bigger uncertain factor to me. But since they're concerned, I couldn't just reject it. Alright, we're off. Be careful. And make sure to take good care of him, okay? Woof woof. It's not just Madoka who's getting trained here. Arata has also decided to work on leveling up. However, with Arata's current strength, hunting the monsters in this area alone is difficult. And I'm not much help either. In fact, Aratu is already clearly stronger than me. So, a companion is going with Arata for his leveling up efforts. I'm counting on you today too, Haku. Woof woof. At Arata's feet is a beast that resembles a wolf with beautiful, pure white fur, waiting eagerly with its tongue out. When standing on all fours, it's about as tall as Arata's waist. At first glance, you might mistake it for a large dog. But Haku's strength is guaranteed by Moriya himself. I've seen it with my own eyes. And honestly, I don't think I stand a chance. Even Arata has said the same. One moment, Haku steps forward. And before you know it, he's already several meters ahead, leaving a not-so-small hole in the ground where he once stood. If he swings his front paws, he can shatter large trees with ease. And when he bit into a monster more than twice his size, he crushed not just its hide and flesh, but its bones too, taking it down in an instant. When I appraised him, I was frozen for a moment by the absurd level of 150 that appeared. It turns out that Haku is a familiar of Moriya's. I was amazed that a mage, Divine Magus, could even tame magical beasts. But because of that, I can let Arata go without any worries. I'd love to level up too. But even with Haku's help, it's impossible for me to defeat the monsters around here with my current strength. So I've given up. I'll just focus on leveling up steadily after we return to Grand Zawal. Well then, time for me to get to work. After stretching in front of the entrance, I returned to the house and settled into a chair that had pretty much become my usual spot. On the table in front of me were a sheet of paper, some blue ink, and a brush. What I'm about to do is, let's make a magic tool. That's right, I'm going to create a magic tool. On the first night when Madoka's training started, I asked Moriya to teach me how to make magic tools. It was only the basics. But even so, the fact that I could make magic tools on my own now was surprising. Just that alone could be enough to make a fortune. If something like the male bird magic tool were to become widespread, its demand would be unimaginable. Even if I can't make something that advanced, I'd be thrilled to create tools that could make life a bit more convenient, or even better, tools that would allow me to defeat monsters. It'd make leveling up so much easier. Still, the biggest problem with making magic tools is gathering the materials, isn't it? When Moriya explained it to me, I was honestly surprised. After all, the basic materials needed to create magic tools were just blue ink and a brush. But of course, these weren't just any ordinary ink or brush. The materials needed to make them were rare and dangerous to obtain. You need the blood of a monster that's level 100 or higher for the blue ink, and the brush needs hair from a level 100 or higher monster. The handle part of the brush also has to be made from an ultra-hard material that can withstand being infused with higher density mana, right? The brush that Moriya actually uses is made from Haku's fur for the bristle part, and the handle is made of 100% pure mithril, which has been heavily compressed. When I first heard the word mithril, I was excited to encounter a classic fantasy term from another world. But after learning how valuable it was, I became nervous about even holding the brush for a while. Supposedly, just one of these brushes is worth about half the national budget of a large country from the time when Maria was still alive. And yet, Maria casually lent it to me with a simple go ahead and use it. Don't just lend out something so valuable so easily. As for the blue ink, it's made from the blood of monsters level 100 or higher, hunted around here. Though this is also valuable, after hearing that the brush alone is worth half a country's budget, I didn't feel particularly awed by it anymore. Alright, let's start by practicing with the male bird, I muttered to myself. Taking the brush, I dipped its bristles into the blue ink and slowly lifted it. I then began moving it across the paper. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 144, An Unexpected Survival Life. 14. Episode 144, An Unexpected Survival Life. 14. According to Maria, the most crucial part of creating a magic tool is clearly defining the intended effect. For example, if you simply want to create fire, you need to be specific about the circumstances, the required firepower, and the activation conditions. Neglecting these details can lead to a faulty magic tool that either fails to activate when needed, produces uncontrollable firepower, or activates unexpectedly at inconvenient times. Since I don't want to create defective magic tools, I made sure to follow the specific conditions Maria mentioned. For the male bird I'm working on, it turns out there are quite a few detailed conditions involved. One thing that surprised me the most is that the tool needs to accurately read the user's thoughts to determine the recipient. It is a key feature to prevent misdelivery. Yeah, if that part were vague, you wouldn't be able to handle important messages properly. In the past, Maria's male bird was highly valued as a communication tool for those in the Forest of Demons. Not only was it designed to prevent misdelivery, but it also had defense mechanisms to avoid being shot down or stolen. Well, since this is just for practice, we're skipping that part for now. Yes, the male bird I'm making is merely for practice. The focus is only on preventing misdelivery, and there's no consideration for its defense capabilities. I don't have the confidence to fully draw out the magic circle needed for it to function as a proper magic tool if I include too many features. I think I could manage with a workaround. But I really want to try making it with my own power first. When I modified the teleportation magic circle, the necessary corrections were displayed on the screen. Similarly, if I use appraisal on the magic circle, it would probably guide me on how to draw it correctly. However, what's most important now is whether I can draw it myself. If I can't even draw a simplified magic circle, then there's no way I'll be able to complete a more complex one, even with the guidance from the display. So, I started drawing the magic circle Maria taught me from scratch. I was so focused that I lost track of time. After finishing, I looked up to see Maria watching my work from across the table. Whoa? What's wrong? When did you get here? I've been here for quite a while. I see. Wow, I didn't notice at all. Wait, where's Madoka? She's out training with Arata-kun and Haku. It's important not to overdo it. But with her vast mana reserves, she should be fine. Madoka's personality can be a bit worrisome at times. But with Aratu around, it should be okay. He'll likely serve as a good restraint if needed. You were really focused there. Are you teasing me? Nope. I'm genuinely complimenting you. Given that I hadn't noticed him at all, it felt like teasing. But it didn't seem like that was his intent. While I was pondering that, Maria took the paper with the completed magic circle and held it up to the light. It seems the blue ink has a particular characteristic. Although the drawing remains visible for a few minutes after you start, it eventually fades, making it look like nothing was ever written. This explains why none of us noticed the magic circle drawn on the male bird we sent to Alicia earlier. You've done a great job with it. I'd say it's good enough to pass. Really? That's a relief. Although, as I mentioned before, this is a much simplified version of the magic circle. So the paper's durability is the only protection it has. You won't be able to use it around here. I already knew that. If I were to use it, it would be to test whether it works by sending it to Madoka or Arata, Or maybe after leaving the forest of demons. Looking out the window, I realized the sun had moved. Though I had started the task in the morning, sunlight was now streaming in from the western window. I can't believe I skipped lunch. You know, Madoka-chan and Aratu-kun have already finished eating, right? Why didn't you call me? Well, because Madoka-chan told me to let you be since you were so focused. Damn. Just when I was about to complain to Moriya, it turns out it was Madoka's suggestion. Madoka-chan's words make everything forgivable. Huh? Shut it. Come on now, don't get mad. I've got your portion ready too. Moriya chuckled as he stood up and brought me some reheated food from the kitchen. Thanks. You're welcome. Next time, I think I'll teach you a magic circle with defensive properties. But keep in mind, it'll use the creator's mana. So the strength of the defense depends on how much mana you use. Be careful, okay? Got it. Are you sure? If you're careless, you could end up collapsing from magic depletion. Yes. Yes. Can I eat now? My stomach is at its limit. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 145, An Unexpected Survival Life 15. Episode 145, An Unexpected Survival Life 15. Time passed, and I had sent message birds to Alicia and the others several times. I thought if I at least kept them updated with our information, it would spare them from unnecessary worries. Ideally, I would have liked to get information from their side as well. But since male birds could only be used once and not reused, I had resigned myself to that limitation. Huh? Couldn't you just send a message bird with unused paper attached? The moment I absent-mindedly muttered my concern, that suggestion came up. No, I wasn't irritated, because they just solved my problem. But I ended up feeling frustrated at myself for not thinking of such a simple solution. Indeed, if I attach an unused sheet of paper when folding the male bird, I could send it to Alicia and the others. If I also include instructions on how to use it, I could get information from their side too. Wouldn't it have been quicker if you just used your appraiser, divine eye, skill? Yeah. I just convinced myself it was impossible in my head. You shouldn't be so quick to assume things. I fell victim to betrayal because of assumptions too, you know. He made a statement that wasn't exactly a laughing matter. So I could only manage an awkward smile in response. Back to the topic at hand, we proceeded to send the male bird. And since it was a valuable magic tool, Moriya took care of the preparations. It would have been great if I could make a male bird of the same quality as Moriya. But I still hadn't reached that level. Though I could now add a little defensive capability to it, the local monsters still shot them down easily. Sorry to rely on you for everything like this. It's fine. As long as you all stay here with me, I won't get bored. So it works out. Well, that's true. But, at that point, I decided to propose something. Hey, Moriya. What is it? Why don't you leave this place with us? The paper crane Moriya had been folding while humming a tune suddenly stopped in his hands. You've been alone for over 100 years, haven't you? Now you've got us. We could explain your situation, and you wouldn't need to be alone anymore. Yeah, you're right. Or is there some reason you can't leave this place? Something tying you here? Surely he wouldn't say, because of my crops, right? Well, I'm sure he's attached to the house he built. But if he could escape loneliness, that would be much better. As I waited for his response, he revealed there was indeed a reason he couldn't leave. I can't move from this place. Why not? You know how using forbidden magic comes with a price, right? Yeah, but you've already paid the price twice, haven't you? First was the decay of your body. And second, the complete loss of all your flesh except your bones. Wait a minute. No way. Don't tell me you used forbidden magic a third time out of curiosity. Of course not. I wouldn't use forbidden magic without a good reason. Okay, I suppose that makes sense. The first time was to defeat a monster, and the second time was out of necessity because of the decay of his body. So, there was another price you had to pay? Yeah. There was a second cost for using forbidden magic the second time. It's called soul anchoring. Soul anchoring? I couldn't grasp what he meant and asked him to clarify. Yeah. My soul is now anchored to this land. That's why I can't leave. But you've moved before, didn't you? all the way to where we first met. I can move freely within a 5-kilometer radius from where I activated the forbidden magic. But I can't go beyond that. Seriously? Yeah, totally serious, he replied in such a casual tone. But this was actually a pretty big deal. Didn't you know that before you used the magic? I knew, but back then, I had no other choice. Besides, I never expected people to show up in a place like this. But you were the one who drew the teleportation magic circle here. I meant people coming to where the magic circle leads to. Even if he had no other choice, wasn't he anxious about being bound to this place? And after living alone for so long, had he ever thought about wanting to die instead? Didn't you ever feel like you wanted to die? I used forbidden magic to survive, you know? No, I never thought that. But still, I'm actually quite fond of my current life. I can research freely. And most importantly, I have my own home. If Maria weren't a skeleton, I wonder what kind of expression he'd have right now. While he rattled his bones as if laughing, I could sense a tinge of loneliness in his demeanor. I started wondering if there was a way to free Maria. And it finally occurred to me that I could just use my appraisal skill to check. Want me to try with appraisal? Don't even think about it. You'll probably pass out from magic depletion. Maria instantly shut down the idea. Maybe I'll secretly try it later. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 146, An Unexpected Survival Life 16. Episode 146, An Unexpected Survival Life 16. After Maria finished preparing the male bird, I sent it off to Alicia. This should let us find out about their situation as well. A little while later, Madoka and Arata returned with Haku. I informed them that I had sent the male bird. That's a great idea. Yeah, we could have gotten their information much earlier if we had done that, right? I completely forgot about it. As we exchanged our thoughts, we sat down to eat the dinner Maria had prepared. Tonight's menu was hamburg steaks. The meat was a mixture of 2 different magical beasts. But since it was all from magical beasts anyway, I don't think we need to call it a mix. Well, either way, it was delicious. So I was more than satisfied. Hey, Maria-san. What is it, Arata-kun? After we finished eating and were having some post-dinner tea, Arata spoke up, sounding a bit serious. About Haku. Is there something wrong with Haku? Woof. When we first met, Haku hadn't been visible. But since Arata started traveling with it, Haku had been by his side constantly. Apparently, Haku had been keeping watch back then. Maybe, to Haku, it feels like he's doing that together with Arata now. However, Arata seemed to think differently. If it's alright with you, Maria-san, would you let me take care of Haku? Sure. I know I'm asking for something unreasonable, but right now, I really need Haku. Wait. What? I said it's fine. This response surprised not just Arata, but me as well. None of us had expected Maria to agree so easily. Are you really sure about this? Yeah, I don't mind. Besides, it seems like Haku is eager too. Woof woof. It turns out I had misunderstood. Haku wasn't just keeping watch with Arata out of duty, they genuinely got along well. Thank you so much. Hold up a minute. What's wrong, Meiki-kun? I've got a question. Haku is your familiar, right? Can you really just hand him over to Arata like that? If familiars could be transferred that easily, the value of people with taming skills would skyrocket. Yet, in both Grand Zawal and the royal capital, I've never seen anyone with taming skills. Is Maria an exceptional case because of his divine class profession, or are people with taming skills just that rare? It won't be a problem if he wants to use my familiar. I'll transfer the mana supply to Arata-kun. Though that will mean constant mana consumption. But I'll reduce the required amount, so it should be fine. Yeah, Maria is definitely extraordinary. But seriously, is transferring the mana supply something anyone can normally do? Hey, Maria, is that something anyone with taming skill can do? Of course not. It's impossible for most people. It's only possible because it's me. Oh. But maybe you could do it, Meiki-kun. No, I don't have any taming skills. If you have a large amount of mana, you can tame creatures without the skill. Having the skill just makes it easier. Without it, well, simply put, you just overwhelm them with mana. Wait, You're telling me I can do that? I'm an appraiser, Divine Eye, not a combat class. Sure, I have more mana than average compared to my other stats, but I still doubt I have anywhere near as much as Moriya. After all, he's a divine class mage. Moriya, just how much mana do you have? Me? Wanna see my stats? Wait, can you really just reveal your stats so casually? While I was thinking about that, Moriya went ahead and displayed his stats. Moriya's magic stat, as well as his level, were absolutely absurd. 6500 magic, level 150. This is beyond extraordinary. Is it? Well, I've leveled up quite a bit since coming here. Thanks to that, I was able to make Haku my familiar and transfer it to Aratukan now. He said it so casually, but being level 150 is seriously outrageous. And the fact that a divine class mage, Divine Magus, has this much mana is even more insane. If we had ended up as enemies, we'd have been dead in an instant. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel uneasy thinking about the people who tried to kill Moriya back then. I don't know what their levels were at the time, but as a divine class, his stats should have been pretty high. After all, he wasn't a non-combat class like me. He was genuinely a combat class. Alright then, Aratukan, come over here for a moment. Why yes. Summoned by Moriya's gesture, Arata stood up and walked over to him. Moriya also stood, placing his right hand on Arata's head as he began to speak. I, Moriya Taiku, propose the transfer of the familiar contract of Haku to Mitsurugi Arata. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light emanated from Moriya's body. It flowed through his right hand and into Arata. What's this? If you agree, the transfer will be complete. Mitsurugi Arata, agree to the transfer of the familiar Haku from Moriya Taiku. With that, the contract of Haku as a familiar was successfully transferred from Moriya to Arata. Man, familiars are so cool. I kind of want one too. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a Divine Eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 147. An Unexpected Survival Life 17. Episode 147. An Unexpected Survival Life 17. 2 days after sending out a male bird, we received a reply from Alicia and the others. The message detailed various things: how Yuria had said she would search for us after our transfer, how they were maintaining the settlement we all worked to develop, and more. Despite only a few days having passed. What delighted us the most was the news that Lirina-san had activated the transfer shrine and called for reinforcements. Currently, Akige-sensei is informed of the situation. She is staying in the post town. They reassured us that everything was under control and encouraged us to focus on leveling up. This was the perfect opportunity for Madoka and Arata to concentrate on leveling up. But I faced a different problem with my own progress. Appraisal. Level up. My level was stuck at 12, and I desperately wanted to increase it significantly here. However, without fruits around, leveling up seemed nearly impossible. Wait, huh? The display changed. Until yesterday, everything showed as 0%, indicating that my strength couldn't even pierce through the outer hide of magical beasts. But now, something was different. Familiar contract? No way. Could the familiar contract, which I've always wanted, be the key to leveling up? Unable to sit still, I immediately headed to where Moriya was. He was likely with Madoka. Moriya. What's up, Maki-kun? Give me a familiar. Whoa, hold up, isn't this a bit sudden? I need it for leveling up. What do you mean, Maki-kun? Both Moriya and Madoka looked puzzled, so I explained the results of my appraisal. Understanding the reason, Moriya clapped his hands and gave a knowing look. Oh, I see now. Did you figure something out? When you form a familiar contract, a portion of the experience points the familiar gains is shared with the contractor. Why didn't you tell me something so important earlier? Well, even then, the shared amount is so small that it won't help much for someone with a divine class profession to gain the experience they need to level up. Still, if that's the case, why did it show up in my appraisal results? I took another look at the appraisal details and noticed something I had missed in my excitement. The familiar I need to contract with is... What? An ancient crystal dragon? Whoa, isn't that the legendary dragon deep in the forest of demons? The appraisal provided these details: undead monsters exposed to the sacred light of the ancient crystal dragon die automatically. After forming a familiar contract, simply move it to where the undead reside, and you'll level up automatically. No way. That's impossible. Even though the success rate was 100%, forming a familiar contract with the ancient crystal dragon in the first place was completely out of the question. Just to be sure, I appraised the probability of forming a familiar contract on the spot. Even with Maria's help, it was less than 1%. To be honest, I think it's amazing that it's even remotely possible. I can't follow this conversation at all. Looks like I'll have to grind experience points the hard way. In the worst case scenario, I could beg His Majesty to let me hunt level slimes. But that would only increase my debts to him. If anything happened, I'd risk being saddled with unreasonable demands. Well, I doubt His Majesty or Dietrich Sama would ever impose something like that, but accumulating too many favors never sits well with me. There are other familiars, but Haku is the only high-level one we've got right now. Seriously? But, if you're interested, I know a familiar that might become even stronger than Haku in the future. Please. It sounds fun to grow stronger together. Trying to make it a more exciting adventure might actually work. Though, honestly, I just want a familiar. Really? Oh, while we're at it, why don't we give Madoka a familiar too? Eh? Really? Of course. It wouldn't be fair to leave someone out, would it? Though initially delighted, Madoka's smile faded at the mention of leaving someone out. Huh? What's wrong? I think I'll pass. What? Why? That's such a waste. Maki-kun, could you keep quiet for a moment? Moriya, that's kind of harsh. Don't you think? If I take a familiar too, Yuria-chan might feel left out. I've heard the name Yuria-chan from time to time. Was she summoned as a hero too? Yes, she's my best friend. I see. Madoka-chan, you're so kind. Compared to you, Maki-kun is. Gar? Look, I'm just trying to level up, okay? Could you cut me some slack here? Still, if that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. Huh? When Yugi's return, if you come see me again, I'll give that Yuria girl a familiar too. Ah, really? Of course. Later, could you also tell me more about this Yuria-chan? Yes. Thank you so much. Somehow, the conversation progressed without my input. But since we'll be getting familiars, I guess this worked out for the best. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Kofi. Episode 148, An Unexpected Survival Life 18. Episode 148, An Unexpected Survival Life 18. That evening, Moriya introduced us to his familiars without delay. First, let me introduce you to Madoka-chan. This is Gregory, the mithril golem. Standing over 2 meters tall, Gregory's body shone brightly. It was likely because it was made entirely of mithril. Mithril, huh? Definitely something that screams otherworldly. Doesn't it speak? Golems don't have vocal cords. But once you form a familiar contract, you'll be able to sense Gregory's intentions. No need to worry. Perhaps feeling relieved by Moriya's words, Madoka placed her left hand over her chest and slowly extended her right hand toward Gregory. Will you be my familiar? Gregory gently touched Madoka's outstretched hand with the tip of its right index finger. It's like a handshake. Madoka wrapped her hand around Gregory's finger for a handshake. Looks like there's no problem here. Thank you, Moriya-san. Gregory has the exceptional defensive capabilities unique to the golem species. Since you're a sage, Madoka-chan, you can use it as a shield when casting spells. A shield? That's right. Not only is it physically tough, but mithril also has the property of halving the power of magical attacks. So, it's highly effective against magic too. Gregory nodded emphatically at Moriya's explanation. No doubt it had served as a shield for Moriya's spells in the past. Well then, let's proceed with transferring the contract. Yes. Just as he had done with Arata, Moriya transferred the familiar contract. With that, Madoka officially gained Gregory as her familiar. Finally, it was my turn. Sorry, Madoka, but I couldn't stop myself from being excited about my own familiar. Maki-kun, it's written all over your face. Ugh. Well, I can't help it. A familiar is a dream partner for any light novel enthusiast. Alright, I get it. Let's introduce your familiar now, Moriya said, leaving the house for a moment. The three of us exchanged glances until Moriya returned. He got back while cradling a small magical beast in his arms. Its lustrous body gleamed even more brilliantly than Grigory's. Wait, is that? Seeing the creature, I froze in place. This wasn't just any magical beast, it was something typically regarded as terrifying and considered one of the strongest species. Yes, it's a dragon. You can't just say that so casually. The small dragon, likely still a child, tilted its head as it stared at me. Dang it, it's cute. It's still young, but it'll undoubtedly become powerful as it grows. Of course, it's a dragon. And it's not just any dragon, you know. What? Did I hear that right? A dragon is already a huge deal, and now it's supposed to be something more than that? Is this even safe? Why don't you use appraisal? Eye Appraisal. At his prompting, I activated appraisal. Wait a second, seriously? Why the heck do you have this as your familiar? Ahaha, strange, isn't it? The appraisal results revealed the dragon's species, ancient crystal dragon. That's the legendary dragon. Yup, that's right. You say it like it's no big deal. Wait, hold on a second. I suddenly recalled something from when I asked Moriya about familiars. Whoa, isn't that the legendary dragon deep in the forest of demons? At the time, I'd dismissed his comment. But now I realized, how did he know the ancient crystal dragon, a legendary being, was in the forest of demons? Normally, even its location would be a mystery. As the pieces clicked together, I realized Moriya had planned this all along and intentionally introduced me to the ancient crystal dragon's child. You caught on? But don't worry. The ancient crystal dragon listed in your appraisal is probably an adult. This little one doesn't have the kind of power to purify the undead yet. Well, it is a kid. As Moriya and I spoke, the little dragon suddenly leapt from his arms and dashed toward me. It seems like this little one really likes you, Makikun. As the little dragon rubbed its forehead against my chest, I smiled softly and gently patted its head. Moriya, what's this one's name? This little one is called Sunny. Sunny, huh? Alright then, nice to meet you, Sunny. When I called its name, Sunny raised its head and chirped in response. And so, we each gained familiars who would become our partners from now on. Support. I'm an appraiser. But what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Episode 149, An Unexpected Survival Life 19. Episode 149, An Unexpected Survival Life 19. The day after I received the familiar from Moriya, I decided to head into the forest with Arata. Having Sunny with me didn't mean my leveling would progress smoothly. My strength still wasn't enough to face the beasts in the area. Still, the reason for heading to the forest was not for my leveling but for Sunny's. Having Haku should make it fine. But Mahiro, be careful, alright? I know. I don't want to die either. Woof. Woof. When I nodded at Arata's warning, Haku and Sunny let out energetic cries, as if pledging to fight for me. If we had some fruit, the situation might improve a little. Of course, wishing for what's unavailable doesn't help. But since we're already deep in the forest of demons, it's only natural to want to take down at least one beast. Frankly, not thinking that way would be strange. Pikia, Sunny, are you saying you'll get strong quickly? Alright, I'm counting on you. Seeing Sunny flapping its wings in front of me lifted my spirits a little. Sunny then flew higher and perched on my head, patting me gently. What a kind soul you are, Sunny. You know, this isn't so bad after all. Sunny seemed displeased with my relaxed attitude, crying out in a strange voice. Though it might not be fair to say this about a magical beast, Sunny seemed to have a pretty combative personality. Mahiro, focus. We're about to enter an area with beasts. While I was caught up in my warm feelings, Arata called out. That's right, we were in the forest of demons, hunting magical beasts. Got it. Appraisal, locate magical beasts. Using appraisal, I found that just ahead in the forest, 5 beasts were lurking. When I shared this information, Arata declared he would take them down. You think we can manage? These guys are around level 90, and one of them is 105. I couldn't do it alone. But with Haku, it's possible. It'll take some time, but we'll manage. No way, that's impressive. Checking Arata's stats for the first time in a while, I saw his level had risen significantly to 30. His strength stat was over 600, making him practically a monster himself. And yet, there were still beasts he couldn't defeat. What a terrifying place. With my measly 120 strength, I'd be useless. Even if I ate fruit to boost my stats, I'd need to eat a lot. And there's no way my stomach could handle that. Well, if the beast's endurance is over 1000, even Arata's stats wouldn't cut it. Haku is just too strong. Woof, woof. Pickier. Oh no, Sunny seemed upset that only Haku was being praised. But Sunny's level was still 20, much lower compared to the other familiars. Even so, its stats were higher than mine. That said, Sunny, you still can't take on the beasts here alone. Be careful, alright? Pickier. No, not I'll try hard. I mean be careful. Don't look away. Face me and answer properly. Pickier. I wonder if Sunny truly understood. When I exchanged glances with Arata, we both let out small sighs. Meanwhile, Haku seemed determined to carry the burden, snorting loudly. For now, Haku will weaken the beasts first. Once Haku signals, Arata will attack. And if there's an opponent Sunny can handle, we'll leave it to Sunny. Sounds good? Yeah. Sorry to push you so hard today too, Haku. You good with that? Woof. Woof. Haku wagged its head eagerly while being patted on the head, clearly enjoying the attention. Sunny likely wanted to join in, but that would have to wait until its level increased. Alright, Haku, go. Gra. With a roar, a faint chill emanated from Haku's beautiful white fur. The air around us cooled slightly, turning refreshing despite the earlier warmth. Now that I think about it, Haku's appraisal had identified its species as an ice fenrir. Haku leapt forward, vanishing in an instant, and cries rang out from where the beasts had been hiding. Alright, I'm going in too. You're quick. Am I? Well, I've gotten used to this by now. Saying that, Arata charged in, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I, meanwhile, confirmed the appraisal results while advancing cautiously, with Sunny perched on my head. Less than a minute had passed since the battle began. Yet thanks to Haku's efforts, the fight was already over in the blink of an eye. What is this exactly, Pickier? To my surprise, there lay the level 105 magical beast, completely encased in ice. Haku must have saved it for Sunny. Are you serious? Woof, woof, Pickier. Suddenly, Sunny unleashed a fiery breath right from atop my head. Naturally, I felt an intense heat above me and let out a scream. Although everything didn't burn to ash, my bangs, despite not being directly hit, ended up singed and frizzy. Sunny, Pickier. Seemingly delighted by their level up, Sunny jumped off my head and started performing an odd little dance right in front of me. Darn it. That happy little figure, how adorable. I can't even be mad at you. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 150. An Unexpected Survival Life 20. Episode 150, An Unexpected Survival Life 20. After spending some time leveling up Sunny, we returned to Moriya's house. Sunny's level eventually reached 24. But considering we defeated quite a few level 90 magical beasts, only gaining 4 levels felt underwhelming. Well, given that Arata has been leveling up here for quite a while and has only gained 12 levels from where he started, I guess this isn't too bad in comparison. Just like how humans have ranks in their professions, magical beasts also have ranks, you know. Wait, really? During dinner that evening, Moriya casually dropped this bit of information as if it were common knowledge. Naturally, the three of us were unfamiliar with the concept. We all voiced our surprise simultaneously. Of course. I mean, who decided that magical beasts wouldn't have ranks when humans do? Isn't it because magical beasts are inherently recognized as enemies to be defeated? Enemies to be defeated, huh? When I shared this typical perspective, Moriya folded his arms and began pondering. To be fair, seeing creatures like Sunny, Haku, and Gregory, I sometimes feel they could coexist with humans due to their charm. But that's because of the familiar contract we've formed with them. If they had been regular magical beasts facing us in battle, they would undoubtedly attack without hesitation. Isn't that how it is? Well, you're not entirely wrong. But there are magical beasts with high intelligence that can communicate with us humans. Magical beasts like that exist? I've never heard of such a thing. The notion of magical beasts capable of conversing with humans left both Madoka and Aratu astounded. For me, the idea of intelligent magical beasts seemed like a familiar trope. So my curiosity was more piqued by the concept of magical beast ranks. So, are these ranks something humans arbitrarily decided, like adventurer ranks? Nope. It's more like the intrinsic rank of their existence. As I mentioned, it's akin to human profession ranks. So, like beginner beasts, lower beasts, something like that? Exactly. For example, Gregory is an intermediate tier magical beast, Haku is an advanced tier magical beast, and Sunny is a special tier magical beast. Upon hearing their names, the three familiars turned to us, tilting their heads in curiosity. That simple gesture was incredibly cute, but... Sunny, you're special tier? Wait, could it be that because you're special tier, it's harder for your level to go up? That's right. Arata's levels haven't skyrocketed either, right? It's the same principle. When Moriya assured me that Sunny would become undeniably powerful, it was likely due to this special tier status. If Sunny reached level 150, like Haku, just how strong would it become? I'd personally be grateful if Sunny grows alongside you, Maki-kun. Well, he's already level 24, though. But that's because the magical beasts around here have such high levels. Yeah, I get that, but still. Come on now. Besides, this means Aratu-kun and you, Maki-kun, will find it easier to level up as well. So, let's be patient. Arata, I understand. He's a sword saint. But me? I can't fight on my own. There's no way. That's not true. After all, you've made familiar contracts, haven't you? The experience points get shared. Wait, what? Huh? Maki-kun, didn't you tell them? Well, sure, I knew about that. But why would that responsibility fall on me? Why do I have to be the one to explain it? That's your job, Moriya. Wait, really? Of course. I don't even know much about familiar contracts myself. Madoka and Arata nodded in agreement with my statement. But, in my time, it was normal to walk around town with familiars. Familiars were just an ordinary part of life. Maybe that was the case back then, but things are different now. There aren't any familiars in Grand Zawal, which manages the demon forest, and there wasn't a trace of them in the royal capital either. I see. The world has really become a much smaller place, hasn't it? Moriya seemed to be deep in thought. But does a world without familiars really feel so small? I see. Yeah, it's definitely their fault. Then, as if reaching some private conclusion, Moriya nodded to himself. What's up? Oh, it's nothing. I was just reminiscing about someone from the past. That someone was almost certainly the ones who betrayed Moriya. Maybe they were the ones who proclaimed magical beasts should be eradicated, sparking reforms from the days when familiars roamed freely. If we ever get the chance to visit the royal capital, maybe I should ask Dietrich-sama about it. More importantly, let's talk about what's next. I appreciate you all staying here with me. But you can't stay forever, right? It was a rather forced shift in topic. But if Moriya didn't want to discuss it, I couldn't push him further. With post-dinner drinks in hand, we decided to follow Moriya's suggestion and discuss our plans going forward. Support I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 151, An Unexpected Survival Life 21. Episode 151. An Unexpected Survival Life 21. Moriya's topic about what's next revolved around how long we would stay here. Indeed, we couldn't remain away from Grand Zawal indefinitely. If we didn't return, we wouldn't be able to make progress in reclaiming the Forest of Demons. With our familiars, we should be able to handle the pioneering work. But everyone's levels might not be sufficient to maintain it afterward. That's why we needed to return as soon as possible to continue developing the area and raising everyone's levels. How long has it been now? About 2 weeks? Yeah, Sounds about right. If we aim for a nice round period, would 1 month make sense? So, assuming we go with a month, that leaves about 2 more weeks. If we were to stay for a month, we had already passed the halfway mark. I wanted to keep learning about creating magical tools, but what about Madoka and Arata? I'd like to keep learning more about magical tools. What about you two? My light magic leveled up to 5, but none of my other skills have improved. I'd like to keep learning from Taiku-san. I'd prefer to keep leveling up with Haku as much as possible. Then how about extending it to 2 or 3 months? I crossed my arms and started to think. While I wanted to reunite with Alicia and the others, it felt like a waste to return without achieving something significant. If staying here for 2 or 3 months wouldn't jeopardize the maintenance of the reclaimed areas, I was okay with extending the stay. Alright. Appraise, reclamation, maintenance status and duration. This was where the appraisal skill came in handy. According to the results, maintaining progress was feasible for 1 month, 2 months, or even 3 months. Beyond that, however, fatigue would accumulate among the team. It would significantly increase the likelihood of injuries. Factoring this in, 3 months seemed to be the maximum amount of time we could afford to stay and learn. Then, unless Alicia sends an urgent message, let's stay here for up to 3 months to learn. And if a message does come, we'd pause our training and head back, right? Madoka and Aratu asked, and I nodded firmly. You can count on me. I'll use a teleportation magic circle to send you back to where you came from. Wait, you can do that? Well, I'm a divine class mage, after all. No problem at all. I was left speechless at the sheer absurdity. A divine class mage far outclassed my divine class appraisal skill. So, can we assume tomorrow and onward we'll proceed as usual for now? Looking forward to it. Please take care of us, Taiku-san. Haku, I'm counting on you too. Woof, woof, pick ya. Everyone gave their replies, and Maria nodded, seemingly satisfied. Now that we've set a deadline, I'll have to reconsider my teaching strategy for Madoka-chan. Why is that? Well, I initially thought the training period might be shorter. So I was focusing on teaching magic that could be used immediately. But since we have some leeway, I was thinking of having you try more challenging spells. Hearing the words challenging spells, I noticed a slight tension in Madoka's posture. Isn't that dangerous? Well, strong magic always carries some risk. But isn't it safer to learn it under guidance rather than attempting it alone later on? Maria had a point. When Madoka eventually tried to study magic on her own, having had a mentor would make a significant difference. If there was ever a time to learn powerful and complex magic, it was now, with Maria around. Could you teach me, Taiku-san? Of course, I don't mind. But you're the one who needs to be careful, Madoka-chan. I understand. But if I don't push through here, I won't be able to help everyone. Ugh, not this again. It wasn't as if any of us thought Madoka was a burden. Hey, Madoka. None of us think you're a liability, you know? In fact, your magic has been a huge help. Exactly. You've taken down more beasts with your magic than I have with my sword. You've got nothing to worry about. Both Aratu and I voiced the same sentiment. But Madoka shook her head, her eyes filled with determination as she looked at us. I know you all think that way, and I'm grateful. But when Maki-kun saved me, I caused so much trouble back then. That's why I have to work harder to make up for it. Well, I had no rebuttal to that. It was because of that incident that I decided to help Madoka and the others. But at the time, it had been a tough decision. Arata didn't know the details, so I had to say something here. Fine. But don't overdo it, alright? Thank you, Maki-kun. And Moriyo, I'm counting on you to look after Madoka. Leave it to me. Madoka smiled brightly, and Moriyo rattled his bones in satisfaction. This teacher-student duo might actually get along better than I thought. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 152, An Unexpected Survival Life. 22. Episode 152, An Unexpected Survival Life. 22. The night after our discussion, I lay sprawled on the bed in my room, planning to test something. What I was about to attempt was something I hadn't mentioned to anyone. In fact, it was explicitly forbidden by Moriya. I need to figure out a way for Moriya to leave this place. The reason we ended up here was because of Moriya's teleportation magic circle. But thanks to that, I've been able to feel myself growing stronger day by day. I don't think just staying with Moriya and chatting is enough to repay him. I don't know if Moriya actually wants to leave this place. On the contrary, he mentioned that he liked the house. And even if we found a way, he might not choose to leave. But if staying here is his only option, that doesn't sit right with me either. That's why I want to give Moriya more choices. Even if he doesn't act on them, I just want him to have the opportunity to think about it. If I do this on the bed, even if I run out of mana, it should be fine. Worst case, I'll just sleep longer than usual. In the past, when I exhausted my mana, I ended up sleeping for extended periods. The first time, it was 3 days. The second, 1 day. The third and fourth times, only a few hours. If I don't wake up for over a day, I'm sure they'll be worried. But a few hours shouldn't be a big deal. Probably. Well, I feel like I'm going to get yelled at by everyone later, though. Since I'm doing something Moriya explicitly told me not to, of course he'll be mad. Not to mention, once Madoka and Arata find out I didn't tell them, they'll surely be upset too. But I chose this path because I didn't want to drag those two into it. Well, I'll just have to accept the consequences. Alright then, let's do this. Appraisal. A way to let Moriya leave this place. My current magic stat is 350. It would be great if that's enough, but... Wait. Oh number. Yeah, it looks like I've completely drained my magic. Even though my eyes are closed, I can sense someone's presence next to the bed. I can't tell if it's Madoka, Arata, or Moriya. Clatter, clatter. No doubt about it. It's Moriya. Has he been nursing me this whole time since I passed out? I'm scared to open my eyes, but I can't stay like this forever. In fact, if I don't wake up, Moriya's care will continue. And that would just waste more of his time. So, I mustered up my courage and decided to speak. Hey, Moriya? Finally. You've opened your eyes. You noticed? Yeah, I think you woke up about 2 or 3 minutes ago. Exactly right. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Because I did the thing you told me not to. So, you really used appraisal for my sake, didn't you? Silence is confirmation, you know. That line. Yuria said the same thing to me once. I can't be mad at you for doing something for my sake. What? Sure, I love this house since I built it myself and have a lot of attachment to it. But deep down, I still want to be free. Then why did you stop me back then? Because it was obvious you'd exhaust your mana doing it. Do you realize you were unconscious for 5 whole days? Excuse me? What did he just say? Hold on. 5 days? That's right. Madoka and Arata were incredibly worried about you. Oh no, this is bad. Very bad. There's no doubt they're going to yell at me. Brace yourself for it. Moriya can read me like an open book. If he already knows what's coming, can't he help me explain so I don't get scolded too harshly? Well, it's your own fault, isn't it? I warned you. You chose to ignore me, so this is on you. Moriya, come on. Just so you know, I'm upset too, okay? So, instead of me saying anything, I'll let those two handle it. I'm done for. There's no coming back from this. Sometimes, you just have to accept your fate, Maki-kun. Fine, I'll take whatever they throw at me. Good, good. Moriya's laugh was light-hearted, but it made me want to glare at him for a moment. That feeling, however, quickly faded. Still, thanks. What? Well, you know. Since you did it for my sake, I thought I should at least say thanks. That's all. Now then, I'll go tell the other two that you've woken up. Make sure you take their scolding properly, alright? With those rushed words, Moriya quickly left the room. Well, his tone was a bit rough, but it seems like he's grateful. Shoot. I forgot to tell him. Oh well, I'll explain it later. For now, I need to mentally prepare myself to get yelled at by those two. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 153, An Unexpected Survival Life 23. Episode 153, An Unexpected Survival Life 23. Please, forgive me already. No, Maki-kun. From now on, you absolutely cannot overdo things on your own. Got it? Yes. You must consult with us. And since it concerns Moriya, you need to talk to him about it as well. Well, we don't want to hear excuses. I'm sorry. The scolding from both of them has been going on for quite a while now. During this time, Moriya has been standing by the wall, silently watching us. If he's just going to watch, I wish he'd step in and help me. Well, considering I did exactly what he told me not to do, I wasn't expecting him to bail me out anyway. All right, both of you. Maki-kun seems to be reflecting on his actions, so maybe that's enough. Just as I was thinking that, Moriya spoke up to calm them down. Did he come to my rescue? No. He probably just found the prolonged scolding to be a hassle. Well, if Taiko-san says so. True, we might have gone a bit too far. But, Maki-kun, make sure you don't do anything reckless from now on, okay? Understood. This time, I was completely in the wrong, so I had no choice but to accept their words. Besides, Sunny has been repeatedly pressing its forehead against my chest. So it seems I've worried it too. That said, it's starting to hurt a bit, so I wish it'd stop. So, Moriya, I have some good news, or rather, something I need to tell you. For me? Yeah. I've only uncovered part of the information, but it's something important. Moriya seemed to grasp what I was referring to, his gaze locked onto me. His expression was stiff. Something important, you mean? Exactly what you're thinking. I found a way for you to leave this place. For Taiko-san to leave? The two of them tilted their heads, clearly puzzled, as they didn't know Moriya's circumstances. With Moriya's permission, I explained to them that due to the cost of a forbidden magic spell, Moriya was bound to this location. Taiko-san, I can't believe it, but from how you said it earlier, Mahiro, it sounds like there's a way to lift that cost. That's right, Arata. However, like when I learned how to acquire new skills, I only have partial information at the moment. Do you mean that one? So, if I increase my magic stats enough, I can undo the soul binding and move freely, right? I nodded emphatically at Moriya's summary. If only I had a banana on hand to present. Ugh, why do I always end up wishing for things I don't have? Hey, Taiko-san. Can't we use the teleportation circle again to come back here? It's not impossible, but why do you ask? We have fruits that double our stats. If we can bring those back here, I believe they'll help you overcome your binding. You have such fruits, huh? I thought Moriya might know about them. But apparently, he didn't. Yes, we do. The type of fruit varies depending on the stat, strength, endurance, speed, magic, or dexterity. For magic stats, it's bananas. Bananas, huh? Not my favorite. Though, I can't eat them right now anyway. The fact that he still had room for jokes showed he wasn't entirely without hope. If such convenient items exist, I wish we had known earlier. Are they newly developed fruits? No, they're not. Maki-kun discovered them in the Forest of Demons. What? They grow in the Forest of Demons? Moriya was genuinely shocked. He didn't even make his usual clicking noises, he just stood there with his mouth agape. If we'd had those, maybe we could have seen a different future. Moriya? Sorry, nothing. Don't worry about it. Although he was betrayed, Moriya and the others were summoned to this world together. He probably never imagined they'd turn against him. Realizing there might have been a way to prevent that must have stirred some regret. The ones who betrayed you, they're already dead, right? Maki-kun, since you're the only one alive now, wouldn't it be better to focus on your future rather than wasting time thinking about them? Wait, Maki-kun, that's a bit harsh. Yeah, Mahiro. Give Moriya-san some time to sort out his feelings. Madoka and Arata both tried to chide me, but Moriya interrupted them. No, Maki-kun is right. Thanks to the forbidden magic that kept me alive, I've had too much time to overthink everything. But if I can move forward, then that's what I should focus on. Exactly. So, once we get back to Grand Zawal, we'll grab some bananas and return here immediately. When we do, you're coming with us to Grand Zawal, got it? Ha. Is that a done deal? Of course it is. You don't have the right to refuse. I said it half jokingly and with a condescending tone. But Moriya strangely wore a smile. Maybe dragging him along like this is exactly what he needs. Support. I'm an appraiser, But what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 154, Grand Zarwal 3. Episode 154, Grand Zarwal 3. Since Makey and his group teleported away, Grand Zarwal has been abuzz with activity. Initially, there was talk of forming a rescue team. But thanks to information provided via the male bird, that idea was scrapped. Instead, the focus shifted to maintaining the settlement. However, due to insufficient manpower, there was concern that they might have to abandon the settlement altogether in the worst-case scenario. Are you talking about Haruka-san? At Lee-Rena's suggestion, Alicia mulled over the idea. With the loss of Makey, Madoka, and Arata, maintaining the settlement had become an uphill battle. Replacing their combat prowess was nearly impossible since their strength had been boosted by special fruits. And finding people with similar stats, even across the entire world, would be nearly unheard of. However, Haruka had the potential to fill the gap on her own. She could eat the fruit, was from another world, and had high levels. She alone could make up for the loss of the three. Understood. Lee-Rena-sama, could you head to the transfer shrine and travel to the kingdom of Shriden? Yes. Making the decision at the inn where they were staying, Lee-Rena quickly set off toward the transfer shrine. Please, Haruka-san, help us. Whether Haruka would heed the request depended entirely on her. However, it was also true that the new king of Shriden viewed people from other worlds as vital assets. Strictly speaking, people from other worlds could not be considered citizens unless they chose to be. Which meant they were free to act independently of any national directives. Nevertheless, many of them had been manipulated by the previous king of Shriden, Gozef, and some had since given up thinking for themselves. Haruka, on the other hand, was doing her best to care for those students. She was working tirelessly to help them return to their usual selves. Given that context, it seemed highly unlikely that she would leave her students behind to come here. But, Alicia-sama, what is it, Lee-Rena-sama? Weren't you heading to the transfer shrine? Well, that's the thing. Actually, are Makey-kun and the others okay? Haruka-san. Just as Lee-Rena returned, Haruka herself burst in behind her, visibly distressed. Clearly not expecting this, Alicia froze, mouth agape. Hey Alicia-san. My apologies, Haruka-san. I was just so surprised. According to the story, Haruka overheard knights discussing the matter while making her routine visit to the kingdom of Shriden. She rushed to finalize the necessary procedures and teleported to the town as quickly as possible. So, what about Makey-kun and the others? When are they coming back? Please calm down, Haruka-san. Here, this is a letter from Makey-san and the others. A letter? Reading the letter sent by the male bird, Haruka immediately recognized the handwriting as that of Madoka and Arata. Relieved, she let out a deep sigh. Thank goodness. This is Yakiyo-san and Mitsuharuki-kun's writing. No letter from Mihiro-kun, though. I guess he got lazy, huh? Handing the letter back to Alicia with a wry smile, Haruka listened as Alicia made her official request for assistance. Haruka-san. What is it, Alicia-san? The settlement Makey-san and the others established before their teleportation is becoming difficult to maintain. We were planning to ask you for reinforcements. Sure. Let's do it. I'm fully aware this is an unreasonable request, but could we ask for your... Wait, really? Alicia stumbled over her words, flustered by Haruka's quick agreement. However, Haruka simply gave her a gentle smile and expressed her willingness to help. Mihiro-kun and the others are my dear students. I wouldn't be much of a teacher if I didn't help them when they're in trouble. But what about the students still in Shriden? I gave everyone a simple explanation of the situation. They all kindly sent me off with their blessings, so please don't worry. When Haruka concluded her words with a warm smile, Alicia felt the tension leave her shoulders. And suddenly, her tears began to flow. Thank you so much. You've been doing your best, haven't you? It's okay. I'll do everything I can to help you, Alicia-san. Yes. Yes, Haruka-san. As Haruka gently embraced her, Alicia let herself cry for the first time in a long while. Later, when the male bird delivered the reply, it included a note that Haruka had come as reinforcements. However, the detail of Alicia breaking down into tears was conveniently left out. Additionally, Haruka couldn't bring herself to admit that she had rushed over out of worry for the three of them. Instead, the letter was written as if Lirina had called her to help. As they watched the male bird fly off, Alicia and Haruka exchanged a glance and shared a small, knowing smile. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Kofi. Episode 155, An Unexpected Survival Life. 24. Episode 155, An Unexpected Survival Life. 24. Unlike me, who wasted 5 days, Madoka and Arata apparently trained intensively under Moriya. Especially Madoka, her repertoire of light attribute magic had expanded significantly. As Moriya mentioned, she had previously focused on magic that was immediately useful, like healing and support spells. Now, she had added offensive light attribute magic to her arsenal. Since light magic itself is rare, and many magical beasts are weak to it, this development made her highly promising for future battles. As for Arata, his level had increased even further, and he might now be the highest leveled among all special class professions. This was thanks in large part to Haku, and he had reached the point where he could take down the magical beasts with lower level in the area by himself. Meanwhile, all I can make is a downgraded version of the male bird. Hey now, you were bedridden the whole time. Besides, isn't that because you were following my guidance? If you analyze how to create magical tools, can't you just make whatever you want? He had a point, and I decided to just accept it. Still, I had wanted to create something entirely on my own. Your analysis skill is part of your power, isn't it? That's true, but I, for one, am happy with my profession and skills. They let me do most things I want, and I rarely feel held back by my stats. Fair enough. A level 150 divine class profession like Moriya's is probably unique in the entire world. But being able to analyze solutions to even forbidden magic's drawbacks, that's an incredible power. If it were me, I'd be analyzing everything in sight. But doesn't that take the fun out of it? Fun? What do you mean? Well, think about it. This is another world. Reality has become something out of a fantasy. If you could figure out all the answers right away, wouldn't that make things boring? I said this as though it were obvious, but Moriya looked genuinely puzzled. Life doesn't just become fun that easily, though. Sure, but wouldn't it be nice if life had a little fun in it? That's an ideal, but maybe I never had the luxury to think about enjoying life. Back then, I was just struggling to survive. I see. I had been talking under the assumption that my perspective was universally valid. When Moriya was summoned, and even when we were summoned, the situation required us to fight for our lives. That was likely the case for everyone else. By sheer luck, I was deemed useless and exiled. Because of that, I survived by using my appraisal skill and ultimately gained my freedom. But that wasn't the case for Sensei or the rest of my classmates. They had to face this world's magical beasts, wield unfamiliar weapons, and endure repeated training against human opponents. Sensei, along with Madoka and Yuria, was exiled like me. But Sensei almost lost her life immediately after, attacked by magical beasts in the forest. She must have been terrified. And Arata? He was forced into battle under the effects of status abnormalities, enduring immense mental strain. Looking at it that way, I was incredibly lucky. Truly, my luck stat of 100 isn't just for show. Maybe you should rely on your profession and skills more. Otherwise, it'd be a waste. A waste, huh? Exactly. Using everything you've got to enjoy life is bound to be more fulfilling. You might be right. Moriya had been in a situation as dire as, or even worse than, ours when he was summoned. Survival itself must have seemed uncertain for him. Now, I use my skills constantly and push my stats to their limits. Looking back, the struggles I went through then are what allow me to feel like this now. So, you're saying it's because you use your abilities to their fullest? Exactly. Instead of wasting over 100 years like me, start making the most of it right away. He's right. That was my original plan all along. To travel freely in this other world, to live as an adventurer and enjoy everything this world has to offer. At the core of that ambition were my profession as an appraiser and my skills. Before I learned I had a divine class profession, if things had gone as I imagined back then, I would have been using my appraisal skill to its fullest without hesitation. Yeah, that's a much better expression. Really? Absolutely. You're smiling like someone ready to enjoy the future. Was I really smiling that much? That's a little embarrassing. I'm looking forward to the day you create some magical tool that'll blow my mind. If I could do that easily, it wouldn't be so tough. But I'll give it my best shot. To make up for the 5 wasted days, I've got to work as hard as I can. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Ko-fi. Episode 156, An Unexpected Survival Life. 25. Episode 156, An Unexpected Survival Life. 25. 1 month out of the 3 had passed. Despite my limited mana, I had managed to create a significant number of magical tools. Most of them were designed to be easy for anyone to use and were aimed at improving daily life. Why focus on such tools? Because I wanted to raise the living standards of Alicia and Glenn, even just a bit, for when we returned to Grand's Owl. If these tools became widespread, their reputations would improve, and they'd likely attract more people willing to work under them. Well, they've already accomplished something remarkable by developing the Demon Forest, I muttered. The Forest of Demons was an area even the kingdom couldn't develop despite its efforts. By taking on such a challenge, Alicia and Glenn were highly regarded by the kingdom. However, I wasn't sure if the people living there truly understood the significance of their achievements. If their contributions were hard to grasp, I figured I could help make them more recognized by creating tangible results. Makey-kun, it's ready. Thanks, Moriya. Moriya handed me the completed item, and I inspected it. Since we were both summoned from Japan, what he made reflected my specifications. While I could have made it myself, I wasn't particularly skilled at crafting. So I left it to Moriya, who was dexterous enough to build houses. This time, what I had Moriya make was an adjustable stove. I had once helped Akige-sensei in the kitchen. While there was a place to generate fire, like a stove, there was no way to control the heat level. Despite that, Sensei and Alicia were both skilled cooks and managed to make delicious meals. Still, with adjustable heat, the results could only improve. Not to mention, Sensei had once lamented that the firepower was too weak. Alicia might have been used to it, but constantly cooking over a low flame sounded tedious. Sensei's wry smile back then stuck with me. Alright, I'll draw the magic circle for heat adjustment here and attach the buttons above it. Still, it's unusual to want to make something much like a stove. Isn't it a bit plain for a magical tool? Is it? Yeah. I thought you'd aim for something more flashy. While it would be ideal to create powerful magical tools for combat, I already knew my current mana levels made that impossible. So, my next priority became tools that could improve daily life. You've made quite a lot of magical tools this past month. Yeah, and life here has gotten a bit more convenient because of it, hasn't it? True, but wow. I'm impressed. I wasn't sure what exactly impressed him. In addition to this stove, I had previously made items like a blender, a hand mixer, faucets that dispensed hot water, a refrigerator, and even a microwave-like device. Though I couldn't create a full cooking function microwave, I managed to make one with basic warming capabilities. Looking back, most of my creations seemed to center around the kitchen. Not satisfied with the meals in Grand's Owl. That's not it. It wasn't like I cooked myself. But well, no harm in making improvements. Next on my list were tools like a vacuum cleaner, a washing machine, or even something that could allow real-time communication with distant people. While a smartphone was out of the question, a device with basic telephone functionality would be helpful. If I were to pursue that, preventing eavesdropping and ensuring communication reached the intended recipient would become essential. Both seemed equally important, but I wondered if there was something even more critical I was overlooking. Makey-kun. Huh? Lost in thought again, weren't you? Hurry up and finish this, will you? Right, sorry. Responding to Moriya's complaint, I laughed awkwardly and quickly got back to work drawing the magic circle. After a month of practice, I had gotten used to this. My mana manipulation was becoming smooth there. I added functionality for flame control, low, medium, high, and off. Additionally, I implemented safety features, like automatically extinguishing the flame if it overheated or if left unattended for more than 5 minutes without anything on top. Maria quickly attached the buttons on top of the completed magic circle. Alright, Maki-kun, it's your turn for the first push. I'm nervous. I had always been the one to activate the device for the first time. Every time, I couldn't help but worry about whether it would work properly or if it would suddenly explode. This time, though, since it involved fire, I was even more nervous than when I made the microwave-like device. Alright, here I go. After taking a deep breath, I pressed the low flame button. Whoosh. Yes, it's on. Well, of course, it's going to turn on. Medium flame tilde, high flame tilde. Yep, the firepower's rising and it's working perfectly tilde. Now you're singing a weird song. Extinguishing. And it went out. Good, good, I'm glad. While I was getting overly excited, Maria calmly responded, as usual. We had both gotten used to this by now. Afterward, I double-checked the safety features, confirming that the fire could be safely extinguished. And with that, I declared the stove complete. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 157, An Unexpected Survival Life. 26. Episode 157, An Unexpected Survival Life. 26. A month and a half passed, and then I received a message from Alicia via the mailbird. I thought it was just a regular report, as usual, but the content of this one turned out to be a bit problematic. What should I do? What's wrong, Maki-kun? As I stared at the letter, groaning in confusion, Madoka was concerned and asked, "That's from Alicia, right?" "Yeah. It is. But please read it for yourself. It would be quicker than explaining." So I handed the letter to Madoka. Madoka started reading it, and her expression slowly shifted to one of confusion. Huh? Right? The content was so unexpected, it's kind of shocking. Shouldn't we tell Taiku-san about this? Yeah. Really, those traitors he was summoned with sure left behind a mess. Summing up the contents of the letter, it said that Moriya Taiku was considered a demon trying to destroy the world, according to the people of the Adelreed Kingdom. Probably, those who escaped the forest of demons by sacrificing Moriya spread all sorts of rumors, making it sound like this. But I've never heard anything like this before. Well, we wouldn't have known about it. We weren't really trying to learn the history of this world. Moreover, since Alicia and her family have ancestors from another world and are the lords of the Adelreed Kingdom, I didn't think it was that significant. There were no demands like hand him over immediately, don't bring him here, or kill him. So it didn't seem like an urgent matter. Well, I'll mention it to him. But I'm not giving up on taking Moriya with me. I agree. Taiku-san has been so helpful to us. I focused on crafting magic tools, Madoka was taught magic, and Arata worked on leveling up. I truly couldn't thank Moriya enough, especially for giving each of us our own familiars. They were important to us, and they had likely been great companions for him as well. We owed him more than we could repay, so I was determined to get Moriya out of here no matter what. By the way, where's Moriya? He's with Mitsuharuki-kun today. Really? That's unusual. Arata had his familiar Haku helping him with his leveling, and I occasionally joined in. But Moriya had never come along. As of now, Arata's level had risen to 43. His highest stat was strength, which had reached a whopping 1060. Though he still wasn't as strong as Moriya or Haku, he had grown strong enough to take on lower-level monsters by himself. Arata's probably one of the strongest people in the Adelreed Kingdom by now. But that's why I found it odd that Moriya went to the forest with Arata and Haku. Did a particularly strong monster appear? Once I started wondering, I couldn't get it out of my head. So I decided to use my appraisal skill. Appraisal, current locations and statuses of Arata, Moriya, and Haku. Since Moriya couldn't go farther than a 5 kilometers radius, he likely hadn't gone too far. When the results came back, my eyes widened in surprise. Huh? What's wrong? I let out a strange sound, which caused Madoka to look worriedly at me. I silently showed her the display screen. They're fighting against Taiku-san? Could it be a mox battle? But why the two of them? Madoka's question was understandable. There were plenty of monsters around here, so Moriya didn't need to volunteer for a mock battle. Also, mox battles didn't give experience points. So unless it was for some kind of human combat, it wouldn't be something to focus on. Maki-kun, look at this, huh? What is it? As I was lost in thought, Madoka pointed at the screen. Looking there, I saw that the reason for the mock battle was conveniently displayed. Sorry, I completely missed it earlier. I see now. They're practicing against an opponent who uses magic. Monsters used magic too, though. Well, maybe it's because they use magic based on monster instincts. If a human were to use magic based on thought, it could be pretty troublesome for Arata, who focuses mainly on close combat. Even Sunny, despite being a monster, sometimes showed responses that made it seem almost human. I think that's because it's a special class magical beast, but we'll likely face more powerful monsters like that in the future. It seems like this mock battle was preparing for that. Taiku-san's been thinking about not just me and Maki-kun, but also about Mitsurugi-kun, haven't he? Yeah. I thought he only gave Haku to Arata, but it seems like he really considered everyone equally. How could someone as good-hearted as Moriya have been betrayed? And why is he being labeled a demon by the public? The ones who betrayed him really can't be forgiven. Yeah. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 158, An Unexpected Survival Life 27. Episode 158, An Unexpected Survival Life 27. For now, I sent a reply to Alicia telling her not to worry, and that Moriya is a very good person. It's the truth, and my impression after meeting him in person should make that clear. I'm sure Alicia will believe me. The real concern is with His Majesty and the others. But well, I think it'll work out. In fact, because of his personality, I feel like he'll be able to make good use of Moriya, just like me. To think I'm a demon, huh? Well, given my appearance, I guess it's possible. No, you're just a skeleton, okay? Just bones. That's harsh. If I walked around with a bunch of summoned creatures, wouldn't I give off a demon vibe? Or maybe a demon lord vibe? Nope, you're just a skeleton. Again, bones. You're seriously cruel. Moriya seems to be enjoying himself with this banter, laughing and making jokes. So I think it's all good. Still, if those who betrayed me are the ones spreading these rumors, they're really terrible. Seriously. Taiku-san is such a good person. Both Madoka and Aratu are also furious about the demon rumors, and they're raising their voices in anger. Thanks, everyone. Well, there were some signs at the time, and I was getting cold stares from the royal family. So I kind of expected it. Really? Yeah. Well, when they found out I had a divine class profession, they were happy at first. But as I got stronger, that happiness gradually turned into fear. Fear, huh? Because he became too strong, they probably feared their own positions might be threatened. Just imagining it, summoning him, getting excited, and then ultimately fearing and avoiding him, makes my blood boil. I've said this before, but I've already let go of any feelings of resentment. The country I was summoned to is gone now, so I really don't care. No, you should care. Really? Well, I'm a skeleton now, but I'm still alive. So in a way, I guess I'm a winner? That may be true, but no, it's not. You don't think so? It's definitely not. If there was some sort of longest life competition, maybe he'd be a winner. But that's not the case. And I'm sure skeletons can't even taste or smell, right? If he can't enjoy the coffee he grew with all this effort, it'd be a major loss in terms of enjoyment. Still, I think I might be better off living here. I had already predicted he would say something like that. No. You should leave and prove you're not a demon. But I have no intention of leaving Moriya behind. Do you think so? Of course. Being called a demon behind your back in a world you don't even know about is something I'd hate. True. But I'm already an existence that shouldn't even be here. So in a way, I'm a demon, right? But at the time, didn't you work for the good of the country? I guess so. I feel the same way. Although my original goal was to live freely as an adventurer, I'm actually working for Alicia and His Majesty because they helped me. In the end, it's difficult to live completely alone. Moriya wasn't fortunate enough to be in a good country or with good companions. Well, I wasn't lucky with my country either, since I was exiled. But for me, the country and companions I was sent to helped me. and I feel I have to repay that debt. I believe it's right to use my strength for that. I don't think Moriya's contributions have been erased. So, wouldn't it be a good idea to look for those things? My contributions? There must be something, right? Securing the country's foundation, setting up magic barriers against monsters, and clearing out monsters outside the barrier using magic. That's a bit much. Listening to him, it seems he's made many contributions. However, Moriya says those achievements might have been credited to other heroes. Even so, I don't think I can change the country's history now, even if I said something. Even so, you don't want to let them have things their way here either, right? I'm not going to let them. You're going to do that, Meiki-kun? Of course. I really do acknowledge you, Moriya. That's why it bothers me so much that you're being called a demon. Now that I said it, it feels a bit embarrassing. Are you blushing? Shut up. If you acknowledge me, you can use polite language with me, you know? I am older, after all. That's not happening now. I guess not. In the end, Moriya laughed with a cheerful clatter. Although I couldn't tell what he was truly thinking, I still felt that if there was anything I could do for Moriya, I would use all my power as an appraiser, Divine Eye, to help him. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a Divine Eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 159, An Unexpected Survival Life. 28. Episode 159, An Unexpected Survival Life. 28. 2 months had passed since we arrived under Moriya's care. Let's take a moment to check everyone's levels. Aratu has been actively leveling up. He has reached level 47, the highest among the three of us. His strength is 1200, and his endurance is 1000, with 2 stats now in the 4-digit range. Madoka's level has increased nearly threefold since we got here. She is now level 33. Not only has her light magic improved, but all of her magic attributes have also reached level 7. Haku already had a high level and didn't see any increase, but Gregory has leveled up to 105. In terms of endurance, Gregory now rivals Haku, an advanced air magical beast. And as a guardian familiar to protect Madoka, it's in top form. And then there's Sunny. Before I knew it, its level had risen to 30. It surpassed mine by far, and she had become much stronger than I could ever be. I'm the only one left behind. Really? I think you're getting stronger too, Meiki-kun. Well, yes, but I'm still only level 15. I've only gained 3 levels since we came here. Though my level is now 15, my highest stat is magic at 450, which is lower than Sunny's weakest stats, strength and dexterity at 530. Am I really Sunny's master? If only I could use magic, I could be more proactive in taking down magical beasts. Well, that's probably difficult. There are some magic spells that an appraiser can learn, but they're probably only low-level spells. Even if you poured all of your magic into it, it wouldn't be enough to defeat the magical beasts around here. Hearing this so bluntly really drained my motivation. But Moriya must have known that. Because next, he said exactly what I wanted to hear. That's why, now that your magic has increased, I've got a gift for you, Meiki-kun. What's this? It's not advanced level magic, but it's a magical device that can cast intermediate level magic. There are attack type magical devices. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Why didn't you give this to me from the start? Well, with the amount of magic you had until now, even if you used it, you wouldn't have been able to cause lethal damage. Well, when you put it that way, I can't argue, right? But now, with your current magic stat, it should be fine to use it at least once. He said it's only once though. But being able to take down a magical beast by yourself is a pretty big deal, you know? The experience distribution will change a lot too. My level increased thanks to Sunny. Because Sunny actively defeated magical beasts, I got some of the experience as well. It helped me go from level 12 to 15. I may have to sleep with my head at Sunny's feet for the rest of my life. Here? No, it's nothing. Maybe Sunny noticed my thoughts, as it tilted its head and looked at me. So I quickly gave a nervous laugh and said it was nothing. Well, Sunny's a smart one. So don't worry about it, Makey-kun. That's not exactly what I'd call don't worry. I really mean it. If we keep going at this pace, taking down one magical beast per day, your level will steadily rise. And then we can speed things up. Well, I guess so. By the time you leave here, reaching level 20 shouldn't be a dream. So hang in there, Pikaya. I couldn't help but nod, encouraged not only by Moriya but also by Sunny. Still, it looks like I can only rely on this magical device. So I guess I'll have to do my best. By the way, what kind of magic can it cast? Blade of Severance. Huh? I said, Blade of Severance. It requires at least 400 magic stats. But for magical beasts with less than 1000 endurance, they can be cut through regardless of their endurance. That's definitely not intermediate level magic. Is it an advanced level spell? Normally, magical beasts with endurance over 1000 are rare. And a blade that ignores endurance is nothing short of terrifying. No, this is undoubtedly intermediate level magic. Ah, but I wonder how it is in the current age? This is from the time when I was active, after all. I've decided not to trust Moriya's claim about this being intermediate level magic. I'll gratefully use it. But when we return to Grand Zawal, maybe I'll ask Lirina-san to confirm it. Starting tomorrow, let's all focus on leveling up. Isn't Madoka's magic training important? Since all her elemental magic levels have gone up, and she's also strengthened her attack magic, I think she's fine for now. It may still be tough for her to make it on her own, but for a while, she should be able to perform well. That's probably true. Her stats have already become strong enough that she doesn't even need the fruits anymore. Sigh. Everyone around me is getting stronger and stronger. Makey-kun, you're so negative. You're getting stronger too, so don't worry. Alright, I'll start by trying to catch up to Uria's power. Catching up to Arata and Madoka is probably impossible now. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 160, An Unexpected Survival Life. 29. Episode 160, An Unexpected Survival Life. 29. The next day, I find myself in the forest, away from home, with the magic tool in hand. Sunny is by my side. And as escorts, Arata and Haku are accompanying us. We're searching for a relatively low-level magical beast, aiming to use the Blade of Severance for the first time. There are no magical beasts. Contrary to my expectations, the magical beasts seem to have vanished completely. However, this outcome was inevitable. Walking beside me, Arata spoke apologetically. Sorry, Mahiro. In the process of leveling up, we hunted all the magical beasts in this area. Even using my appraisal skill, there's no sign of magical beasts nearby. There are some further away, but their levels are too high for me to defeat even with a magic tool. If I want to claim the experience points for myself, I need to choose a target I can reliably defeat. Hey, Mahiro. Isn't it going to be hard for you to go solo today? Yeah, I know. I already have the answer. That's right. My appraisal skill has already revealed the truth. I can't handle this alone. As I muttered that, Arata exchanged glances with Haku and gave a wry smile. But for me, it's hard to accept. After all, this is my first battle since acquiring the magic tool. What's wrong, Sunny? While I was deep in thought, Sunny perched on my head and started poking at me. When I called out to it, it flapped its wings and hovered in front of me. It then made an unexpected suggestion. Pikia. Pipi-kaya-kaya. If Sunny weakens the magical beast, I can finish it off. So, the experience points won't decrease much, you say? Pikia-kaya. Sunny has a point. As Sunny's master, I've already been sharing the experience points it earns. So if it weakens the magical beast first, I'd still receive the full share of experience. While it feels a bit selfish to claim most of the experience points from my familiar, right now, my priority is to grow stronger. I should accept Sunny's proposal. Alright, that might be the best option. When I agreed, Sunny clapped its tiny hands together and started circling around me joyfully. Its reaction made me smile too. Was it really that happy? Alright then. Since Mahiro's plan is set, let's move out. Yeah, sorry for keeping you waiting. Don't worry about it. Do you know how much I owe you for all the help you've given me? I don't recall helping you that much, though. Yep, I knew you'd say that. Hey. Even if you say you expected that, it's genuinely true. If anything, I'm the one who's been relying on him more. Anyway, since Arata doesn't seem to mind, let's keep going. I'll team up with Sunny to take down a magical beast and then retreat. After walking through the beastless forest for a while, we finally spotted one in the distance. It took us almost an hour of walking to find it, so we'd covered quite a distance. However, given the time spent walking, the magical beast before us was significantly stronger, level 110, to be exact. Are you sure you and Sunny can handle this on your own? Yeah. My appraisal skill confirms there's no issue. As long as I don't mess up, we should be fine. This is my first battle with the magic tool, after all. There's no doubt that the Blade of Severance is a powerful spell. But I've only heard Maria describe how it works. I've never actually seen it in action. Maybe I should have asked Maria to test it out for me first. Alright then, we'll handle the other magical beasts nearby. We'll make sure nothing interferes with you, so focus on your fight. Thanks, Arata. After a brief exchange, Arata and Haku moved away to deal with the surrounding magical beasts, leaving Sunny and me in position. I waited for the signal from my appraisal skill to attack. BB.GG. Wait, Sunny, just a little longer. Big Y. Is it time yet? Sunny looks ready to charge out on its own at this rate. As I was thinking that, a countdown appeared on the display screen. 10. 9. 8. 3. 2. 1. Go. Picua. Kicking off from my head, Sunny leapt into the air. Flapping its wings with full force, it launched a lightning-fast charge. The magical beast, a minotaur with the body of a human and the head of a bull, turned around at the sound of our voices. But before it could react, its right arm, which had been gripping a massive battle axe, was blown clean off by Sunny's high-speed attack. Picua. The next moment, a fireball burst forth, engulfing the minotaur. Its tough fur, which I probably couldn't even scratch, was scorched and burned away. Picua. Is it my turn now? I was stunned by Sunny's strength, unbelievable for its level 30, but its signal matched the instructions displayed on my screen. With that confirmation, I leapt out from the bushes and activated the magic tool. Take this, Blade of Severance. Whoa. My mana, it's being drained all at once. As a sudden wave of exhaustion hit me, I waited for the sensation of my mana being drained to stop. At that precise moment, I swung the magic tool with all my might. Whoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart echoed. And in its wake, the trees around us swayed violently. The minotaur let out a strange cry before its body started to shift vertically. Then, with a clean split down the middle, it was severed into two halves, literally. Wow! Picua. Faced with a gruesome scene, both Sunny and I let out groans of discomfort. Still, defeating the minotaur raised my level to 16. Convincing myself that this was simply the law of nature, I resolved to keep pushing forward starting tomorrow. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 161, An Unexpected Survival Life 30. Episode 161, An Unexpected Survival Life 30. As we continued leveling up, my level had reached 20 after 3 months. This progress was all thanks to Sunny. As my level increased, so did my magic stats. It had now grown to 600. I could even take down magical beasts over level 100 in a single strike. It was one of the reasons our level grinding had been so smooth. Although my other stats hadn't grown nearly as much, meaning I still couldn't fight without relying on magical tools. Alright, everyone. Are you ready to head back? While I was lost in thought, Maria called out to us. We had gathered in the living room and were about to use a teleportation magic circle to return to Grand Zarwal. That said, we didn't have much luggage. One reason was that we hadn't planned to come here in the first place. But more importantly, Maria had given us an incredibly useful tool. We're all set, Taiko-san. But, Maria-san, are you sure it's alright? Of course, no problem. It's not like I'll use it. You all will find it much more useful, this magic bag. Yes, a magic bag, a rare and precious item that only Alicia had owned until now. We stuffed it full of materials from the magical beasts we had defeated in this area. Frankly, selling this haul in the royal capital would likely make us an absurd fortune, enough money to live comfortably for several generations without ever working. That's how valuable the materials inside were, to an almost ridiculous degree. Maria, you're not going to use these materials yourself? Me? Nah, I don't need them. Materials from magical beasts around here just aren't compatible with me. Oh, right. This guy was a level 150 divine class profession. Use these materials wisely to develop the forest of demons properly, okay? Well, thanks to the teleportation magic circle, coming back here won't be too much trouble. That's true. But since you've leveled up and I even handed over familiars, I'd like you to come here on your own strength next time. Why do I have to go through such a hassle? Besides, it's a waste of time that can be spent helping you. Haha, don't worry about me. I'm fine being the lowest priority. Despite his nonchalant tone, I had a feeling Maria would feel lonely once we left. He had been alone for so long before we arrived, and now we were leaving again. The emotional backlash was bound to be significant. Maria. What is it? Don't cry, okay? I won't cry. Besides, I can't cry, I'm a skeleton, remember? He puffed out his chest, looking smug. Well, at least he didn't seem too down about it for now. Shall we get going? Yeah, Yuria-chan and Alicia-san are probably worried. True. I came to the Adelweed Kingdom and ended up here almost immediately. I still have a lot of work to do. You're both so diligent, Madoka-chan and Aratu-kun. Compared to you, Maki-kun is. What did you just say? Maria muttered something cryptic involving my name. But I decided to brush it off. Haha, it's nothing at all. As our conversation wrapped up, we stepped outside, only to find Sunny and the other familiars waiting for us. No, to be precise, they weren't looking at us. Their attention was on Maria. Pippi. Kuan. Haha, come on, guys. Don't make it harder to keep my composure like this. The three familiars approached Maria, nuzzling against him. Despite claiming he wouldn't cry, Maria seemed to grow somber in response to their affection. Take care of these three for me, alright? Pick ya. Go. When you come back here, I'll give a familiar to your other friend too. Then all four of you can work together. The familiars nodded firmly to his words. After a moment, they pulled away from him and returned to their respective owners. Then, with one final glance, they turned back toward Maria. Well then, we're off. Thank you for everything, Taiko-san. We'll come back. Let's train together again next time. I'll be looking forward to it. Though we hadn't returned to our original location, Maria had memorized the coordinates where he had set the teleportation magic circle. Standing in front of his house, he began chanting something. And a glowing teleportation magic circle appeared beneath our feet. Well then. See you around. We're off. Haha. You guys are going back, aren't you? As Maria had pointed out, the phrase "we're off" might not be entirely accurate, but since we fully intended to return to this house where Maria resides, there was nothing wrong with those words either. The light gradually grew brighter, to the point where it became difficult to keep our eyes open. As the glow intensified, I caught a glimpse of Maria standing there, giving us a small wave. And then, we were transported back to the location where the teleportation magic circle had been set. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 162, Grand Zarwal 4. Episode 162, Grand Zarwal 4. Today was the day Maki and the others were scheduled to return. Alicia had been restless since morning, pacing back and forth at the inn's entrance repeatedly. Nay-san, calm down a little. Glenn was observing her behavior with an amused smile and spoke up. However, Alicia did the exact opposite of calming down. She approached Glenn and, in a slightly louder voice, rejected the idea outright. "There's no way I can calm down. Maki-san and the others are coming back today. How can you stay so composed, Glenn?" "Well, because they're coming back safe and sound, right? Wouldn't it be better to greet them with a smile?" "That's true, but... no. I still can't do it." Sigh. Alicia attempted to calm herself by closing her eyes and taking several deep breaths. However, it didn't last long, and she gave up almost immediately. "It's not just you, Ne-san. Even Akige-san and Yuria-san can't seem to settle down." "Why are their names suddenly being brought up here?" "You didn't know?" The two of them were so restless they ended up going to the Forest of Demons to hunt monsters. As Glenn had said, Yuria and Haruka had woken up unusually early that morning. Unable to remain still, they both headed into the Forest of Demons. They were hoping that physical activity might distract them. "Well, that makes me better than those two. At least I didn't go running into the Forest of Demons." "Honestly, there's not much of a difference." Shut up." Glenn had a point. It was currently 7 in the morning, a time when they would normally still be asleep. Glenn had woken up early simply to take over Alicia's duties. He judged that she was too preoccupied to work. In Alicia's case, she had been so excited that she woke up early and hadn't been able to get back to sleep. That's why she was now pacing endlessly at the entrance. In Glenn's eyes, she wasn't much different from those who had headed into the forest. "Maki and the others are returning around noon, right? Why not take it easy for a bit?" "That's impossible. What if I fall asleep and oversleep? That would be the worst." Okay. Got it." Letting out a heavy sigh, Glenn decided to head back to his room to finish the remaining paperwork. "Hey, Glenn. Where are you going?" "You're too distracted to work, so I'll finish up for you." "Oh. Thank you." "Sure thing. Maybe Ne-san should head into the Forest of Demons like the other two? Vil-san and Rikut should still be there." Watching Glenn leave, Alicia seemed to take his suggestion to heart. Soon after, she left the inn and sprinted toward the Forest of Demons. As noon approached, Glenn had finished his work and went to the teleportation magic circle. There, he found not only Alicia but also Yuria, Haruka, Vil, Rikut, Ryan, and Lirina. Additionally, soldiers and adventurers who had supported the development of the settlement had gathered. Among them was Mile, the one who had caused the teleportation incident in the first place. "They're still not here. Why aren't they here yet?" Please calm down, Alicia-san." She's right. As a lord, you must remain composed." "Composed, I say, ... All of you, calm down," Glenn interjected, exasperated as he observed the overly excited Alicia, Yuria, and Haruka. The three turned to Glenn in unison and shouted the same thing. "Impossible." Okay. Realizing his words wouldn't get through to them, Glenn quietly took a step back. Just then, the teleportation magic circle began to glow, signaling its activation. The three whipped around, holding their breath. All eyes turned toward the magic circle. When faint shadows began to appear in the glowing light, the trio gulped audibly. And then, they are here. The three raised joyful cries as the light began to fade. "Support, I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class." Go for Episode 163, An Unexpected Survival Life 31. Episode 163, An Unexpected Survival Life 31. Huh? Everyone's here? Of course, we are. Whoa, don't yell at me the moment I get back. Maki? That beast behind you, what exactly is it? Unlike the three women glaring at me with teary eyes, Glenn looked stunned as he spoke. His face twitched slightly. Meanwhile, Vil-san and the captain had already placed their hands on their sword hilts, ready to draw. "These three are familiars. Don't worry, they're harmless." "Far familiars? Are you serious, Maki-sama?" That legendary ones?" Glenn, Vil-san, and the captain all voiced their shock. But when the word legendary came up, I was reminded of something Maria had told me. If familiars were still a common part of life, things would probably be much easier. But for now, I needed to clear up their misunderstanding. I don't know if they're legendary, but it's true. This is Sunny, my familiar. Gregory is Madoka's familiar. And Haku is Arata's familiar. Pikia. Woof woof. Since Gregory couldn't speak, it simply raised its right hand in what appeared to be a greeting. The three men stood frozen, mouths agape at the sight. Surprisingly, Rikot-san was the calmest of everyone. So, the three of you are fine, right? There's nothing wrong, like looking okay on the outside but having something dangerous inside? That's way too scary to joke about. We're totally fine, so don't worry. Also, Lirina-san, huh? Why yes, what is it? I gave Rikot-san a wry smile before turning to Lirina-san with a question that had been on my mind. In the letter I sent, I mentioned what Maria told me about familiars once being a regular part of life. Did you ever come across anything like that in the books you've read? For familiars? Some books did mention it, but nothing from the Royal Capital's Grand Library. What do you mean? Well, when I traveled to other territories as a member of the Maguire family, there was an elderly lord who treated me kindly. He owned some books personally, and they contained such descriptions. How strange. The books in the Grand Library of the Royal Capital didn't have this information. Yet, a retired lord from another territory had it in his private collection. This feels like it might have been deliberately hidden. What kind of person was he? Well, I've heard he was an excellent lord. Even the current lord, who's wonderful, still respects him greatly and seeks his advice when in trouble. If such a respected figure personally owned those books, they were likely quite credible. It's not that I don't trust what Maria said, but I might eventually have to explain this to His Majesty or Dietrich-sama. The more evidence I have, the better. Lirina-san, would it be possible to copy the contents of those books? I remember them, so it's fine. Then, if you could write them down when you have the time, I'd appreciate it. I made the request to Lirina-san and then... Well, now I needed to deal with the three women still glaring at me. I'd been hoping to avoid this forever, but here we go. We were so worried about you. But I sent you the male birds, Alicia. That doesn't make us worry any less. What was this 3 months nonsense? You could have come back sooner. Yuria, calm down. Look, we've leveled up and gotten stronger. Sensei is angry. Do you know why? No, I don't. Mahiro-kun. Sorry. I mean, Sensei came later, so how would I know the reason? Still, I had to apologize, otherwise, her anger wouldn't subside. We don't need empty apologies. Then what am I supposed to do? Show everyone who worried about you that you're safe and sound. What? Even though you sent those male birds regularly, nothing eases someone's worries like seeing you face to face. Alicia-san and Kondo-san were worried about you every single day, you know? Haruko-san. Stop it, Sensei. Sensei's words made Alicia and Yuria blush with embarrassment. I see. No matter how many letters you send, the fact that they were worried doesn't change. Unless they see your face or hear your voice, their concerns won't go away. I understand. I'm sorry, Sensei. I'm fine now. Your words reassured me. But there are two people who are even more worried than I was, aren't there? I couldn't help but wonder if Yuria had been more worried about Madoka than anything else. But I kept that thought to myself and stepped in front of the two. We're back safe and sound. I'm really sorry for causing you so much worry. Apologizing formally like this was embarrassing, but I managed to force out the words as best I could. I'm just glad you're safe, Maki-san. Honestly. Do you know how much we worried? Yeah. Thanks, both of you. After that, the two of them returned to their usual selves. Later, I found myself wondering, why was I the only one who apologized? Shouldn't Madoka and Arata have said something too? But in the end, I kept quiet about that as well. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 164, An Unexpected Survival Life 32. Episode 164, An Unexpected Survival Life 32. Once the commotion over our return had settled, I turned to Alicia to bring up something I wanted to discuss. Hey, Alicia. I wanted to talk about something from the responses you sent through the mailbird. Is it about Taiko Moriya? by any chance? Yeah. It seemed Alicia had been curious about Moria as well since she brought up his name immediately. I confirmed it with Lirina-san, too. Moria's the one who gave us the contracted beasts. And apparently, he's been alive for hundreds of years due to being immortal. Hundreds of years? Yeah. He said he's lived so long he's lost track of exactly how many years. But it's definitely over a century. Back when Moria was summoned, contracted beasts were considered part of everyday life. Alicia folded her arms, thinking it over. But she soon shook her head. I'm sorry. I've never come across any records mentioning magical beasts being a part of human life. I see. Well, we can leave that to Lirina-san for now. What I wanted to ask is about Moria being labeled as a villain, or a demon, to be precise. I succinctly explained that Moria was like us, someone summoned from another world. His mindset wasn't malicious or evil, in fact, he leaned more toward being a good person. Honestly, if he were truly a demon, he wouldn't have cooperated in opening up or investigating the forest of demons. And if betrayal were involved, he would have been the victim, not the one doing it. Of course, it's possible the information surrounding him has been deliberately manipulated. From what you've told me, it seems unlikely that Taiko Moria is a demon. It's not unlikely. He isn't a demon. Maki-sama? As I was trying to convince Alicia, Lirina-san interrupted from the side. What's up? Well, it's only natural that Alicia-sama is struggling to reconcile this. After all, not just Alicia-sama, but likely everyone raised in the Adelreed Kingdom has been taught since childhood that Taiko Moria is a demon. Seriously? According to Lirina-san, Moria's name appears in the kingdom's children's tales, where he's depicted as a demon, a figure of fear meant to terrify children. Really? Wouldn't it make more sense to use broader, generic examples like ghosts or ogres, instead of pinning everything on a single individual with a proper name? I remember my mother reading those stories to me when I was little. Though now, I'm just a nuisance to everyone, Lirina-san added abruptly, her mood turning uncharacteristically negative. I gave her an awkward smile. No, Lirina-sama, that's not what I meant. I simply saw it written there in the books. Is that so? However, Alicia's reaction was something I didn't expect. Wait. Now that I think about it, the relationship between Moria and Alicia might be a bit problematic. Her ancestors were summoned from another world and ruled over Grand Zawal, didn't they? There's a low chance, but what if her ancestors were involved in betraying Moria? Even if they weren't the ones directly responsible, they could have supported those who were. I should have asked Moria if there was anyone named Yamato among his allies. What's wrong, Maki-san? Nothing. Don't worry about it. So, Alicia, you weren't told those stories growing up? Deciding to shelve the topic for now and maybe send Moria a mailbird later, I redirected the conversation. No, I wasn't. In fact, I was the one who asked my father and mother what kind of person the Taiko Moria in the stories was supposed to be. But neither of them spoke of him in a particularly negative light. That can't be. In the Adelreed Kingdom, the tales portraying Taiko Moria as a demon are supposed to be the norm. What's going on here? I thought about it for a moment. If I couldn't figure it out, maybe I could just use appraisal. While I couldn't appraise Moria directly, I should be able to uncover the origins of the stories. Analyze the origin of the children's tales portraying Taiko Moria as a demon. I activated the appraisal. And as expected, the results aligned with what I feared. Just as I thought. What is it? Let us see too. Sure, I said, opening up the display for Alicia and Lirina-san to read. What was written there was, a fairy tale created to make people believe the false report that the hero of that time was betrayed by Taiko Moria. Seriously. The lengths people will go to for their schemes. It's all just so dirty. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 165, An Unexpected Survival Life 33. Episode 165, An Unexpected Survival Life 33. After uncovering the shocking truth, we decided to move somewhere we could talk calmly. Alicia suggested the inn where she and the others were staying, and we headed there. Returning to Grand Zawal was an option. but both Alicia and Lirina insisted they wanted to discuss things immediately. And honestly, I appreciated the urgency. I also wanted to sort things out sooner rather than later. So, Taiko Moriya really is just a person with a normal way of thinking? Well, he's still from another world, so it's more like he has a mindset closer to ours than what you'd call normal here. That said, he's been in this world for a long time, so he should be able to understand perspectives like yours too. Setting aside the fact that he looks like a skeleton, he's basically just a regular person. Though, being someone with a divine class profession makes normal a stretch. Still, I've explained as much to them through the mailbird. So, I want to start working under the assumption that we'll bring Moriya here. That would certainly be beneficial for us, but a divine class profession, isn't it? Yeah. Looks like I'll have to report this to His Majesty again. Alicia let out an incredibly deep sigh. I couldn't help feeling a little guilty. I'm planning to go with you. The people in the capital probably have the most rigid views on Moriya, and will need to explain the familiars as well. Yes, that would be very helpful. Shouldn't we go too? I'll come too. For Taiko-san's sake. No, just Sunny and I will go. Despite their enthusiasm, I declined. Everyone probably wanted to talk to Alicia and Lirina-san as well. Madoka would be better off staying with Yuria, while Arata would likely have Vil-san and the captain wanting to discuss things. Knowing them, they might even suggest a mock battle. Besides, considering how much everyone had worked hard, it was our turn to make sure they got some rest. Madoka and Arata had leveled up significantly, and Haku and Gregory were ridiculously strong here. Honestly, if it was just about maintaining the settlement, those two and their familiars could probably handle it alone. Well, if that's the case, I suppose it can't be helped. Hey, Maki. Is it okay if I come along? Just when I thought we'd settled things, Yuri unexpectedly spoke up. Aren't you sticking with Madoka? Don't just assume we're a pair. But you two are best friends, right? We are, but that doesn't mean we're always together. Madoka nodded emphatically in agreement with Yuri's words. If you're heading to the capital, you'll need escorts, right? Plus, it might be nice to get a change of scenery. Maki-san. If Yuri-san is coming along, I'd feel much more reassured. Well, if both of them thought so, I couldn't see any issue. Alright, fine. Yay. Now I can challenge the Knight Commander again. What? Did she just say something terrifying? Was her idea of a change of scenery fighting the Knight Commander? I can't stand losing to him. Okay, but is that really what you'd call a change of pace? It is for me. Ah. Right. Got it. When someone responds so confidently, there's nothing left to say. Classic muscle brain. I'll never understand it. And so, it was decided that the group heading to the capital would consist of me, Sunny, Alicia, and Yuria. Of course, we couldn't meet His Majesty the moment we arrived in the capital. We'd likely have to wait for a while. Sorry, Moriya, but you'll have to be patient for a bit longer. When should we leave for the capital? Tomorrow should be fine. Yeah, that makes sense. The sooner we get there, the less time we'll be waiting. Actually, His Majesty said to come whenever Maki-san returned. You're free to meet him as soon as possible. Wait, what? Did Alicia just drop a major bombshell? Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. We need to leave immediately. We can't keep His Majesty waiting. That's true. Let's depart as soon as we're ready. Yuria-san, are you good to go? Of course. I've been ready ever since I heard the three of you were returning. You knew too, Yuria? Why does it feel like I'm the only one who doesn't get a moment to relax? Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 166, An Unexpected Survival Life 34. Episode 166, An Unexpected Survival Life 34. With tomorrow's plans decided, we returned to Granzawal. Apparently, Alicia and the others had been living in the in-town for most of their time since the teleportation incident. So they were looking forward to a rare chance to relax. Hearing that made me realize that relying on the mailbird alone wasn't enough after all. I'm exhausted. Although the fatigue was more mental than physical, after all the discussions we'd been having since returning, my brain was completely fried. Even during lunch, I'd been bombarded with questions. At the very least, I wanted to take it easy in my room. Knock, knock, ... Guess that's not happening. Seems like a quiet day isn't in the cards for me. Resigned, I got up from my bed and dragged myself to the door. What is it, Sensei? Standing there was Akige-sensei. Sorry to bother you when you're tired. Could we talk for a bit? Of course. Sensei had helped us a lot while we were away dealing with Moriya, so I couldn't say no. I welcomed her into the room, offering her a chair. Thank you. No problem. So, what's this about? Well, it's about the students still in the kingdom of Shriden. Ah, that topic. To be honest, I haven't really been involved with that group, so I don't know much. If it was something I could solve with appraisal, I'd gladly help. But anything else sounded like a headache waiting to happen. Oh, don't worry, I'm not asking you to do anything specific. It's more like a regular progress report. I don't really need that, do I? I've barely interacted with them. Don't be like that. Ignoring my attempt to brush it off, Sensei began updating me on how our classmates were doing. Apparently, most of them had been employed at the castle, working as soldiers or in supporting roles. Some had become adventurers, but none of them had the courage to venture beyond Shriden's royal capital. Occasionally, they returned to the castle to show their faces. Honestly, it made me wonder why they bothered becoming adventurers in the first place. Then again, this isn't a game, so I suppose it's understandable. Not that it stops me from wanting to explore the outside world myself. Wow, sounds like everyone's working hard. Could you stop with the half-hearted responses? Busted. But honestly, I didn't care much, so what's the harm? And about Kamanuki-kun and the 6 other missing students. They're still unaccounted for? Yes. Well, this one's pretty much a no-brainer, even without using appraisal. They're almost certainly still in the fallen kingdom of Roggerul, the place Moriya Shriden's army destroyed. From what I've heard, Moriya has already stabilized the situation there and begun establishing her own kingdom. It's highly likely this was her plan all along. Even if I were to relocate to Shriden, the distance alone makes it unclear if appraisal would work effectively with something like a banana. As for Moriya's intentions, all I can do is speculate. They're probably in Roggerul, aren't they? I think so too, but we've received no information. Nothing at all? Doesn't Shriden have spies? Even Adelreed had been able to gather intelligence on Shriden's affairs, which we used to launch our assault with the teleportation magic circle. They do, but, according to His Majesty, none of the spies sent in have returned. Yikes, that's bad, right? It's a serious problem. Yeah. If Roggerul is on high alert against Shriden, it's likely those spies were either killed or turned into double agents leaking information back to Roggerul. If Moriya realized her teleportation circle had been exploited, she'd be livid. She'd likely launch an exhaustive investigation to find out who was behind it. If my name came up during her digging, that would be a nightmare. Sounds like a mess is brewing. Do you think so? Just thinking out loud. Sensei didn't seem to pick up on my concerns, so I decided to keep quiet for now. There was no need to worry her unnecessarily, especially since she already had her hands full with the other students. Well, as long as Moriya is there, they're not coming back anytime soon. That's so disheartening. After all, it was Moriya who put the status ailments on them. And if she's nearby, that means they're still in that condition, right? Sensei, you should focus on the students in front of you right now. Though the words were cold, they were also the truth. There wasn't really any other option. Sensei nodded weakly, then slowly stood up from the chair. I'm sorry I can't be of more help, Sensei. No, it's fine. I'm the one who should be sorry. I watched as Sensei left the room. Well, to be honest, if I really pushed it, I could find a way to handle it now. Yeah, no, it's nothing. I patted Sunny as it gave me a puzzled look with its head tilted to one side. I then lay back down on the bed. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 167, An Unexpected Survival Life 35. Episode 167, An Unexpected Survival Life 35. The next day, as planned, I departed for the royal capital early in the morning. This time, since we traveled in a small group, The journey that had taken 2 days previously was completed in just 1 day. When we headed straight for the royal castle, the gatekeepers opened the gates easily. I wasn't sure if it was because they had been informed of my arrival or because I had visited enough times for them to recognize me. Though honestly, I wasn't sure how I felt about that level of laxity. But for now, I decided to appreciate the skipped formalities. "Oh, you've returned, my hero." As soon as we met, His Majesty greeted me with those words, and I felt genuinely grateful for his concern. "I heard from Alicia that you encountered Taiko Moriya. I'm truly relieved to see you safe, Mihiro-sama," Dietrich-sama said while looking visibly at ease. From my perspective, I had been relying on Moriya's help ever since I was teleported, so I hadn't really faced any particularly dangerous situations. However, hearing that I had met Moriya might have made them prepare for the worst regarding my fate. "I have something I'd like to discuss regarding that matter. When would it be convenient for you to make time?" "Right now." "Don't you have official duties to attend to?" "Not a problem. Well, understood." Since they both insisted, I convinced myself it must indeed be fine and began recounting my experiences after the teleportation and my encounters with Moriya. They listened attentively without interrupting, even as I explained that Moriya was an otherworlder like me, with a personality far removed from the demonic image they might expect. Although, to be fair, he does look like a skeleton. However, I understood that it wouldn't be easy to overturn deeply ingrained beliefs. The two of them wore troubled expressions as they pondered over my account. "Still, I find it hard to believe right away." "Indeed. I've never heard of such a thing before, either." In fact, Moriya even gave me one of his familiars, Pikia. Hoping to aid my persuasion, I introduced Sunny, who was perched on my head. Well, they had already been glancing toward my head occasionally during our conversation, so it seemed they were curious about it. "That creature. Couldn't it be proof that he's a demon, capable of commanding magical beasts? I've never heard or read anything about familiars being a part of daily life, even in the royal capital's grand library." "Oh no, did that backfire?" "But Sunny listens to my commands and doesn't harm people, I assure you." "Pikia." "Dietrich-sama, is Taiko Moriya really such a terrifying figure in the records?" At this point, Alicia spoke up. Since her parents hadn't told her that Moriya was a demon, she seemed puzzled as to why the two were so troubled. "Alicia-sama, you weren't told about this?" "Actually, my parents never said anything about Taiko Moriya being a demon or an evil presence." "Is that so?" "Yes, Your Majesty. If my memory serves, I think my parents once said something along these lines. We alone must ensure the truth is passed down." Everyone present, myself included, was shocked by this revelation. "Alicia? That's the first I'm hearing of this, too." "My apologies. I missed the opportunity to mention it earlier." "Wait, but what does that mean? Are you suggesting that Taiko Moriya is not a demon? That this is the truth?" "I don't know. But the Yamato family's ancestors were otherworlders, and our territory borders the cursed forest where Taiko Moriya resides. Perhaps they knew a truth that was erased from history." Alicia's words caused the two men to fall into deep thought once more. This time, however, their expressions were noticeably softer. Perhaps they were slowly starting to believe. "Additionally, this is something I heard from Lee Rina-san." To further persuade them, I relayed the contents of a book Lee Rina-san had read. So such a book exists? It seems it was a book privately owned. However, regarding Moriya, he was another worlder from the past. The hero of that time spread false information about him in order to slander him. Maki-san has verified this through appraisal. So it seems to be correct. If it has been appraised, then it must be true. Oh. Wow. Is my appraisal really that trusted? That being said, if this convinces them, I'm grateful. I want to bring Moriya to Grand Zawal. Therefore, I would like to request your permission. I didn't expect an immediate answer, but I certainly didn't want to give up now. He is safe. Well, he looks like a skeleton, but that's a result of forbidden magic, and it's something he had no choice but to use in order to survive. Please, allow us to help someone from our homeland, whether or not my passion reaches them." After a short pause, His Majesty finally spoke. "Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye?" I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Kofi. Episode 168, An Unplanned Survival Life. 36. Episode 168, An Unplanned Survival Life. 36. Understood. That's fine, Your Majesty. Are you sure about this? In response to His Majesty's answer, Dietrich Sama sought confirmation. It might have been such a surprising response. Since it's been confirmed through Mihiro's appraisal, we have no choice but to believe it. That's true, but... No, I understand. I won't say anything more. However, Dietrich Sama also easily backed down. I had proposed it, but I hadn't expected this kind of reaction. Is it really okay? It's fine. We trust Mihiro's appraisal skills. Yes. In fact, I should be ashamed for doubting even a little bit. No. It's not right for the king and the chancellor to so easily trust the words of another worlder. As I desperately said this, the two of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. If he were trying to deceive us, he wouldn't be saying such things. His Majesty is correct. Mihiro-sama's words must be true, which is why we can accept his request now. Hey, Alicia. Is this really okay? Are you sure this is the right choice? Well, it's moving in a good direction. So I think it's fine, right? I couldn't believe that even Alicia, my reliable ally, was giving such an easy answer. That left only Yuria, who had nothing to do with this situation. Huh? Me? Well, if this is the best outcome Miki had imagined, then I think it's fine to be proud of it, right? Huh? Ah, yeah. Is that so? Of course. We all know how hard you worked to get here. What the heck, Yuria? You're saying some pretty good things. Well, I'm pretty moved right now. Huh? What are you saying? That's creepy. Hee, you two are quite interesting. But, as Kondo says, this is probably the best option. However, Mihiro, I want you to make two promises. Though His Majesty had been laughing happily, his final words carried a strong will. I couldn't help but swallow nervously. First, make sure he doesn't cause any trouble. I've heard that he's a divine class mage, divine magus. And if such a person were to turn to evil, it wouldn't just destroy this country, but the whole world would fall into ruin. I understand. Secondly, this is easy. Easy? Yeah. Just like you guys here, bring Taiku Moriya to this place. Huh? Is His Majesty seriously saying this? Excuse me, but Moriya looks like a complete skeleton because of the cost of forbidden magic. I don't mind. He's human inside, and his personality is perfectly fine, isn't it? That's true, but realizing that saying anything to His Majesty wouldn't make a difference, I looked sideways at Dietrich Sama, but even the reliable Dietrich Sama only gave a wry smile and shrugged, offering no help. Understood. I'll bring Moriya here. Leave it to me. Well, bringing Moriya to Grand Zawal isn't an issue. That means if we can just figure out how to remove the curse of forbidden magic, the next challenge will be how to bring skeleton Moriya to the royal capital. Won't just making him wear a long coat work? No, that's no good. Every time he walks, his bones rattle loudly. His bones, you say? Yeah. After all, he's a skeleton. He even made rattling noises just from laughing. Alicia tilted her head in confusion at my words. Well, it's hard to imagine, right? It's not every day you think about a skeleton person. Hey, Miki. What's up, Yuria? Isn't the report to His Majesty over? Yeah, but why? Since the purpose was to report to His Majesty and Dietrich Sama, there shouldn't be any other plans. Oh, can I go to the Knight's Order? Wait. Are you seriously planning to knock someone out? No way. Isn't it me who's going to get knocked out? Well, my level has gone up, so maybe I can land a hit or two. Wait, that wasn't what I was thinking when I said that about the mock battle results. Haha. It's fine, Kondo, you should go to the Knight's Order. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ah, then may I go as well, Your Majesty? Yeah, that's fine. Then I'll go too. Mihiro, you can't. You still have many things to hear. Yeah, I guess you're right. Give up, Mihiro-sama. And so, Yuria left the room with a broad smile and Alicia left apologetically. They left me behind. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 169, An Unplanned Survival Life. 37. Episode 169, An Unplanned Survival Life. 37. Well then, my hero. Yes, what is it? This is definitely going to be trouble, isn't it? That's what I was thinking, but His Majesty asked something completely unexpected. How was life in the Forest of Demons? Huh? Life in the Forest of Demons? You mean? I had assumed it would be about changing Maria's treatment while the others weren't around, or maybe asking me to use my appraisal skill for some investigation, or possibly something involving the Shridden Kingdom. But instead, he asks about life in the Forest of Demons. What is this king plotting? Well, thanks to Maria, I was able to live quite comfortably. He even managed to recreate foods and drinks similar to those from our world, Earth. Oh ho. That's a fascinating story. Is it really? His Majesty has a strong adventurous spirit, so he's also quite curious about food from other worlds. But I didn't say whether it was delicious or not. Did I? Judging by your expression, it must have been tasty, no? Well, yes, it was. The food might catch on, but I'm not sure about coffee. Though, I'd be happy if they could grow enough for me to enjoy. In that case, I'll bring some along when I bring Maria over. Oh, that would be wonderful. Speaking of which, Mahiro-sama. Taiku Maria. Or perhaps we should call him Maria-sama? You mentioned he's suffering the cost of forbidden magic. Is there a way to lift it? It seemed Dietrich-sama was steering the conversation to a more serious topic. His Majesty's interest in food had derailed things a bit. My appraisal skill should be able to figure out how to lift it. But when I was over there, I didn't have bananas, so I couldn't find the solution right away. I see. Then, does that mean you'll return to Maria's place? Otherwise, I won't be able to bring him here, right? Though Maria did give me a sort of challenge. A challenge, you say? I explained Maria's demand. Instead of using the teleportation magic circle, he wanted me to clear a path through the Forest of Demons to reach him. I reassured them that with Sunny's help, it shouldn't be a problem. But both His Majesty and Dietrich-sama still seemed uneasy. Well, it's understandable. The location is deep within the Forest of Demons, a place that's remained undeveloped for so long. Without the fruits, our progress in clearing the forest wouldn't have gone smoothly either. It's natural for them to worry. In that case, shall I demonstrate Sunny's power? Paikaya. Hearing its name suddenly, Sunny stretched its neck and peered at my face. Hey, Sunny? Isn't it awkward to lean over my head like that? You can come down, you know. You mean that small magic beast? Yes. Just so you know, stat-wise, Sunny's power is on par with Dietrich-sama's. Is that so? That's quite intriguing. Uh-oh, Dietrich-sama's gaze instantly turned into that of the researcher. But that's a good thing. If I can show off Sunny's abilities, it might speed up the process of clearing the Forest of Demons. That way, I can get to Maria as soon as possible. Plus, Sunny is currently the weakest of the familiars I brought along. Haku and Gregory are much stronger. Pikia. Pikiakia. Kaiakia. Ouch. Hey, stop biting my hair, Sunny. Maybe being called the weakest made it angry, as Sunny started thrashing on my head. Hey, you're going to get stronger from now on. You've got the highest beast rank, so calm down already. Piku. Kaiuku. Phew. Sunny seemed pleased when I mentioned its top beast rank and finally settled down. At this rate, if it keeps leveling up, it'll surpass Gregory in no time. It would take a while for Sunny to catch up to Haku since Haku's level is so high. But with time, it's not impossible. In that case, let us head to the Knight's training grounds. Huh? Why your Majesty is going? Indeed. I've been thinking it's about time I inspected the Knight's training myself. Is that really true? He's definitely just looking for an excuse to witness Sunny's abilities firsthand, isn't he? Come, let's go. While I was mulling over this, His Majesty strode off briskly. Oh, and Mahiro. Why yes, I'll have Dietrich face off against Sunny, so prepare yourself. Pikia. What? Both Dietrich-sama and I cried out in shock at His Majesty's declaration. The only one unaffected was Sunny, who let out a spirited cry as if to say, I won't lose. Support. I'm an appraiser, But what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 170, An Unexpected Survival Life 38. Episode 170, An Unexpected Survival Life 38. When we arrived at the training grounds, the place had already transformed into a battlefield. Clouds of sand and dust were swirling in the air. Ah. You're getting stronger. That smug attitude is so frustrating. Frustrating, huh? Yuria, you just want to hit me, don't you? Anyway, on the training grounds, Yuria darted round. She was attacking from the blind spots of the Knight Commander. However, he deflected every attack with ease, all while laughing heartily. It was a scene reminiscent of what I'd seen before. But Yuria's speed had clearly improved since last time. Still, it seemed that the Knight Commander wasn't struggling in the least. Out of curiosity, I decided to appraise him. Oh. I see. No wonder Yuria can't match him. The Knight Commander is not only an advanced class but also at a high level, isn't he? Level 45, the strongest knight in the Adelreed Kingdom. Every stat except luck was far superior. No matter how much Yuria tried to confuse him with speed, her movements were probably as clear as day to the Knight Commander. As a result, her attacks were deflected, blocked, or outright countered. There you are. Eek! He matched her strike with a counter from behind. Without even turning to look, he swung his wooden sword backward, landing a clean hit on Yuria and sending her flying. Though Yuria got back on her feet quickly, she raised her hands in surrender. She likely realized she was out of options. You've improved quite a bit. You're just too strong, Commander. Well, if I weren't, I wouldn't be the Knight Commander. Ah. The knights around them roared with laughter at their exchange. Well, the Knight Commander is a bit of a musclehead. Even if Yuria weren't here, I'm sure their training would still have this lively atmosphere. It's a comfortable place, in a way. Oh? Maki-san. Wait, what? Your Majesty, and Dietrich-sama too? Apparently, Alicia had been observing the sparring with the knights. She hadn't noticed our presence until now. The others seemed equally unaware, as they hurriedly turned to face the king and dropped to one knee. At ease. Raise your heads. Today, I'm borrowing the training grounds for a bit. Is that all right, Knight Commander Vigil? Of course, Your Majesty. Oh, wow. The Knight Commander doesn't change his demeanor much, even in front of the king. Well, at least he took a knee, so he's capable of showing some respect. Once the training grounds were cleared by the knights, the king nodded and directed his gaze towards Sunny and Dietrich-sama. Well then, shall we begin? As you wish, Pikia. The knights were surprised to see Dietrich-sama step forward. But they were even more shocked when Sunny entered the training grounds. I could hear murmurs of "Isn't that a magical beast?" from various directions. Well, they aren't wrong, so I didn't bother correcting them. This is Sunny, a magical beast under Mihiro's command. Today, we'll conduct a mock battle between Sunny and Dietrich to assess the capabilities of his companion. Oh. To think this magical beast can go head-to-head with Dietrich-sama. Darn, I wish I could be the one fighting it. Yeah, called it. But no, you're not getting a turn. The match ends when one side either surrenders or is rendered unable to fight. By the way, Mihiro. Will Sunny surrender if needed? Not sure. But I think it'll work out somehow. Dietrich, does that work for you? Yes. That was definitely a response laced with resignation. Still, with the king personally arranging this mock battle, there wasn't much room for complaint. Considering Sunny's stats outclass Dietrich-sama's in every area except magic, I'm genuinely optimistic it'll be fine. Since this is a proper match, I'll give it my all. Pikiakia. That said, Dietrich-sama isn't just the Chancellor, he also holds the special class profession of sage. When I think about that, I can't help but feel a bit excited to see what happens. Let the match begin. Mock battle, start. At the king's signal, the man and the beast moved simultaneously. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 171, An Unexpected Survival Life 39. Episode 171. An Unexpected Survival Life 39. Wind Bullet. Pikia. Dietrich-sama fired a bullet of wind, while Sunny countered with a blast of flames from its mouth. The two attacks collided mid-air, neutralizing each other and resulting in a series of small explosions at the center of the impact. The resulting shockwaves kicked up not just clouds of sand but also smoke, gradually reducing visibility. In such conditions, Sunny would undoubtedly gain the upper hand. Having lived in the forest of demons, Sunny's ability to detect presences far outclassed Dietrich Sama's. Quietly leaping into the air, Sunny maneuvered behind Dietrich. It was preparing to charge. Wait, what? Area rain. Suddenly, a localized rain began to fall around Dietrich Sama. Though the rain was limited in scope, it was enough to suppress the sand and smoke, restoring some visibility. Even so, the view beyond the rain remained obscured. It made it difficult for Dietrich Sama to spot Sunny lurking within. Pikia. Sunny was determined. It darted straight through the haze, aiming for Dietrich Sama. Saint Shield. In an instant, 7 shields of light appeared between them. But Sunny charged right into them. One shield shattered, then a second, and a third. However, with each broken shield, Sunny's momentum visibly waned. I've got you now. Jet Storm. By the time Sunny broke through the 5th shield, its charge had completely lost steam. Dietrich Sama then unleashed a simultaneous water and wind spell, creating a massive water tornado. The water came from the rain-soaked ground, while the wind was drawn from the surrounding air. The resulting vortex emerged directly beneath Sunny, swallowing it whole. Once trapped in Jet Storm, even an advanced tier magical beast can't escape easily. Mahiro Sama, won't Sunny surrender yet? Convinced of his victory, Dietrich Sama turned to address me. No, not yet. Pikia. Kai. As I smirked and answered, Sunny's roar reverberated throughout the training grounds. The roar was followed by the activation of a unique trait of the ancient crystal dragon species. My magic. My Saint Shield is being absorbed? The ancient crystal dragon has a rare affinity with light magic, in particular among magical beasts. While it can also utilize other forms of magic, it has a special ability to absorb light-based magic and convert it into its own power. And didn't Dietrich Sama say that even advanced tier magical beasts couldn't escape Jet Storm easily? Well, what about a special tier magical beast? Though Sunny is still young and its level is lower compared to Haku or Gregory, it is undeniably a special tier magical beast. Pikia. What is this? A brilliant light burst forth from Sunny's crystalline body, instantly shattering and dispersing the water tornado that had trapped it. Caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, Dietrich Sama froze for a moment. Taking advantage, Sunny charged at him again. I yield. Before Sunny's attack could land, Dietrich Sama raised both hands in surrender. Sunny stopped just short of impact. It halted perfectly mid-charge. Pikia. Yes, I admit defeat. I apologize for testing you earlier. Pi. Pikia. Dietrich Sama offered an apology to Sunny, who flapped its wings in delight and promptly perched atop his head. I appreciate that the misunderstanding is cleared up. But could you not perch there? That's the Chancellor, you know. Sunny is truly strong. Mahiro Sama. Pikia. Thank you. Wait. Sunny, get down already. You're being rude to Dietrich Sama. Don't worry about it. Such an adorable familiar. Pikia. Stop wagging your tail. The motion is making Dietrich Sama's head bob along with it. What a spectacular mock battle. Mahiro, I'm deeply impressed. Take care of Maria for me, will you? Yes, I understand. There's so much I could comment on. But since everything turned out well in the end, I'll take it as a win. I demand a mock battle with me next. My body burns with excitement. Let's leave before this escalates. Your Majesty, Dietrich Sama. Indeed. Yes, let's go. Wait. Are you leaving? Young man, Sunny, don't go. Ignoring the overzealous Knight Commander entirely, we return to the King's chambers. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Kofi. Episode 172, An Unexpected Survival Life 40. Episode 172, An Unexpected Survival Life 40. Not wanting to get involved with the Knight Commander, even Alicia decided to return with us this time. Yuria, however, stayed behind at the training grounds to participate in Mox battles with the other knights. As previously mentioned before we left for the Kingdom of Shriden, Mock battles are a rare opportunity to gain experience in interpersonal combat. They will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Now, returning to the matter at hand, it seemed Dietrich-sama had acknowledged Sunny as a formidable addition to our forces. Furthermore, seeing Sunny obediently follow my commands left a favorable impression. It's truly loyal, isn't it? Yes. As I mentioned earlier, the other two, Madoka's Grigori and Arata's Haku, have higher levels. So for now, they are stronger than Sunny. I see. In that case, one might say Grand Zawal's forces are more formidable than ours. Is that a problem? Dietrich-sama's comment made Alicia nervously speak up. She was worried about the potential suspicion of rebellion that had been raised in the past. However, it seemed that both His Majesty and Dietrich-sama had already resolved this issue. You need not worry about that anymore, Alicia. Huh? Exactly. We already trust Alicia-sama, Mahiro-sama, and Granza itself. There's no reason to suspect rebellion. The contributions made to the nation, including methods to acquire skills, deploying troops to Shridden, and bringing in large amounts of resources from the Forest of Demons, were substantial. In fact, the mere act of developing the Forest of Demons is a contribution so significant that everything else seems trivial by comparison. After all, the Forest of Demons remained undeveloped for decades, even centuries. And now it's being cultivated? That level of contribution speaks for itself. Although we were initially viewed with suspicion, I now believe we've earned their complete trust. According to Moriya, he plans to gift familiars not only to the three of us but also to Yuria. So eventually, we'll have another addition to our forces. Moriya-sama truly is remarkable. Listening to Mahiro, I can't help but feel relieved that Moriya isn't a demon. If he went all out, I wouldn't be surprised if he could destroy an entire kingdom or two. My comment left both of them momentarily speechless. But it wasn't an exaggeration. I was also subtly warning them not to anger Moriya. Still, if Grand Zawal's forces become that strong, we may need to send someone from our side there. Why is that? I'll report regularly, you know. Puzzled, I tilted my head in response to His Majesty's suggestion. Frankly, I didn't see any real need to assign someone. It's not like we have anything to hide. But sending someone means they'd likely be an elite individual. Dispatching such a person to the frontier might make them resentful. And I'd rather use that time to focus on developing the Forest of Demon and bringing Moriya back sooner. True, but I want updates to reach me as quickly as possible. That's a fair point. However, the number of people who can be entrusted with Grand Zawal's current situation is limited. That's precisely the issue. What to do? Yeah, I guess it's time to bring out that. The timing is perfect, and it's more useful than I could have imagined. Your Majesty, Dietrich-sama, what is it, Mahiro? How about this? This is paper? Well, no. It's actually a type of magical tool. Magical tool? Whoa. Both of them suddenly leaned forward, raising their voices in surprise. Is it really that shocking? I mean, they're royalty, and we're in the royal capital. Don't they already have magical tools? Why do you, Mahiro, have a magical tool, huh? Because I made it? Why you made it? Why yeah. Moriya taught me how, and now I can make them on my own too. Well, aside from male birds, there are other items I could create using appraisal. But, judging by their reactions, it's probably best not to mention that for now. So, what kind of effect does this magical tool have? It's simple, really. It just flies to the intended recipient, that's all. May I test it? Wait, is it disposable? If so, it's far too valuable to use recklessly. Oh, no, it's fine. I've made a lot of them, so there's no problem at all. As I said that, I took out over 10 male birds from my magic bag. It left the two of them completely stunned, their mouths hanging open. Afterward, we tested one by sending it flying toward His Majesty, and the two of them were ecstatic. In the end, it was decided that we'd use these for communication. It seems I'll need to present His Majesty with a few of these as a gift. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 173, An Unexpected Survival Life 41. Episode 173, An Unexpected Survival Life 41. I was bombarded with questions about what other magical tools I might have. But since it was already late, we quickly headed back to the inn. His Majesty had offered us a room in the castle, but that would likely mean being stuck there until late. On top of that, I didn't want to risk running into that obnoxious minister. So I politely declined. Uriah looked somewhat disappointed, or rather, no, that wasn't it. She probably just didn't get enough fighting in. When I glanced at the training grounds as we were leaving, nearly every knight except for the knight commander and vice commander was sprawled on the ground. Yeah, that had to be Uriah's doing. If no one besides those two can challenge her in combat, it's no wonder she's wondering who to spar with next. In Grand Zawal, maybe Arata could be a match? Vilsan is about as strong as the knights here, and Ryan-san might barely hold his own. Now that I think about it, Ryan-san is pretty strong. Being an intermediate class and able to spar with Uriah means his stats are nothing to scoff at. Why is he even in Grand Zawal, anyway? What's wrong, Maki-san? Oh, no, it's nothing. Caught talking to myself, I smiled and brushed it off. It was just a random thought, I could always ask him directly later. Hey, Alicia-san. Are we really leaving tomorrow? Yes. We need to return to advancing the development of the Forest of Demons and free Moriyama. Hey, Maki. Yeah? What is it? Do you know what kind of magic beast I'll be getting? Come to think of it, I haven't heard either. Still, I imagine it'll be something fitting. I received the ancient crystal dragon, which I'd always wanted. Arata got Haku to expand his combat range, and Madoka got Gregory to provide magical support as a shield. Well, he'll probably give you a familiar suited to your fighting style. That's true. If I have it, maybe I can finally beat the Knight Commander. Is that all that's on your mind? Of course. No matter how much I strategize, I can't land even a single hit. It's so frustrating. So you're a musclehead who hates losing. Who are you calling a musclehead? Ouch. Don't hit me out of nowhere. That's exactly why I'm calling you a musclehead. Shut up, you scrawny weakling. Hey, you too. People are watching, you know. Oh. I had almost forgotten we were still on our way to the inn. Hearing quiet giggles from passers-by, Uriah and I both turned red and looked down in embarrassment. Honestly. By the way, are you sure this is all right? What do you mean, Alicia? I mean, it's a great honor to have His Majesty's trust. But it's all thanks to you and the others. To be honest, I feel like I haven't contributed anything. Is that what's bothering you? Yes. And I'm serious about this. She was definitely troubled. But her concern seemed unnecessary to me. I've told you before, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here. That goes for Uriah and the others, too. You've taken care of us and helped us since we met. How can you say you've done nothing? But all I've done is look after everyone. And now, you're all capable of surviving on your own. Maybe now. But the only reason we've reached this point is because of you. Besides, you're a capable fighter now, too, Alicia. That may be true, but I get why she feels that way. We're a divine class and a special class, while she's still in a lower class one. Even if she's pulling her weight, it's natural to feel a bit inferior. Did someone say something to you? No, not at all. Then have some confidence. Alicia, you've contributed just as much as we have. I think that's going a bit far, don't you? Yeah, I'd say that's definitely an exaggeration. Hey. I was trying to be serious here. Uriah's agreement earned her a firm nod from Alicia. I couldn't help but feel a little betrayed. But seeing Alicia's expression soften slightly, I decided not to say anything more. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 174, An Unexpected Survival Life 42. Episode 174, An Unexpected Survival Life 42. The next day, we hurried back to Grand Zawal. Of course, we reported to His Majesty before our departure. But for some reason, the Knight Commander was also present. It made things annoyingly complicated. I won't let you leave until I've fought Sunny. Excuse us, Your Majesty. How dare you ignore me? I said you won't leave until. Let's go, quickly now, no hesitation. That's a haiku. Note, a haiku is a traditional form of Japanese poetry that typically consists of 3 lines with a 5-7-5 syllable structure. In this case, The previous sentence consists of 575 characters in Japanese. Quite pleasing to the ear, isn't it? Stop ignoring me. Yeah, it wasn't just complicated, it was exhausting. Thankfully, Dietrich-sama managed to hold back the Knight Commander. Otherwise, we'd have wasted a ton of time. I made sure to present His Majesty with some male birds as a parting gift. This way, we could provide additional ones when needed, ensuring smooth communication. Now we could proceed with the development of the Forest of Demons without any worries. You should have let them fight. If Sunny turned into a musketeer, too, that'd be a nightmare. Excuse me. What do you mean by two? Exactly what it sounds like. You two get along so well, don't you? We do not. Our banter continued as we made our way back, leaving us all rather exhausted by the journey's end. When we arrived in Grand Zawal, Glenn greeted us with a warm smile. Welcome back, everyone. Maki, you've been through a lot since your return, haven't you? You're the only one who truly appreciates me. Glenn tilde. Meanwhile, I've been under constant stress. Yuria-san's right, Maki-san. I'm sorry. All right. No need for idle chatter, come inside. Everyone's gathered for a debriefing. Debriefing? I didn't have much to report aside from securing His Majesty's approval to bring Moriyo along and the acknowledgement of our familiars. As I mulled over this, we entered the living room. Arata, Sensei, Lirina-san, and Ryan-san were waiting there. Madoka, Vil-san, and Rikot-san weren't present, they were probably on standby at the settlement. Let's get started with the debriefing. Maki, can you go first? Sure. But there isn't much to report, really. That's not true. Exactly, Maki-san. Huh? Aside from Moriya and the familiars, did something else happen? As I was lost in confusion, Alicia sighed softly and began the report on my behalf. She covered Moriya and the familiars, as expected. But she also mentioned using the male birds to communicate with the capital. Is that really significant? Of course, it is. Communicating with the capital means communicating directly with His Majesty. Since these records will be documented, we must ensure they're handled properly. And remember what Dietrich-sama said when you presented them, timing the delivery is crucial. Ah, yeah. He did say something like that before we left. Something about avoiding chaos if mysterious flying objects suddenly headed toward the capital, especially the royal palace. Okay, that is important. Even though my male birds were becoming sturdier, they'd still get shot down if attacked by all the knights in the capital. Dietrich-sama said he'd move away from the capital to retrieve them. It minimized risks, but we can't let Dietrich-sama go out of his way unnecessarily, and we definitely don't want the entire Knight Order mobilized. I'm sorry. Why does it feel like I've been apologizing non-stop today? Well, it is my fault. And one more thing. Wait, there's more? Excuse me? I'm sorry. Yikes, they're seriously terrifying when angry. The last thing is that His Majesty seems deeply interested in Maki-san's ability to create magical tools. Oh? That means Maki-sama might be called to the capital more often. Exactly, Ryan-san. While Maki-san is away, we'll continue the Forest of Demons development on our own. Wait, really? I'm going to be summoned to the capital frequently? I didn't hear about this. You absolutely will. I'd bet on it. Want to make a wager? No, thanks. Man, what a drag. Maybe I could set some conditions for supplying magical tools, like having them let Sunny fight level slimes to boost its level. Yeah, that's a good plan. I'll suggest it. You're plotting something weird again, aren't you? It's not weird, just mutually beneficial for me and Sunny. Alright. So, I think that's about all for our report, right, Alicia-san? Yes, that's right. Wait, it seems like in the end, Yuria and Alicia ended up summarizing everything. Was I even needed here? Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 175, An Unexpected Survival Life 43. Episode 175, An Unexpected Survival Life 43. Next up for the report were Glenn and the others, but is there really anything to report after just 1 or 2 days? I was wondering who would speak. and to my surprise, it was Arata who stood up. "Let me give you the report briefly. We've managed to advance the development of the land up to 1 kilometer from the original location." Huh? Wait, hold on. Did he say 1 kilometer? That's quite a distance, right? Did they manage to develop that much land in such a short time? How much did you push yourselves? No, we didn't push ourselves at all. Right, Haku. Woof woof. Right. I had explained to the king that Sunny is strong, but Haku and Gregory are even stronger. With these two around, advancing 1 or 2 kilometers would definitely be no problem. I was also surprised by Arata-sama's growth. I can no longer handle him on my own. You're exaggerating, Captain. Yokio-san's magic has also gotten much stronger. I might not be able to win against her now. That's right. Both Arata and Madoka have undergone monstrous growth. Arata's stats have surely surpassed what they were when he ate the fruit before the transfer. In fact, he might be even stronger now. Madoka has leveled up too. And under Moriya's guidance, she can use even stronger magic now. Her various magical skills have leveled up as well, and I don't even want to imagine the power they wield. That's amazing. So, what's going on with the in-town now? We've selected people who can travel 1 kilometer ahead. And the other soldiers are stationed there. If we keep developing further, we might need to build new in-town though. As the development of the Forest of Demons progresses, new in-towns will likely spring up, and people will start living there. Once that happens, it will only be a matter of time before a new city is established south of Grand Zawal. This rapid progress in development was unexpected. But since it's heading in a good direction, I guess there's nothing to worry about. That means we'll have to address the issue of staffing. Are there people who can move from Grand Zawal to the in-towns or possibly new ones? For the current in-town, we can probably secure a decent number of people. Lately, there have been more adventurers. And those with a strong entrepreneurial spirit might be eager to join. While it's not tourism, there are more and more people coming because they're interested in the area. So, there are also people coming from outside Grand Zawal. It seems that I can leave that issue to Alicia and Glenn without needing to use appraisal. Recently, the soldiers' levels have also been increasing. For the magical beasts around the initial development area, a group can take them down with ease now. That's impressive. In the beginning, even Ryan-san had a hard time without fruit. Oh, that's a bit embarrassing. That's not really something to be embarrassed about. But if everyone has reached the level Ryan-san was at back then, it means that even without fruit, the security will be fairly solid. Anything else? Wait, if everyone is working so well, what's my role now? Developing the Forest of Demons was one of my goals. But it looks like both the development and maintenance are going smoothly, and there are suitable candidates for relocation. Could it be that I'm not needed here? Of course, I still want you to help us, Maki. The truth is, we've made it 1 kilometer forward, but we've been having trouble progressing further from there. Even with Arata, Madoka, Haku, and Gregory. Besides, if the two of them eat fruit, they'll get even stronger. What could possibly be troubling them? What was the 1 kilometer ahead? No, I should say the location itself. It was land where the climate changes. A land with changing climate. That's exactly what I was told when I first received the explanation about the Forest of Demons. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 176, An Unexpected Survival Life 44. Episode 176, An Unexpected Survival Life 44. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. But honestly, I'm curious about it. Is the area always cold, hot, or is there a constant storm or heavy rain? As I listened with great interest, I realized that it would be impossible to deal with the area without proper preparation. The climate is that of a severe thunderstorm area. Lightning strikes the ground, and rainwater accumulates. It creates deep ponds everywhere. And the mud in the ponds turns it into a bottomless swamp. Ugh. That sounds terrible. It seems that Vilsan had once gotten stuck in one of those swamps and had a tough time getting out. At that time, he only got stuck with one foot, so everyone cooperated to pull him out. But he said he would never have been able to do it alone. If both feet got stuck, it might have been impossible to rescue me. At that time, It was only at the entrance of the area. So we weren't struck by lightning. But as we go deeper, the danger of that will increase. That's true. Lightning had struck nearby, so it was just a coincidence that we weren't hit. Following Arata, Ryan-san spoke up. So lightning had struck nearby, huh? Then, if we can identify where the lightning will strike with appraisal or figure out the safest route, we should be fine. No, it's not just the thunderstorms, magical beasts will still be appearing. So we'll need to deal with them too. In that case, should we just use appraisal to figure out how to handle the thunderstorm area? Is that really possible? Arata spoke with doubt. But I feel like if there's anything that could solve this, it would be something like the appraiser, divine eyes, profession. I mean, if it can't handle something like the Forest of Demons, then it wouldn't really deserve to be called a divine class profession. Also, while Maria has a high level, I've advanced further. And I've been blessed with fruit to boost my stats. So, it'd be unthinkable that I couldn't deal with this. Appraisal, thunderstorm area strategy. I activated appraisal right there. I could feel my mana being drained at once, but it didn't deplete entirely. And, just as I expected, the strategy for handling the thunderstorm area appeared on the display. Okay, I'll share it now, so take a look. Once I shared it, Alicia and the people from Grand Zawal seemed accustomed to it. But the one who was staring at the screen with his mouth hanging open was Arata, who had just recently joined. I see. It wasn't irregular, there was a clear pattern to the lightning strikes. And it looks like we can use lightning rods. Ah, my earth magic should be able to handle it. Then, I'll just blow away the magical beasts with magic. Mihiro, you're really something else. Ryan-san, Lirina-san, and Sensei spoke. And finally, Arata muttered in exasperation. Well, I had frequently used appraisal at Maria's house. But it seems he hadn't realized it until now. When will we start the strategy? Now that we know the strategy so clearly, I don't see any reason we couldn't start tomorrow. Actually, I think we could start today if we wanted to. That might be a bit much for Mihiro-kun and the others. Let's start tomorrow. Is that alright with the three of you? Lirina-san's suggestion was interrupted by Sensei, who was looking to confirm with us. Well, it would be a lie to say I wasn't tired. So I turned to Alicia and Yuria, and nodded once. That's fine. Let's start tomorrow. So, does that mean we have free time now? Can I go visit Madoka? If that's the case, I'll head over with Haku. It feels weird not moving my body. In that case, Sensei will go too. After Alicia spoke, Yuria said she was going to the inn-town, to which Aratu and Sensei also nodded in agreement. Given this flow, I thought I'd probably go too. But I decided not to. Well then, I think I'll just rest for now. It looks like tomorrow is going to be busy. As soon as I said that, for some reason, everyone's gaze turned to me. Huh? Aren't you coming with us? To refuse like that, as expected of Mihiro. Well, Mihiro-kun is Mihiro-kun, isn't he? Well then, I'm going to my room, okay? It's fine, right? I'm going now. I'm tired, so it's understandable. I told myself that and quickly returned to my room. Support, I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 177, Grand Zawal 5. Episode 177, Grand Zawal 5. The group that had parted ways with Maki had arrived at the inn-town. Waiting there were Madoka, Rickert, and Vil. They all welcomed the returning Alicia and Yuria with joy. However, noticing Maki was not among them, Madoka glanced around anxiously. Yuria-chan, where's Maki-kun? Maki holed himself up in his room to rest already. Ah, yeah, Mihiro's totally like that, isn't he? Yuria's casual remark made Rickert chuckle wryly, and Madoka seemed slightly relieved. Since they had been to the royal capital, a part of her had feared Maki might not return at all. Madoka, you're such a worrier. Maybe so, but still, I'm glad he came back. By the way, Alicia-sama, what brings you here? We wanted to see everyone's faces. Vil was moved by Alicia's response and appeared slightly teary-eyed. Alicia gave a bittersweet smile at his reaction, but quickly regained composure and continued speaking. Also, during the discussions, we decided to advance to the land with shifting climates starting tomorrow. Realizing this was the main topic, Madoka, Rickett, and Vil all straightened up. They listened attentively. We thought it'd be a good to scout the area in advance. Yeah, we ended up talking about that on the way here. Yuria chimed in cheerfully after Alicia's explanation. I tried to stop her, but Kondo insisted on going to see it first. Oh, come on. We're heading there tomorrow anyway. No harm in checking it out early. No, I'm saying it's dangerous without Mihiro's support. Then what about you and Arata? You guys explored ahead on your own before. That's because we had Haku and the others with us. Well, we've got people this time too. No problem. Well, that's about it. Ultimately, Arata gave up on persuading them. However, since Alicia also wanted to inspect the land beforehand, she didn't oppose Yuria's suggestion. In that case, we should prepare some fruit provisions before heading out. Rickett and I will take care of that. Yes, Captain. Though Vil's earlier mood was serious, Rickett sounded excited. It was likely because she'd be working alongside Ryan. Alicia watched Rickett's reaction with a warm smile. Alright, let's head out once the two of them get back. I'm looking forward to it. The land with changing climates. Thunderstorms. What's there to be excited about? It's seriously dangerous. Oh, come on, lighten up. Plus, once we make it through, I might even get a familiar. Isn't that exciting? So that's your real motive. Aha, ahaha. Knowing why Yuria wanted a familiar, Alicia couldn't help but offer a wry smile. Arata tilted his head in confusion but refrained from pressing further. When the two returned, everyone snacked on some grapes before setting off. Arata and Haku led the way through the forest of demon. Although Yuria expressed a desire to take the lead, she was firmly denied. Only the two strongest members could lead, given the current dangers. This is so boring. How am I supposed to level up like this? Please bear with it, Yuria-chan. This time, even I agree with Mitsurugi-kun. HMPH. Well, since the two of them were trained by Taiku-san, I guess it can't be helped. Hearing Madoka's reasoning, Yuria pouted but begrudgingly accepted it. About 2 hours into their trek, Yuria and Alicia encountered a strange sight. Their expressions were clouded with suspicion. Could that be what I think it is? It's definitely a dangerous place. Many powerful magical beasts stronger than those here reside within. Even for us, navigating through that area while fending off beasts seems like a tall order. Thick thunderclouds loomed overhead, refusing to drift away. The area remained locked in a perpetual downpour, with the surrounding forest bogged down by its effects. Even outside the storm's immediate range, the ground was slippery and hard to traverse. This place must be awful up close, and a bottomless swamp to boot. Terrifying. I told you it's dangerous. Even we retreated quickly from this place last time. Tomorrow, we'll rely on Maki-kun for guidance. But leave dealing with the magical beasts to us. Alright. We'd probably only get in the way otherwise. Yuria-san? Huh? Oh, yeah. Totally. Alicia agreed with Madoka's assessment. But whether Yuria truly heard her remained a mystery to anyone but herself. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 178, An Unexpected Survival Life 45. Episode 178, An Unexpected Survival Life 45. The next morning, Yuria barged into my room the moment I woke up. Get ready and let's head out. Right now. Hurry, hurry. Okay. Her energy left me stunned, and I completely forgot about my bedhead as I scrambled to get ready. By the time I reached the dining hall, everyone was already seated, eating their breakfast. Looking closely, though, everyone was eating much faster than usual. And no one was talking. Normally, there would be some kind of chatter. Today, it would make sense to talk about the land with the shifting climate, for instance. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and eat. Sorry. I'm on it. Yuria was helping serve the food. As she shouted at me, I hurried to sit down. She set the plate she was holding right in front of me. The meal. Well, it looked like the usual. Which meant Alicia had prepared it, as usual. But why was everyone in such a rush? Eat quickly. If you don't, we'll arrive late at that place. That place? Wait, do you mean the land with shifting climates? Where else would I mean? Now eat already. Why yes, Mom. What was this? this commanding aura from Yuria that I couldn't resist. As I ate, I glanced around. Everyone else seemed to be feeling the same way. They occasionally sneaked nervous glances at Yuria while quietly eating. Clearly, the unusual atmosphere at the table was Yuria's doing. But why was she so eager to reach the land with shifting climates? Hey, Madoka? Why is Yuria so, eat faster? Why yes. I'm sorry, fine. I'll just eat. Let's get this over with. After finishing breakfast in complete silence, a rarity for us, we headed to the inn-town. Without a moment's rest, we set off running toward the land with shifting climates. We arrived. It didn't even take us 2 hours. We made it faster than yesterday. Yeah, we did. Arata and Madoka whispered to each other, but I couldn't figure out what the rush was about. Well, the one who was rushing us was definitely Yuria. She seemed to have evolved into a full-on musclehead. So, did she just want to fight magical beasts? Yuria, are you trying to level up? If that's the case, I can identify targets for you later. Wrong. That doesn't matter right now. Just choose your appraisal skill already. Alright. Then why are you in such a hurry? I wanted to ask. But her intense aura made it clear this wasn't the time. So, I activated my appraisal skill. While I did that, I glanced at Harata and Madoka. But they just smiled awkwardly and didn't explain anything. Once my skill had finished, I shared the display screen. Yuria, as if trying to memorize every detail, practically glued herself to the screen. With heavy breaths, she stepped into the land with shifting climates. Hey! Don't go off on your own. There are magical beasts here. It's fine. I memorized a route that avoids the magical beasts. Wait, what? A route like that exists? And she memorized it from the screen I just shared. I haven't even looked at it properly yet. Mahiro. Give us directions, quickly. Yeah. Let's follow her. Ah, right. Got it. I hurried to locate the route Yuria must have memorized and led Arata as her backup into the treacherous land. Even on the outskirts, the storm's effects were intense. Wind and rain were lashing at us. But the moment we entered, the power of the storm grew exponentially. It became hard to stand upright, lightning fell all around us, and communication was nearly impossible. If we lost sight of each other, we'd quickly get separated, and likely sink into the bottomless swamp. Damn it. Yuria's fast. Is everyone still together? We're fine, Maki-sama. Arata-sama. At Arata's call, Ryan-san confirmed their status. Meanwhile, I kept my eyes on Yuria, who was steadily disappearing into the distance. She moved without hesitation, her confidence unsettling. While I trusted my appraisal skill, I couldn't help but worry about running into magical beasts. After all, they were keeping a wary distance, held back only by the storm. Haku. If something happens, don't worry about us, just save Kondo. Woof, Gregory, I'm counting on you too. The two strongest familiars were given their orders, and I returned my focus to the display screen. The land with shifting climates was vast. It would take over 5 hours just to traverse it. The question was whether we could keep up with Yuria's pace without making a mistake or whether she could stay on the correct path herself. Geez, this is just endless worry. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 179, An Unexpected Survival Life 46. Episode 179, An Unexpected Survival Life 46. Well, let me start with the results. Not a single problem. Ahahaha. We proceeded through the thunderstorm region along the correct route. And upon closer inspection, it became apparent that there were fixed areas where lightning wouldn't strike. What seemed random was actually systematic, and the appraisal skill guided us through those lightning-free zones. A path with no lightning also meant no bottomless swamps. Naturally, Yuria, who had memorized the route, was unharmed. And we successfully passed through the stormy region without losing a single person. Hey, it wasn't like there weren't any problems, Mahiro. The moment we exited, magical beasts swarmed us. Despite my declaration, Arata and Madoka loudly objected. Well, they weren't wrong. The instant we emerged from the stormy area, the magical beasts that claimed the next zone as their territory all rushed toward Yuria. While Yuria had gleefully prepared to fight, Haku and Gregory swooped in at that very moment. It was as if the two familiars had instinctively sensed the paths where lightning wouldn't fall. They dashed through the stormy region, tearing through the magical beasts attacking Yuria. There were so many of them, though. And I only managed to take down one. How's that fair? Despite being rescued, Yuria voiced her dissatisfaction. She wasn't necessarily here to level up, but the sight of magical beasts must have stirred her fighting spirit. You've really gone full muscle brain, haven't you? No way you could have handled them all alone. You barely managed the one you did take down. Ugh. Well, yeah. But still, I can kind of understand why Yuria is frustrated. Until recently, Yuria was the core of our fighting force. When we reunited, she played a major role in the dangerous forest expeditions, our journey to the royal capital, and even in the attack on the Shriden Kingdom. After returning from Shriden, she continued to thrive on the front lines. But once we teleported under Moriya's command, everything shifted drastically. She suddenly found herself lagging behind, and the gap has only widened since. Yuria might even feel like she's become more of a burden than Madoka had feared. Hey, Yuria. Seriously, don't push yourself too hard, okay? If something happened to you, I don't think I'd ever forgive myself. Why would you be the one sulking about it, Miki? Because it would mean I failed to stop you from doing something reckless, knowing the outcome. It'd be like losing my purpose for existing. Isn't that a bit extreme? Besides, you're putting way too much weight on my life. Of course, I am. For the record, it's not about your special class or combat abilities or anything like that. I just think of you as one of my few friends. There's no way I'd want to see a friend die right in front of me. I have no idea how much my words resonated with Yuria, but for now, this is all I can do, so I'll do what I can. Oh. I see. Yeah, sorry. I hadn't expected much, but it seemed like my words actually struck a chord. If this makes her tone down the recklessness, I'd call it a win. Supporting her from behind isn't easy, you know, it's exhausting. Hey, Maki-kun, now that we've made it through the stormy area, how much further is it to Taiku-san's place? Yeah. Maki, hurry up and check, huh? Oh, yeah, got it. Yuria perked up at Madoka's words, suddenly full of energy. Wait a second, was she rushing because she wanted her familiar sooner? Come to think of it, she did bring up about the familiars when we were returning to Grand Zawal. She even mentioned how having a familiar might make her strong enough to beat the Knight Commander. Well, for now, let's just check. Yuria's glare is way too intense to ignore. Appraisal, location of Moriya's home. Surprisingly close. Does that mean the heroes of old only got this far back then? It's also possible Moriya moved closer to a more livable area after being revived. I'll ask him directly once we meet. Right now, reaching him is the priority. It's pretty close. Really? Yay. That means I can finally get my familiar. Ah, I knew it. Obviously. I wonder what kind of familiar it'll be. Something fluffy like Haku. Or maybe something cute like Sunny. Oh, or maybe something sturdy and strong like Gregory, a real power fighter like me. Guess it doesn't matter what kind of familiar she gets. As everyone let out a collective sigh of exasperation, I couldn't help but join them. Still, we began walking in the direction indicated. We were all accompanied with slightly weary hearts. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Kofi. Episode 180, An Unexpected Survival Life 47. Episode 180, An Unexpected Survival Life 47. As we pressed on, high-level magical beasts unrelated to the climate began to appear. Haku seemed unfazed, but Gregory focused solely on defense to protect Madoka. Even Arata, currently the strongest fighter among us humans, needed to eat some fruit before he could manage to fight these beasts solo. However, recognizing a few familiar magical beasts gave me hope that we were nearing Moriya's home. Ryan-san, focus all your efforts on taking down one beast as a group. Madoka, support Gregory. Arata, don't overdo it, coordinate with Haku. Sunny, stay close to me. If you leave, I'm dead. Pikya? The lower class and intermediate class fighters were struggling even after eating fruit. But by concentrating their attacks on one beast at a time, they managed to bring them down. Their levels were steadily increasing, making future endeavors easier, which was a welcome development. As for me, though, I was becoming less and less useful in combat. Eating a banana only enabled me to swing the magic sword 3 times. While the sword could cut through anything with endurance under 1000, it was useless if it didn't hit. And finding the right moment to use it was challenging. To make matters worse, magical beasts with endurance over 1000 were becoming more common in this area. It meant the magic sword couldn't kill them even if I landed a hit. I was completely out of my depth. At least Sunny could fight alongside others, holding its ground or stalling a beast. It made it reasonably effective even against a single foe. I could probably manage to, if I had to. Maki-kun. We're done here, Mahiro. We've finished too, but more are coming from deeper in. Despite reports of victories from Madoka and Arata, Uria's voice rang out. It was tinged with panic as more magical beasts approached. While Arata, Madoka, and I could still fight, the others were utterly exhausted. Even Uriah was at her limit, which meant we were in serious danger. Appraisal, a way for everyone to survive. What? Wait a second. No way. What's wrong, Maki-kun? Mahiro, what happened? Hey, Maki. The 3 of them called out to me, but I was too stunned to hide my confusion at the unexpected result. Why now, of all times? Why this message? Are you really on our side, Maria? Then why is this happening? The appraisal isn't working. What do you mean, Maki-san? I don't know. But there's one thing I do know for certain, and that is, under the weight of everyone's stares, I voiced the result displayed before me. Unknown. The cause of this is Maria. Maria, are you really still on our side? What should we do, Maki-kun? Is it really Maria-san? I was no less confused than they were. But if the appraisal only returned unknown, the only option was to conduct another appraisal to find a way to survive. The first option was to retreat. I'd memorized the route, and if I forgot, I could simply use the appraisal skill again. However, retreating would expose us to attacks from behind, making it a risky move. The second option was to push forward and defeat the magical beasts. This was far more dangerous but potentially doable. We could use the fruit to sweep through them or even our trump cards if necessary. However, if Maria had truly turned against us, we'd stand no chance. Even so, I wanted to believe in Maria. The sadness he showed when we parted ways had to be genuine. Everyone, will you indulge my selfish request? There wasn't much time. If even one person wanted to retreat, I'd turn back without hesitation and stay behind to cover them. Of course, Maki-kun. We can't back down now. I trust Maria-san. Madoka, Uriah, and Arata all smiled and voiced their agreement. We'll help as much as we can. Leave it to us, Maki-sama. We're putting our lives in your hands. Mahiro, Ryan-san, Vil-san, and Rikot-san raised their swords. A teacher believes in her students. I'll do my best too. Sensei and Lee Rina-san ready their magic. Thank you, everyone. Appraisal, magical beasts. The command was curt, but the appraisal skill understood my intent and provided detailed information on the approaching magical beasts. It seemed Maria might want us to defeat these beasts after all. While unknown appeared when I searched for survival strategies, appraising the magical beasts yielded results without issue. What are you planning, Maria? Is this your final trial for us? If that's the case, then we'll overcome it. Not by my strength alone, nor just the strength of the otherworlders, but by combining the power of everyone here who lives in this world. I'll issue the orders. Let's survive this, and then give Maria a good punch. I steeled myself. I then glared at the magical beast that came into view, and began shouting out commands loudly. Support, I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 181, An Unexpected Survival Life 48. Episode 181, An Unexpected Survival Life 48. The number of magical beasts was 10, 5 in the front, 4 behind them, and a single exceptionally massive beast at the rear. The last beast had a high level of 130. While Haku's overall status was superior, this particular beast had one stat that was exceptionally high. If that stat wasn't properly neutralized, there would undoubtedly be casualties on our side. Yuria, Ryan-san, Vil-san, and Rikot-san, handle the 5 in front. Alicia and Lee-Rina-san, support with magic. For numbers, counter with numbers. Everyone prepared themselves by eating the fruit to bolster their combat readiness. Although they could deploy their strongest fighters right from the start, that would be a poor strategy. The appraisal skill revealed that the beasts' abilities were closely tied to their unique strengths. Aratu and Haku, take on the second wave of magical beasts. Madoka, support with magic. Gregory, protect the mages. Aratu and Madoka were saved for the second wave to ensure proper balance. Gregory was tasked with not only guarding Madoka but also protecting Alicia and the other mages. Sensei, provide backup while monitoring the battles of the first and second waves. In terms of sheer magical power, Madoka was overwhelmingly strong. However, Sensei was more suited for calmly analyzing the battlefield and making appropriate decisions. Sensei nodded immediately and unleashed a massive spell just as the first wave charged forward. Thunderstorm. A colossal whirlwind appeared, crackling with lightning that danced around its edges. The magical beasts at the forefront, Anorthos, was sucked into the vortex. Note: if you don't know, Orthros is like the forgotten middle child of the family. You might know about Cerberus, but you might have never heard of Orthros before. According to Greek mythology, Orthros is a two-headed dog that guards the cattle, child of Typhon and Echidna. While its sibling is Cerberus, the three-headed dog that guards the underworld. Though its figure became obscured by the swirling dust, its agonized screams were audible. The remaining 4 Orthros dodged the tornado and charged ahead. Lightning struck them sharply, causing damage even if it wasn't enough to finish them off. Fireball. Earth Spear. Alicia sent multiple fireballs flying toward the beasts, while Lee-Rina-san's earthen spears shot up from the ground to attack. Although the attacks hit and slightly slowed the beasts, they weren't strong enough to deliver a finishing blow. Instead, the beasts grew angrier and charged even more furiously. Take Thayer's. Vil-san and Rikot-san struck a beast coming from the right. Each aimed for one of its 2 heads, decapitating them simultaneously with sharp blows. Meanwhile, another Orthros charged in. But Yuria engaged it head-on. There was no cause for concern. Yuria's level might still be lower compared to Aratu or Madoka, but her strength was undeniable. Her growth rate was slower due to her special class. Yet even so, she remained formidable. Having eaten the apples and grapes, Yuria's power ranked among the top in the group. Her battle experience, both against beasts and other humans, was unparalleled among the otherworlders. That's why Yuria could now face an Orthros alone. As the 2 heads lunged toward her, Yuria stepped forward boldly and unleashed a powerful right straight aimed at the base of the necks. Crunch! An indescribable sound echoed as skin, flesh, and bone were all torn and crushed. The Orthros' body was split cleanly in 2. Blood sprayed everywhere. But Yuria, now soaked in the Orthros' blood, grinned. Yes. How do you like that? Honestly, she's really changed. I'm starting to resent the Knight Commander just a little for turning her into this battle-crazed maniac. But with 3 fighters clustered on the right side of the thunderstorm, the left flank was left vulnerable. 2 Orthros charged from that direction, where only Ryan-san stood to face them. HMPH. With a sharp horizontal slash, Ryan-san's sword cut through one beast cleanly. It split it into upper and lower halves while gouging the ground. The final Orthros leapt in from behind, descending with increasing momentum due to gravity. Steel blade. Without wasting the force of his swing, Ryan-san adjusted his posture slightly upward. He drove his great sword into the ground to steady himself before slicing upward toward the beast. Slash. Dirt scattered. And unlike Yuria's raw power, Ryan-san's precise cut instantly bisected the Orthros cleanly. Who is this guy? Without the sheer pressure of numbers, Ryan-san might just be the strongest fighter in Grand Zawal, aside from the otherworlders. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Kofi. Episode 182, An Unexpected Survival Life. 49. Episode 182, An Unexpected Survival Life. 49. Suppressing my desire to appraise Ryan-san, I turned my focus to the next battle. This time, there were 4 separate beasts, each with unique forms. The first, A massive bear-like beast with jet black fur that rippled as it approached, its claws laced with deadly venom. Death Bear. The second, a humanoid beast with writhing, snake-like hair and petrifying evil eyes. Medusa. The third, a headless humanoid clad in deep crimson armor that moved on its own. Dolichon. The fourth, a skeletal undead beast draped in a black robe. Lich. The first to charge in was the Death Bear. It advanced on its hind legs. But as soon as its forelegs hit the ground, it surged forward at full speed. Though it looked like a simple charge, its speed was abnormal. At a top speed of 150 kilometers per hour, even a glancing blow from that massive body could shatter human bones, or worse, tear someone apart entirely. To make matters worse, the Lich in the rear cast necromantic magic, making the surrounding air heavier and dimming the visibility. It seemed they intended to make dodging the Death Bear's charge almost impossible. However, we had a sage capable of light magic on our side. Madoka. Saint Field. Got it. We countered the Lich's dark field with our own area of effect magic. The Saint Field, a force opposing the Lich's dark field, would override the spell. While the powers usually counterbalance, creating a boundary, Madoka had eaten a banana. Against the boosted Madoka, there was no competition. Without resistance, the dark field instantly vanished, and the Saint Field bathed the area in warm light. Haku, Sunny. Go for it. Ra'ewa or Pikya. Haku and Sunny attacked the Death Bear not from the front but from the side, biting into its neck. While Haku had the superior overall stats, the Death Bear outmatched Haku in raw strength stats. Sunny, on the other hand, still wasn't a match at all. The Death Bear flailed its arms wildly, trying to grab them. But judging that they'd inflicted enough damage, Haku leapt back before being caught, and Sunny had already retreated to safety. It prioritized caution. This was when Narata, having erased his presence, moved in close, targeting the bloodied neck. He struck with a sharp blow, but it wasn't enough to end the fight. A duel between swordsmen, is it? The Headless Knight, Dullahan, intercepted Narata's sword to protect the Death Bear. After a brief exchange of blows, neither found an opening, and they pulled back. Meanwhile, the Death Bear's bleeding neck was enveloped by a dark mist from the Lich's necromantic magic. It stopped the hemorrhaging. Sensei, lightning magic. Thunderbolt. It seemed she had already moved on to the next action without my orders. Who exactly is Sensei, anyway? Well, it's making the fight easier, so I won't complain. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and aimed at the Medusa, who had been preparing to activate her evil eyes of petrification. She leapt back to avoid a direct hit, but the blinding flash of the lightning made her shut her eyes. It prevented her evil eyes of petrification from activating. Since being hit by her evil eyes of petrification would spell certain death, we pressed the attack with continuous magic. Thunder Needle. This spell, focused on speed, unleashed a barrage of lightning needles. While less powerful than other spells, it was the fastest in Sensei's arsenal and could be fired in large numbers. The needles shot toward the Medusa's eyes just as she opened her lids. They striked her snake-like pupils repeatedly. Jayajagaga. Madoka. Finish it. Leave it to me. Shinebreaker. Shinebreaker, a spell that summons a destructive light. It was one of the spells Moriya had taught Madoka. Its power depended on the amount of ambient light, naturally making it more potent during the day, though it wasn't unusable at night. Currently, we were in a dense forest where sunlight barely penetrated. Still, Madoka chose Shinebreaker for one reason, because the Saint Field was active. Thanks to the Saint Field, the area was flooded with holy light, amplifying the Shinebreaker's power. The resulting explosion of light obliterated everything in its path. Wait a second. Did we just blast away the Lich too, along with Medusa? Oops. Seems like light magic is their weakness. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 183. An Unexpected Survival Life 50. Episode 183, An Unexpected Survival Life 50. Panicking slightly, I glanced at the display screen and scrolled up. Finally, the text confirming the Lich's defeat appeared, and it was dead. Its cloak could be used as material. Hopefully, we could retrieve it later. For now, I turned my focus to the two remaining beasts. Arata was holding his ground against the Dullacan. It looked like their fight would remain at a stalemate for a while. So the best course of action was to take down the Death Bear during this time. With that decided, I not only sent Haku to the front lines but also directed Madoka and Sensei to unleash their magic. The Death Bear's neck wound had reopened after the Lich's defeat. It was now gushing blood freely again. Left unchecked, it would likely bleed out on its own. However, everyone knew that a beast at death's door was at its most dangerous. Trusting the appraisal skill's guidance, I gave commands without letting my guard down. Madoka's Saint Arrow and Sensei's Thunder Needle pierced the Death Bear's body. As it staggered, Haku charged at full force. It was now using wind magic to transform itself into a blade of wind. Haku accelerated beyond my ability to follow with my eyes. By the time I realized what had happened, it had already landed behind the Death Bear and turned to face it. A moment later, the massive beast's body shifted unnaturally, its upper and lower halves sliding apart. With a wet thud, they fell onto the growing pool of blood below. That was a total victory. Smiling wryly, I watched Haku claim its victory before turning my attention to Arata and the Dullacan. Arata's body was lightly smeared with blood, but he had managed to avoid any fatal wounds. He was deflecting attacks by the skin of his teeth. Still, if asked who was landing more blows, the Dullacan had a slight edge. Indeed, Arata was slowly being pushed back as he fought. Maki-sama. Shouldn't we assist him? Ryan-san, having finished with the Orthrus, called out with concern. But I shook my head. This time, the appraisal skill displayed something different from usual. He'll be fine. Arata can handle this on his own. No. He must handle it. The appraisal skill revealed two possible outcomes for defeating the Dullacan. One was if Arata defeated it alone. The other was if he received help. The latter option was more certain, but it carried a high chance of capping Arata's growth. Arata had attained the profession of Sword Saint. For someone like him, defeating a stronger opponent solo would build confidence that could trigger explosive growth in the future. Arata. Can you do it alone? Leave it to me. Mihiro and the others, take care of the main target coming from behind. As if understanding our exchange, the Dullacan unleashed an even more intense wave of killing intent. It surged outward, oppressive and suffocating. An average person might have been frozen in place by it. But no one here was average, especially Arata, who stood directly in the face of that killing intent. Rather than faltering, he moved even faster. His strikes were hitting harder than ever before. Although he had been on the defensive, Arata had somehow dug in and was now standing his ground. They were trading blows evenly. Those who were fighting the Orthrus, stay here. If Arata really looks like he's in danger, attack the Dullacan without hesitation. To be honest, Arata's chances of defeating the Dullacan were 50-50. The fruit effects would only last for 5 minutes. And once they wore off, he might be overwhelmed instantly. Arata had to win this fight himself, but if it seemed truly dangerous, I wanted others to step in. I knew I was contradicting myself. This might hinder Arata's growth, but nothing was worth more than his life, so I couldn't choose differently. Understood. However, I will observe the battle closely until the very last moment. Ryan-san. Don't worry. I'm certain Arata-sama will prevail. Thank you. Madoka, Haku, Gregory, Sunny. Let's go. I'm coming too. Calling out to my companions, 1 human and 3 beasts, I began to move. Yuria raised her voice, declaring she would join us as well. No, you're staying here. No way. I'm coming too. Even if you say no, I'll just follow you anyway. Seriously? Let her go, Maki-san. Please, take care, Kondo-sama. Exactly, Mihiro. Take her with you, Maki-sama. Even Vil-san and the others? Well, whether Yuria stayed or left wouldn't change the situation here much. In fact, having her along might give us an edge in the fight against the final beast. That said, it wasn't necessarily the best option. You might get hurt, you know? It could even be serious. I'm prepared for that. Besides, I'm the one who insisted on coming this far. I will make myself useful. Then wouldn't it be better for you to stay here? Enough. I'm coming with you. Sigh. Fine, Have it your way. The ones heading into battle against the final beast were me, Madoka, Yuria, Sunny, Haku, and Grigori. Oh, right. Sensei. What is it, Mahiro-kun? I'm leaving the command of magic here in your hands. Okay? Hee. Understood. She seems to get it. But honestly, could it be that Sensei secretly likes light novels? Leaving that thought unanswered, we hurried deeper into the forest. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 184, An Unexpected Survival Life 51. Episode 184, An Unexpected Survival Life 51. As we ventured a bit further into the forest, the beast was already waiting for us. A massive and ferocious creature far beyond what any human could reasonably confront. The poison dragon, with its distinctive green scales, stood before us, glaring down. Unlike the slender queen dragon, this one possessed enormous, ground-shaking limbs that had left deep impressions in the soil as it approached. They turned the terrain behind it into a chaotic mess. Trees were toppled, soil gouged, and puddles of green liquid pooled in the torn earth. They were exuding a stinging odor that pricked at our noses. Everyone, be careful. That green liquid is poisonous. Poison? Why not just blast it away with Madoka's magic? I could probably manage, but is that okay to do? No, let's avoid that. The vaporized poison could mix into the air and spread around. While it was still in liquid form, it could be contained. But once it evaporated into the air, it would become uncontrollable. The poison seemed to have a paralyzing effect. Inhaling too much during a fight would render someone immobile, leading to an easy death. Although Madoka, with her boosted magic stats from bananas, could potentially end this with a single spell, that wasn't an option. The glossy green scales of the dragon apparently had a reflective property. They bounced back any magic directed at it. If we attacked recklessly, the magic would rebound on us. Considering the poison and the magic reflection, entrusting this to Yuria seemed viable, but that, too, posed its challenges. The sheer difference in level was too vast. Even with the effects of the enchanted fruit, Yuria's stats wouldn't come close to matching the poison dragon's. On top of that, its most outstanding stat was its magic. The dragon used its mana to generate poison and reflect spells. If we could deplete that mana reserves, Madoka or Yuria might stand a chance. So, what's the plan? Are we going to have Haku handle it? No, that's not the plan. Really? Then what is it? While we stood deliberating, the poison dragon, for some reason, wasn't attacking. Considering why, it made sense to think Moriya was involved. If this was, as suspected, another trial orchestrated by Moridani, then the means to defeat the poison dragon would likely be hidden within us. Relying on the familiars was an option, but I had an idea that didn't depend on them. Leave this to me. Huh? What's with that reaction? Well, it's you, Maki. Yeah, it's you, Maki-kun. Pikia Kai-an. Everyone present wore a look of disbelief. Seriously? Still, I wasn't planning to confront the poison dragon without any strategy. I'd need everyone's help to set the stage for the final blow. That's why I need you all to distract the poison dragon. Oh, so you do need our help in the end. Leave it to me, Maki-kun. Pikia woof woof. Yuria aside, the rest seemed more than willing to lend their aid. If only Yuria could be a bit more straightforward, she'd actually be adorable. Hey, you're not thinking something weird, are you? Huh? No, not at all. Come on, help me out here. Fine. Then I'll eat some grapes first and give it my all. Though slightly exasperated, Yuria obediently ate her grapes, while Madoka munched away on a banana. Sunny, do you want some? Pippi. You're not eating? Pikia. Sunny, along with Haku and Grigori, refused to eat the enchanted fruit. Were these fruits strictly for humans? Or maybe they simply had no effect on beasts? Well, if they didn't want them, I wasn't about to force them. Alright. Let's do this. I'll cast support magic. Support magic? A spell to boost all stats. Wait, seriously? Since when could she cast something that amazing? Whoa. I feel a surge of strength. It's not as strong as the fruits, but it should help with your movements. Thanks. Alright, here we go. Boom. With a thunderous impact, Yuria charged at the poison dragon. Haku, go after her. That girl really does charge like a bull. Woof woof. Sunny, distracted from afar. Gregory, protect Madoka. Pikia. Bruka. Good. Now, I'll sneak around and wait for the right moment. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Kofi. Episode 185, An Unexpected Survival Life. 52. Episode 185, An Unexpected Survival Life. 52. As Yuria carefully avoided the poison dragon's venom while provoking it, Haku joined the fray. Haku's strength stats slightly exceeded the poison dragon's Madoka endurance. It allowed him to inflict damage. However, considering the risk of poison, he prioritized hit-and-run tactics and focused on evasion. Meanwhile, Sunny attacked from a clear distance. Remarkably, as an ancient crystal dragon, Sunny could exhale breaths of various elements except for dark energy. It was a surprising discovery, but Sunny's attacks still lacked power. To avoid vaporizing the liquid poison, Sunny focused on using water or ice breath to dilute or freeze it, combining offense with support. Whoa! As the poison dragon whipped its massive tail, the tree I was hiding behind splintered and collapsed with a loud crack. I scrambled to move, barely avoiding being crushed. It seemed the poison dragon had noticed my presence. Damn, I'd hoped to stay unnoticed. How do I completely erase my presence? Flash. At that moment, Madoka conjured a dazzling light directly in front of the poison dragon. Blinded by the intense brightness, the poison dragon let out a furious roar. When I glanced at Madoka, she gave me a knowing nod. She'd understood my intent. Nice one, Madoka. Stuffing some grapes into my mouth, I darted forward, circling around to the poison dragon's rear. Even if the dragon could sense my movements, Yuria and Haku kept up their harassment. They were attacking to distract it. Sunny's breath targeted the dragon's unarmored eyes, making things even more troublesome for it. To add to the chaos, Madoka fired spells that didn't directly hit but annoyed the dragon enough to keep it agitated. This is it. I climbed a nearby tree to get above the dragon, positioning myself directly overhead before leaping down. Blade of Severance. Having eaten the banana, my magic stats was now 1200. The Severing Blade spell used 400 mana to unleash a blade capable of cutting through anything with endurance under 1000, bypassing the endurance stats entirely. However, there was an advanced technique, channeling even more mana into the Blade of Severance. Using 800 mana, the spell could cut through endurance under 2000. With 1200 mana, it could sever anything under 3000 endurance. Maria probably hadn't told me this on purpose, expecting me to figure it out myself and prove my worth by defeating the dragon. The blade I released was more than twice the size of any I'd cast before. It struck the poison dragon's back dead center. Its scales, which could supposedly reflect any magic, couldn't resist the Blade of Severance. The spell sliced through the massive beast's body as effortlessly as cutting tofu. Watching from above, I saw the blade continue down, embedding into the ground and carving deep into the earth. A bizarre thought crossed my mind: what a terrifying magical tool. Oh no, I'm falling into the poison. Though the poison dragon was defeated, its blood turned out to be even more toxic than its venom. If I landed in that pool of blood, I'd die instantly. Just as I braced myself to call for help, I felt a sudden upward pull. Looking up, I saw Sunny. Pippi. Sunny had hooked its claws into my clothes and managed to carry me to a nearby branch. I hugged it tightly in gratitude, rubbing my cheek against it. Sunny let out a pleased little sound, seemingly not minding the affection. Makey. Are you okay? Makey-kun. I'm fine. How's everyone else? We're fine. Looking down, I saw that Haku and Gregory were unharmed as well. Relieved, I finally took a deep breath. But then, something entirely unexpected struck. Rumble rumble rumble. What's that sound? A sudden rumbling noise echoed around us, accompanied by tremors in the ground. Even using appraisal magic, I couldn't detect any nearby beasts, nor did anything register as unknown. Was this something unrelated to Moria? A completely different threat approaching us? Remaining on guard, I continued observing until Splash! Water began gushing out from the hole carved by the blade of severance. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Ko-fi. Episode 186, An Unexpected Survival Life 53. Episode 186, An Unexpected Survival Life 53. Although I couldn't understand exactly what had happened, the pungent smell made me realize what this water was. Hot. Wait, could this be a hot spring? The hot spring water was gushing out in such volume that it could easily blow away the poison dragon's venom. It continued to spew out even now. It wasn't just me, it seemed like Madoka and Yuria had noticed too. And they looked pretty excited about it. Why, Yuria-chan? It's a hot spring, a hot spring. Wow. I wonder what kind of effects it has? I'm curious. The effects, huh? Appraisal. Hot spring. Interesting. It helps with fatigue recovery, shoulder pain, muscle soreness, and even cuts and burns. There seem to be quite a few benefits, so it looks like I've stumbled upon a great find. That said, transporting hot spring water is tricky. Well, if I use a magical bag, I could carry it. But once it's taken out, it would gradually cool down, which would take away from the fun of the hot spring. It would be perfect if we could set up a base here. Yeah, but that would be tough. Wow. As expected from you, Maki-kun. Just after I thought it would be difficult due to the thunderstorm zones, I heard a familiar voice coming from behind. Turning around to the voice that must have caused this whole commotion, I saw Moriya. He was waving at us while making rattling sounds. Moriya, Taiku-san. Wow, you're actually a skeleton. Haha. Hey, everyone looks well. He was probably smiling, but we almost died. So I wasn't in the mood to forgive him with a smile. I was about to approach him and complain. But before I could, there were others who jumped at him first. Pikia. Woof woof. Haha, looks like you guys are doing well too. Sunny, Haku, and Gregory were affectionately clinging to their original owner, Moriya. Seeing their happy expressions made my anger evaporate, and I let out a small sigh instead. Maki-kun. And Madoka-chan too, you both did well. Ah, thank you. Ah. Crap, Arata's still not here. We're done over here, Mahiro. Almost simultaneously with my shout, Arata appeared with Ryan-san and the others. His clothes were torn, and he had several wounds. But his expression looked fulfilled. I understood immediately, he must have taken down the Dullahan on his own. Impressive, Arata. Well, it's because Mahiro gave the orders. I just thought I had to do it. Saying that, Arata extended his right fist toward me. So I grinned and bumped my fist against his. Madoka and Yuria were smirking at the scene. But it wasn't anything strange, so I ignored it. Is this Taiku Moriya-sama, by any chance? Yep, that's me. I am Ryan Snow, captain of the Grand Zawal soldiers. I see. Nice to meet you. Since he was a skeleton, his expression was hidden. So Ryan-san probably judged his true feelings based on the tone of Moriya's voice. As for me, I believed he was smiling and being sincere. But who knew? Still, you're really a skeleton. I heard about you from Maki-sama, but seeing it in person, it's surprising. Yeah? Well, if people like me were here normally, this would be a dangerous world. Huh? Wait a second, we're talking normally, but aren't you scared? He's supposed to be a demon character, right? What's wrong, Maki-sama? Ryan-san, aren't you scared of Moriya? Scared? Ah, I see. What's going on? I then confirmed with Moriya how his situation had been explained to His Majesty and how the entire Adelreed Kingdom had developed the image of Taiku Moriya being a demon. I was very anxious at first too. But since Maki-sama trusts him, and His Majesty gave permission, right? In that case, my small worries were blown away. Ryan-san laughed loudly as he said this. And just like him, Vil-san and Rikot-san were laughing as well. Looks like my concerns were unnecessary. Was that a good thing? The only one who seemed confused was Moriya, who tilted his head while making rattling sounds. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Ko-fi. Episode 187, An Unexpected Survival Life 54. Episode 187, An Unexpected Survival Life 54. That said, first, we need to deal with this, right? Maria spoke as he turned his gaze to the still gushing hot spring. Just as I was wondering what he planned to do, Maria lightly stomped on the ground. The earth shifted, sealing the hole from which the hot spring water was erupting. No, what a waste. Ha ha. Don't worry, I can just use magic to open up another hole anytime. Thank you so much, Taiku-san. Oh. Voices of excitement arose from the women from the other world. Well, I can't deny I'm also interested in the hot spring. If we could make this place a base of operations. If we could. Ah, right. We can do that. We can make this our base. Maria. Let's make you the manager of the base we'll set up here. Huh? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Of course, I'll introduce you to His Majesty and bring you to the capital. But honestly, living here would be the best, wouldn't it? Well, I mean, there's already a house and farmland here. So if it's allowed, I wouldn't mind that. Great, it's decided. With the hot spring here, it's perfect. A healing retreat deep in the forest of demons, how awesome is that? It's the best. Is this really okay? Who is he even asking? Oh, Alicia, probably. Well, it's none of my concern. Things are moving in a good direction, so it's fine by me. Wait a moment, Maki-san. What are you planning to do about the thunderstorm zone? Without getting through that, no one will be able to reach this place. We'll handle that with Maria's teleportation magic circles, easy peasy. Right? Eh? Why you relying on me for this? Of course. Oh, and I'm counting on you too, Lirina-san. Huh? Wait, me? Of course. With Lirina-san's erudite skill, it'll be like giving a demon an iron club, a perfect combo. This way, people can bypass the thunderstorm zone to reach the base. And if any challengers feel daring, they can still try their luck there. Plus, if we charge a usage fee for the teleportation circle, we could even give some returns to Grand Zarwal. A win-win scenario. Alicia-sama. Please say something. At this point, it might be impossible to stop them. So, good luck, Lirina-sama. This is too huge. Good, the Lirina-san situation is settled. Maria seems fine with it too. So now we can move forward with turning this place into a healing retreat. And who knows, maybe even develop a hot spring town down the line. How amazing would that be? My dreams are expanding endlessly. As I was speaking excitedly, a sharp voice called out to halt me. Hey, Maki. You haven't forgotten about my goal, have you? Uria's goal? What was it again? Sorry, I forgot. I want to make a familiar contract. Oh? So you must be Yuria-chan? Yes. I'm Kondo Yuria, 18 years old, with a special class Fist King, seeking a familiar. The age part wasn't necessary. And you, who forgot my goal, can just stay silent. Yes, sorry. What's with this? I only forgot for a bit, but she's terrifying. You've got good energy. Let's see. Yuria-chan seems to have developed a decent foundation. Thank you very much. Why are you so gung-ho like it's a sports meet? Wait, sorry, never mind. Don't glare at me in silence, it's genuinely scary. There are two options for you. First, a support-type familiar to enhance your existing skills. Second, a similar type familiar to fight alongside you. I want one I can punch stuff with together. Punch? Well, if that's the case, I know just the one. Wait here for a moment. Even Maria seemed slightly taken aback. I've learned my lesson, though. I didn't say anything aloud. But still, why is Yuria glaring at me? Anyway, let's take a break until Maria comes back. Fine. Yeah, I'm tired too. Same here. But honestly, struggling against that Dullahan makes me worry about what's ahead. No, you should take pride in defeating a high-level magical beast solo. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 188, An Unexpected Survival Life 55. Episode 188, An Unexpected Survival Life 55. Curious about how Arata had changed after overcoming the trial my appraisal skill had shown him, I decided to secretly appraise him again. When I checked, I noticed a symbol next to his occupation that I'd never seen before. I tilted my head in confusion. Sword Saint, plus middle dot. Next to the word Sword Saint, there was a plus symbol displayed. What could this mean? If I think about it simply, it might indicate that he's stronger than a regular Sword Saint. But just how much stronger? That part one couldn't figure out. Then I noticed a description about the plus in the display. Wow, appraisal skills, or rather, divine class appraiser, divine IR, so convenient. What does it say? Greater stat growth compared to a normal occupation, with an additional enhancement to occupational abilities. The most eye-catching part is definitely the greater stat growth. This means that with each level up, Arata will grow even more than before. Also, the enhancement to his Sword Saint abilities means that combat will become easier. It would lead to faster level ups. Everything seems to be heading in a good direction for him. What's up, my hero? Oh, I was appraising you, Arata. Appraising me? Take a look at this. When I showed the display screen to Arata, his eyes widened at the surprising effects of the plus. What the heck is this? It's new to me too. But it's undoubtedly something that emerged because you defeated the Dullahan on your own. I see. So that's why you told me to handle it alone back then. Well, the system flagged it as explosive growth. Though even I didn't expect this much growth. Defeating the Dullahan had also boosted Arata's level to 50. Compared to his previous level ups, his stats had grown significantly. With not only his strength and endurance, but even his speed surpassing the 1000 mark. Arata has finally stepped into the realm of the superhuman. But the battle with the Dullahan was incredibly close. And there are even stronger foes deeper in the forest, right? Yeah, probably. I see. I still have a long way to go. Oh, Arata seems intent on pushing further into the superhuman realm. Well, as someone from another world, he was already somewhat beyond the ordinary by this world's standards. As I mused on this, Maria returned, accompanied by a familiar. Sorry for the wait. I've been waiting. Ha. Yuria-chan, you're so straightforward. Let me introduce your new familiar. Peeking out from behind Maria was a creature. It had long ears that stood upright, big, round eyes, and a nose that extended slightly forward. Its brown fur swayed in the breeze, and its fluffiness rivaled Haku's. Go. It's so cute. This is Foss, the Kung Fu kangaroo. Kung Fu kangaroo? It looks exactly like a kangaroo. It's absolutely adorable. Thank you so much, Taiku-san. You're welcome. Now, let's go ahead and form your familiar contract. Yes. With a beaming smile, Yuria responded energetically. As Maria happily carried out the contract, Foss slowly approached Yuria and gently rubbed its head against her. Nice to meet you, Foss. Go. When we reach the capital, we're going to knock out the Knight Commander together. Go? Wo. It seems incredibly motivated now. Stat-wise, Foss is overwhelmingly stronger, but... My condolences to the Knight Commander. Alright. Instead of chatting here, why don't I invite you all to my house? Click-clacking as he walked, Maritani led us to his house. It may felt odd to say that we'd returned. But since we'd returned to Grand Zawal, then head to the capital and only now made our way back here again, I guess it can't be helped. Ryan-san and the others followed us without a hint of doubt. Truly, I'm grateful for that. All that's left now is for me to resolve the cost of Maria's forbidden magic. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 189, An Unexpected Survival Life 56. Episode 189. An Unexpected Survival Life 56. When Alicia and the others saw Maria's house, they froze with their mouths agape. The Yamato family's mansion should have been larger. So what exactly had them so astonished? A field, next to the house, I see crops I've never encountered before. Wait, this is the Forest of Demons, right? Well, they probably had a lot of opinions, but this was Maria's normal. And getting hung up on it would be a losing battle. I was surprised at first too. But eventually, I decided not to let it bother me. Inside the house, Maria was preparing drinks for everyone. Only Yuria and I asked for coffee. When I said the word coffee, the room was filled with a curious, questioning atmosphere. I figured they'd be shocked when they saw it. After all, to someone who's never seen it, it's just a pitch-black drink. Maki-san? Is that a drink? Whoa. Mahiro, are you seriously going to drink that? Yeah, but want to try it? No, thanks. Both Alicia and Rikot-san declined immediately. However, perhaps intrigued by the unique aroma, Ryan-san asked Morio if he could try it. I'll bring some right away. Just in case, keep your tea to cleanse your palate. Understood. Thank you. While everyone else was sipping their drinks, Ryan-san nervously waited for his coffee to arrive. When it was placed before him, he swallowed hard, then slowly brought it to his lips. Are you okay, Captain? Yes. It's quite bitter, but not undrinkable. If the bitterness is too strong, try adding sugar. Here's some. Sugar? Alright, I'll add one. Ryan-san dropped a sugar cube into the coffee and stirred it. He was watching as the color lightened slightly. Even so, it remained black. After steeling himself, he took another sip. It's much easier to drink now. People who like this taste often get hooked on it. Yes. I think I like it. That's great. I grow it myself, though I can't taste it anymore. Ha ha. Moria laughed, his bones clicking together as he did. Ryan-san looked at him with a slightly wistful expression. Alright then, Moria. To let you enjoy coffee with Ryan-san, I'll appraise how to undo the cost of your forbidden magic. At my words, everyone turned their attention toward me. Moria stopped clacking his bones and slowly turned around. You're not overdoing it, are you? I'm fine. I'll boost my mana by eating bananas. Even if I don't find a complete solution, I should uncover some clues. Alright. But if it's too much, don't push yourself. I'm living a pretty decent life as it is. Though Moria's bones clacked softly, I didn't want him to settle for just decent. Decent, huh? If we can lift the cost, wouldn't you be truly happy? I don't know. People still hate me. That's based on a mistaken history, isn't it? Even His Majesty is willing to help you. Don't give up. I've been thinking about this for over 100 years. It's not that easy to change my mindset. Then from now on, consult with someone when you're struggling. You're not alone anymore. Moria froze, his movements stopping entirely. Then, slowly, the clacking of his bones resumed. It's noisy. Moria, leave me alone. I just got a little emotional. So, he clacks when he's moved? Alright, Maki-kun. I'll take you up on your offer. From now on, I'll come to you for advice. Fine. I can even use appraisal if necessary. That takes all the fun out of it. It's better to talk things through and figure it out together. Don't you think? Not everything needs to be entertaining, you know. In any case, I was glad to see Moria in good spirits. With this, appraising the way to lift the cost of his forbidden magic, or finding a way for him to leave this place, shouldn't be a problem. Taking a banana from my magic bag, I ate it heartily to restore my mana. I then activated my appraisal skill right there. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 190, An Unexpected Survival Life 57. Episode 190, An Unexpected Survival Life 57. Appraisal. How can we resolve the cost of Moria's forbidden magic? When I said that, I felt my mana rapidly draining from my body. I started to feel dizzy. But thanks to the bananas I had eaten, it didn't seem as severe as the first time, when I experienced mana depletion. I guess I'm more aware of it now because my mana capacity has increased. Back then, I fainted without even realizing my mana was running dry. Everyone's eyes were on me, and the appraisal skill took longer than usual. But finally, the results appeared on the display screen. What do we have here? Huh? Seriously? What's wrong, Maki-kun? If it's impossible, I'll give up. So don't push yourself. No, it's not that. It's just, as expected of forbidden magic, it looks like we'll need some pretty troublesome materials and a huge amount of mana to cancel it out. As I explained, I shared the display screen with everyone. Leaning in to look at the results, everyone wore grim expressions. Mana exceeding the total of 6,000 from using forbidden magic? That's going to be tough, even with bananas, isn't it? The Lich King's crown? A regular lich won't cut it, Huh? What about this one? The Sword Queen's pendant? What are homunculus tears, anyway? Madoka, Yuria, Arata, and Sensei all voiced their questions one after another. The three beasts mentioned in the appraisal were all special tier magical beasts. They were opponents we couldn't easily defeat with our current strength. Obviously, lower class or intermediate class allies like Alicia couldn't help much, either. I didn't think it'd be easy, but I didn't expect the requirements to be this tough. Wait, are these monsters really that difficult to deal with? Maria asked, curious about my comment. Well, yeah. They're special tier magical beasts, and all them are nearly level 150. That means they're even stronger than Haku. That's true, but huh? Wait a second, is this, perhaps? As Maria started muttering to himself, the rest of us exchanged puzzled glances. Then, suddenly, he stood up and left for his room. After a while, he returned, holding his magic bag. What's up, Maria? Hey, Makikun. About these materials, does it matter if they're old or new? I don't think it matters. Wait, no way. You've got to be kidding me. His earlier comment wasn't because he had fought these monsters before, was it? I don't have all of them, but I've got everything except one. What? Everyone froze in shock at Maria's words. Meanwhile, he rattled his bones, laughing softly. Why the heck do you have these? Well, you see, I've fought both the Lich King and a homunculus before. Cheerfully answering, Maria pulled the Lich King's crown and the homunculus tears out of his magic bag and placed them on the table. Lirina-sama? Just how valuable is one of these items? From what I've read in books, it's probably worth about the budget of a small country. Alicia asked out of curiosity. But after hearing Lirina-san's answer, she froze up. The three soldiers were left speechless. Everyone started wondering what else Maria's magic bag contained. If I could leave this place, I could get the Sword Queen's pendant too. Wait a second. My appraisal showed the method to resolve all of the cost of Maria's forbidden magic. I started searching the display screen to see if it was possible to resolve just the second cost, soul binding. For now, found it. I found it. As expected with the appraisal skill, it displayed various patterns and solutions, and it looked like resolving the soul binding wouldn't be a problem. To undo the soul binding, we'll need over 6,000 magical energy and the Lich King's crown. But what? We would need to gather the 6,000 mana from people other than Maria. That alone was a big issue, but something even more concerning had appeared. The second forbidden magic came with the cost of losing all your body except for your bones and becoming immortal. Right? That's right. Oh. Could it be that my body will return? Yeah. But that's the problem. To undo the soul binding, that cost will also be lifted. If that happens, your restored body will begin to decay because of the cost of the first forbidden magic. The loss of the body and immortality can be undone using the homunculus tears. However, in a situation where the body is already decaying, there likely wouldn't be enough time to locate and defeat the Sword Queen to obtain the pendant. Then for now, we shouldn't undo it. We'll defeat the Sword Queen ourselves and get the pendant. It's fine, just undo it, Maria said, cutting me off and firmly requesting the cancellation. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 191. An Unexpected Survival Life 58. Episode 191, An Unexpected Survival Life 58. But as soon as the curse is lifted, your restored body will start to decay, you know? I think I can manage that. Ever since I became a skeleton, I've been considering various measures for this situation. I even came up with countermeasures early on. If he came up with these ideas early on, Maria might have been searching for a way to undo the cost from the start. Although, knowing Maria, he might have done it out of pure curiosity. Alright, Maria. I understand. Alright. Then feel free to use my mana as much as you like. That it won't work. It seems we can't use the person's own mana for this. Eh? Then, what will you do? Maria's worried tone filled the room. But the solution was already displayed in the appraisal results. I'll boost the magic power of Madoka, Arata, and myself using bananas to generate a total of 6,000 mana. Huh? Mahiro, I understand Madoka the Sage. But why me? Wouldn't Sensei be a better choice with his higher magic stats? Arata's question was valid, but the answer was also clearly indicated in the results. That's true, but the mana needed to undo the cost of forbidden magic has to be highly concentrated. And that concentration seems to depend on one's class. Does that mean only mana from special class profession and above can be used? Exactly. That's why Sensei, with her advanced class profession, isn't suitable. Yuria, meanwhile, has low magic stats and would need to eat a lot of bananas. Currently, my magic stats is 600, Madoka's is 850, and Arata's is 630, for a total of 2080. If we each eat 3 bananas, the total mana will increase to 6240, exceeding the required 6000. It's difficult to achieve alone, but together, we can manage it. I'll do whatever it takes for Taiko-san. I'll help, too. Everyone, thank you so much. With their support, I took 9 bananas out of my magic bag and handed out 3 to each of us. As we ate, I noticed it was becoming harder to eat as our levels increased, but 3 seemed manageable for both of them. Phew, I'm fine. Yeah, they look like they're struggling, but they'll be okay. Since their levels are higher than mine, it's probably even tougher for them. Sorry about that. Alright, let's get started. I'll borrow the materials. Moriyo, counting on you. Maki-kun, leave it to me. All I have to do is follow the steps laid out in the appraisal results. First, we'll channel mana into the Lich King's crown. If all 3 of us touch it and release our mana, the crown should absorb it on its own. Both of you, place both hands on the crown and release your mana. Got it. The 3 of us placed our hands on the crown and synchronized to release our mana. Then, whoa, it's absorbing it all at once. Even though we started carefully releasing our mana, the crown began to greedily drain it all as soon as it started. Both of you, be careful not to let it drain all your mana. As soon as you drop below 80, take your hands off. Both of them nodded silently at my warning, unable to spare the energy for words. Since I had the least mana, I was the first to let go. Close call. I was down to 30 mana. Arata released his hands next, with 50 mana remaining. Lastly, Madoka let go, leaving her with just 20 mana. Madoka, that was cutting it way too close. I just wanted to do my best for Taiko-san. Don't overdo it, okay? Honestly, Mahiro, you're not one to talk about not overdoing it. Yeah, huh? Really? I don't think I've been that reckless. Have I? Well, that doesn't matter right now. By simple calculation, the crown should now hold 6140 mana. Next, Moriya will wear this crown, and it will release the mana that's causing the cost of the forbidden magic to linger in his body. However, that alone would leave him as a decaying skeleton with just his soul remaining. That's where the homunculus tears come in. Since it's called homunculus, I guess it means my new body won't be my original one but a newly created one? I nodded firmly at Moriya's words. The body will be recreated in the likeness of the homunculus from which the tears were obtained. Before proceeding, I confirmed one thing. Hey, Moriya, do you remember what the homunculus looked like when you collected these tears? Nope, I can't recall. It was a really long time ago, after all. I see. Well, Moriya, the new body will be created, but it will inherit the form of the homunculus. According to the appraisal results, that body is going to be a child. Huh? Moriya's surprised voice escaped his lips, clearly not expecting to end up with a child's body. I remember now. I was attacked by a homunculus that was about 3 or 4 years old once. That's probably the one. The physical age of the individual is recorded as 3B, but what about the stats? That doesn't seem to be an issue. The new body will grow like a normal human's, so think of it as a chance to start your life over, okay? Yeah, even Moriya seemed understandably bewildered. Still, since it was a necessary step to lift the curse, Moriya eventually accepted it in the end. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 192, An Unexpected Survival Life 59. Episode 192, An Unexpected Survival Life 59. Alright, Let's begin. Moriya was seated comfortably in his favorite chair. He adjusted his posture and placed the crown atop his skeleton head. In his hand was the homunculus tear, which would grant him a body once the soul binding was released. Though I couldn't help but wonder how he planned to prevent the body from decaying, I trusted Moriya would figure it out. With everyone present watching closely, I instructed Moriya to absorb the mana imbued in the crown. Got it? Like this? Moriya's mana interacted with the crown's energy. Then, the crown's magic poured into Moriya in an instant. Unlike when the crown absorbed our mana, this was the opposite scenario. Such was the nature of the Lich King's crown. The defeated Lich King used the crown to preserve its soul, avoiding complete annihilation. Upon touching the crown, it would absorb the bearer's mana, resurrect, and take over their body. If it couldn't possess the bearer, the absorbed mana would accumulate in the crown. The stored mana would allow it to attempt possession of a new target later on. This time, the crown had accumulated over 6,000 units of mana, a feat that could only be achieved by someone like Moriya, who was a divine class specialized in magic. The Lich King must have miscalculated, assuming such a vast amount of mana would allow it to possess anyone. Not bad. However, Moriya's own mana surpassed that stored in the crown. Additionally, he had the compensatory magic within his body, which counteracted the crown's efforts. No matter how much mana the crown pushed into him, it couldn't take control. Instead, its energy was merely drained as it clashed with the compensatory magic. Alright, I think it's about time. The influx of magic from the crown began to weaken. Taking Moriya's words as a cue, I issued instructions. Moriya, circulate your mana internally. Here we go. With a spirited reply, Moriya unleashed a surge of power. He circulated his vast mana to expel not only the compensatory magic but also the energy flowing from the crown. Previously, the balance between Moriya's own mana and the compensatory magic had prevented him from purging it. However, with the addition of the crown's foreign mana, the equilibrium broke. Seizing this opportunity, Moriya disrupted the flow with precision. Oh? My body feels lighter. Good. Your physical transformation should start soon. I'll leave the timing to you, alright? Of course. It's my bones, after all. Leave it to me. Well, technically, it is your bones, but that phrasing could use some work. Regardless, Moriya's confident grin left no room for doubt. For now, all we could do was watch and hope for success. Oddly enough, his skeletal frame seemed to glisten with vitality. Then, at just the right moment, Moriya gripped the homunculus tear tightly and crushed it in one swift motion. Though Moriya had bested the crown's challenge, the homunculus tear presented a new one. Like the crown, the homunculus tear condensed its own soul to prevent erasure. It was waiting for a suitable body to possess. Until now, it had remained dormant in Moriya's magic bag, missing every opportunity. But now, with a viable body before it, the tear unleashed its full power to seize control. I can feel the warmth of a body. Overcome with emotion, Moriya cried out in joy. Before us, the struggle between Moriya and the homunculus tear raged, or so it should have been. Yet, seeing Moriya's expression brimming with delight, I couldn't feel any tension. Seriously, how can a skeleton manage to look so happy? That's just unfair. My new body. Come on down. As if reaching a resolution, Moriya called out. The moment he did, his entire frame burst forth with a blinding light. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 193, An Unexpected Survival Life 60. Episode 193. An Unexpected Survival Life 60. The silhouette of Moriya within the glowing light began to change shape gradually. His height, originally about the same as mine, started to shrink. It was accompanied by unsettling cracking sounds I wasn't sure should be audible. As the noises continued, the skeletal silhouette took on further changes. What had been bare bones now appeared to gain substance, as if flesh were forming over them. Is this really okay? I couldn't help voicing my concern at the bizarre sight. But from within the light, Moriya's cheerful voice reassured me. It's fine. I'm super happy right now. Well, if he says so, I guess there's nothing to worry about. Oddly enough, even Moriya's voice seemed to have shifted, It now sounded more like that of a child. What kind of appearance would he emerge with? I couldn't help feeling a twinge of excitement at the thought. The light persisted for a while, but its intensity gradually lessened. And Maria's new form began to appear. This is... Whoa. So cute. So small. Is this really Maria-san? Standing before us was a golden-haired, golden-eyed child. He was around 3 years old, with large, round, adorable eyes. What exactly is going on here? Somehow, hearing such clear articulation from a 3-year-old feels incredibly jarring. Well, keep in mind this is actually an old man over 100 years old. Here, Maria, look at yourself in a mirror. The way Maria waddled over was undeniably cute, earning adoring looks from the women in the group. Though, knowing it was Maria inside that form made it feel like I was being tricked somehow. Standing before the mirror, Maria's eyes sparkled as he admired his new appearance. He repeatedly touched his face and pulled at his cheeks, marveling at the sensation of flesh, a novelty for him. I'm not just bones anymore. I'm not a skeleton anymore. What? Just as Maria raised a fist in triumph, he suddenly coughed up bright red blood. Alarmed, we rushed over, only to hear something completely unexpected. Are you okay, Maria? I forgot about the decay. What? Just give me a moment. I'll take care of it. That should have been handled before you started celebrating, don't you think? While I stared at him in disbelief, Maria began casting some kind of magic. From his small body, faint, glittering white lights rose and dispersed. Maria, what's this? Hold on. There. Much better. This should have been the first thing you did. Haha, I got too excited and forgot. Oh, right, this spell is called Auto Heal. It's an automatic recovery magic. Straightforward name. Easy to understand, right? With this, any decay will be healed as it happens. So I shouldn't have any major issues for now. He seemed confident, but I wasn't so sure. There had to be limits to this. What if the rate of decay surpasses Auto Heal's recovery rate? And mana isn't infinite, no matter how much you have. I'll use magical tools for that. This one replenishes mana automatically and has a similar recovery effect, though its recovery rate is slightly lower than Auto Heal's. What kind of overpowered tools are these? If he had such incredible tools, he could have lent them to us during our leveling up sessions, don't you think? I can't believe he has so many rare magical items. Maria-sama is beyond extraordinary. He's incomprehensible. I have no idea what's going on anymore. No, Vil-sama. We're completely out of place here, aren't we? Wait, am I supposed to manage a base with someone like this? The Grand Owl group stared stiffly at the array of magical tools Maria pulled out one after another. Meanwhile, Sensei was sipping coffee with a relaxed expression. She seemed unfazed. Wait a second. Hasn't Sensei been calmly drinking coffee this entire time, even while Maria was all excited? With all these tools, I won't have to worry about decay. Alright, time to set off and get the Sword Queen's pendant. That's so sudden. Do you even know where it is? I have no idea. So, Maki-kun, use your appraisal skill, please. You're just dumping this on me? Well, didn't you also dump base management as my responsibility? Yeah, I planned to appraise it from the start. But still, being asked so suddenly feels annoying. I should appraise the Sword Queen's location, but I'm currently too drained of mana to use the skill. First, I need to rest. Here. A magic potion. You were prepared for this? Of course. Now, drink up. Alright, I get it. I quickly downed the prepared magic potion in one go. I then ate a banana for good measure before activating my appraisal skill. Okay, so the target seems to be more than 5 kilometers away. But the monsters in that area are seriously tough. There are even beasts with levels comparable to Maria, or stronger. Hey, Maria. These monsters are way too strong. Let's take a moment to, come on. Share the info. Hold on a second. I'm telling you, the monster levels, come on. In the end, I gave in to Maria's persistence and shared the display screen. Losing to the pressure of a 3-year-old? I'm beyond pathetic. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 194, An Unexpected Survival Life 61. Episode 194, An Unexpected Survival Life 61. It had been 3 days since Moria obtained the body of a 3-year-old. As soon as Moria discovered the whereabouts of the Sword Queen, he darted off. This left the rest of us to discuss our next steps. In the end, we decided to have the Grand Zarwal group, except for Lirina-san, return home. Maintaining the settlement itself wasn't a problem, but irregularities could rise at any time. Although Alicia expressed her desire to stay, it was already unusual for her, as the Lord, to come out to a place like this. Ryan-san and Vil-san convinced her to return. Rikot-san, despite offering a wry smile, was also nearing her limits due to her lower-class profession. She was the first to notice this herself, so I had Ryan-san take care of persuading her too. While leaving the negotiations to her superior, I started working with Lirina-san on making this area a proper base. Maki-sama? Do I really have to stay here with Moria-sama to manage everything? Until everything is on track, please bear with it. Once the management can be left to others, I'll have you return. I'll do my best. Aside from being in the Forest of Demons, this place is surprisingly comfortable to live in. I can't quite understand why she dislikes it so much. Is it really that bad? Moria is a nice person, the food is good, there's a hot spring, it's all quite healthy, don't you think? I understand that Moria-sama isn't a bad person, but the impression of Demon Tycho Moria still lingers with me. So it's that. It must be due to the peculiarities of the Grand Zarwal group. Lirina-san was born and raised in the royal capital of the Edelreed Kingdom as a noble. She must have grown up hearing stories about Tycho Moria being a demon. Even if we now tell her those stories were wrong, it's not easy to change feelings ingrained over years. But even in the short time you've spent with him, he hasn't given you a scary impression, has he? That's true. Even His Majesty has acknowledged Lord Moria's presence, and I know I need to accept him. But emotionally, I can't quite settle down. Although she's smiling wryly, it seems to be a significant issue for Lirina-san. If only there was something my appraisal skill could do to fix this. Just like when Arata regained his footing, the emotional part is something only she can overcome. The best I can do is offer support. Aside from that. Alright, Lirina-san. What is it? Before Moria gets back, let's expand the base. Excuse me? Let's make as much progress as we can and surprise Moria when he returns. Why is it coming to that? It's simple. If she's busy, she won't have time to think. With Madoka, Yuria, Arata, and Sensei off leveling up, expanding the base is the only thing Lirina-san and I can do. Let's work so hard that you won't have time to think. No way. There's no need to rush things this much. Come on, let's get to it. For the sake of the hot spring. That's your real motive, isn't it? Just send me back to Grand Zarwal already. There's no way I'm letting her leave. If we want a proper base with hot springs, we need to get everything done now. Note, he only cares about the hot spring. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for episode 195, An Unexpected Survival Life 62. Episode 195, An Unexpected Survival Life 62. 2 more days passed. And finally, Moria returned. I'm back. Man, that was fun. Heading deep into the Forest of Demons and calling it fun is probably something only Moria could say, not just in the Edelreed Kingdom but across the entire continent. That's to be expected of someone with a combat-based divine class. So, did you get the Sword Queen's pendant? Of course I did. With a bright smile, Moria pulled a pendant from his magic bag. It featured a mithril chain and a beautifully crafted silver pendant top. It was adorned with a translucent, emerald green gemstone at its center. That's a gorgeous pendant. Wow! It's so sparkly. Madoka, you really love things like this. Hee. Women do tend to love beautiful things. She used to wear something like this while wielding a sword. Only one person had a slightly offbeat remark, but most were impressed by the pendant's beauty. Even as a man, I could appreciate how stunning the Sword Queen's pendant was. It was the kind of thing you'd secretly want to reach out and touch if no one was watching. Still, considering she was called the Sword Queen, she probably fought Maria head-on with her blade. How did Maria, a divine class mage, divine magus, manage to battle, defeat, and claim this pendant from her? Hey, Maria, how did you defeat the Sword Queen? I didn't. Excuse me? Turns out the Sword Queen is more like a magical beast that loves beautiful things. I cast a preservation spell on her favorite treasure to prevent deterioration, and she was so pleased that she handed it over without a fight. Seriously? This guy. So, you negotiated with a magical beast? Well, yeah, I guess that's what it was. I mean, you've tamed several magical beasts before, so I'm not surprised. But didn't you think about trying to make the Sword Queen your familiar? At my question, Maria shook his head. Making a familiar sounds simple, but it's harder than you'd think. Really? As he explained, a familiar contract requires mutual consent as a fundamental condition. It is possible to force submission using immense magical power, but that would strip the beast of its true abilities, reducing it to nothing more than a presence. Our familiars all willingly agreed to their contracts with Maria after discussions, which is why there are no issues. In this case, the Sword Queen outright refused to acknowledge a familiar contract. Why was that? Simple. She just didn't want to leave her collection. Couldn't you carry her collection with you? Or maybe build a special storage facility just for her? What I said was offhand, but Maria's eyes lit up as if he'd just had an epiphany. His gaze sparkled with excitement, and I suddenly realized I'd said something troublesome. That's it. Let's do that. Maria, I'm heading out for a bit. Don't worry, I'll be right back. Wait, hold on a second. Alright, see you soon. Hey. Wait. And there he goes. Well, considering he already seems to have built a good relationship with the Sword Queen, there shouldn't be any issues. At least, that's what I thought, until I noticed Madoka and the others staring at me. What's wrong? Maki-kun, you always say one thing too many. You've gone and made things more complicated again. Lirina-chan, are you okay? Yes. Thank you, Akige-sama. The Sword Queen, huh? I'd like to spar with her at least once. One person clearly had a different perspective, but for some reason, I felt like I was being scolded. Why are you all saying it like that? Did you think about how this affects Lirina-sama? Yeah, exactly. You left the base's management to Taiku-san and Lirina-san. You should consult them first. I'd only mentioned it as a passing thought, but apparently, that wasn't acceptable. Now that I think about it, Lirina-san looks pretty exhausted. Wait, is this my fault? Sorry about that. Maria-sama is so scary. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. Actually, if things get busier, maybe she'll forget about it. Probably. Note, support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 196, An Unexpected Survival Life. 63. Episode 196, An Unexpected Survival Life. 63. In the end, Maria managed to persuade the Sword Queen to become his familiar. When he returned, his face was beaming with joy. However, when I pointed out that he should have lifted the curse's penalty first, he froze with his mouth agape. I forgot. How do you forget that? That was the whole point. Afterward, Maria wore the Sword Queen's pendant around his neck and completely removed the penalty of decay. The pendant itself was a remarkable magical tool, capable of completely nullifying all abnormal statuses, and it worked against the penalties imposed by forbidden magic as well. Whoa. Wow. This is amazing. I don't need my other magical tools anymore. Well, it doesn't heal injuries, so you should keep wearing them just in case. That's true. But I don't need this many, so I'll give some to you, Tori. Wait, really? Yes, absolutely. I'll take them. What luck. A reward falling into my lap. Alright then, first things first, you're going to build my treasure vault, aren't you? Right. He can't just put that off after bringing you here. Wait. What? I'll put all my skill into making it, so look forward to it. But can a mere child like you truly build one? Is the familiar talking? Leave it to me. I may look young, but I've lived for over 100 years. Oh? Is that so? Very well, I shall trust you then. Wait a second, how are they just casually chatting like it's normal? I didn't even know familiars could speak human language. What's wrong, Maki-kun? Yes, what's the matter? Calm yourself. Sorry. No, wait. The Sword Queen can understand human speech? Naturally. Who do you take me for? The Sword Queen? Indeed. I'm the one who oversees the magical beasts of the southern part of the Forest of Demons. Wait, what? Did she just say she's the guardian of the Forest of Demons? And oversees the magical beasts in the south? Wow, being a guardian is certainly impressive. I'm so glad you are willing to negotiate with me. Ho ho ho. I cannot help but adore my treasures. While my swordsmanship is unmatched, I am quite inept with magic. I'm grateful for your preservation spell. I mean, they've clearly hit it off. So maybe I should just leave them to it. Alright, I'm going to check in with Lirina-san. Oh, and once the treasure vault is finished, make sure to set up a teleportation magic circle. Why don't you handle that, Maki-kun? You've got the appraisal skill, don't you? Yeah, well. Fine, I'll do it. I have plenty of other things to take care of. But I guess I can't leave this to Moriya. Recently, I've been communicating with Alicia, who returned to Grand Zarwal, via mailbirds. The tasks include setting up a teleportation circle here, which will connect to a corresponding one in a settlement near the Forest of Demons. But before that, we need to prepare basic living conditions. It wouldn't do to have people teleport here only to realize they can't live in such an environment. A base centered around hot springs. This is going to be fun. Preparations to establish the base have already begun. Madoka and the others helped gather the necessary materials. As for building houses, we'll need to call in specialists. So that part will have to wait until after the teleportation circle is set up. Still, I'll need Moriya to construct some temporary shelters for now, even if they're just simple huts. There's so much to do. Hoping that our efforts to navigate the Forest of Demons will progress smoothly from here, I focused on using my appraisal skill to support the base building efforts. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class. Go for Episode 197, Epilogue. Episode 197, Epilogue. It's been a month since we started building the new base, though it wasn't because of an erupting hot spring or anything dramatic like that. During that time, I've been fully utilizing my appraisal skills to give instructions and personally taking action to ensure the base turns out well. After Moriya finished constructing the treasure vault, I had him build a few temporary huts and then help with clearing trees in the Forest of Demons. Once the huts were completed, I installed a teleportation magic circle to summon carpenters, who quickly built numerous houses. Occasionally, Alicia and her group would stop by, take a soak in the hot springs, and then leave. I think that's part of the charm of having hot springs. A day trip to a relaxing destination has a nice ring to it. Wow. So cute. Amazing. That's so cool. So fluffy. Surprisingly, or perhaps as expected, the familiars became immensely popular with the children. I decided to test out creating a space where humans and familiars could coexist. And it's been met with overwhelming praise. Originally, I thought it would appeal more to adults. But children are refreshingly honest. If something's cute or cool, they legally approach it. Of course, the parents were understandably worried. But the familiars showed no signs of harming the children and instead played happily with them. Seeing this scene, I started to believe in the world Moriya once described, where humans and familiars live together in harmony. Take this, HMPH. Ho ho ho. Such meager attacks cannot harm me. What's even more surprising is how friendly the Sword Queen turned out to be toward humans. She doesn't just spar with the soldiers who teleported here but also takes on adventurers for practice. Some adventurers even seriously tried to defeat her, but they were swiftly and thoroughly defeated, often to everyone's amusement. Among them, Arata has sparred with the Sword Queen several times. He's now ranked among the few humans capable of entertaining her. I hope he continues to improve and develop his skills. Oh my, this feels amazing. Pulis. Gah. It stings my wounds, but I can feel it working. The hot springs, now the most popular attraction, have become a major hit with people of all ages. From morning to night, they're always bustling with visitors. Of course, We had to reserve time for cleaning, so we set aside the afternoons for that. Even so, more and more people keep showing up, eager to use them. I might have to expand the water channels and increase the number of hot springs soon. Ouch, damn it. That lightning zone is insane. It's not just the lightning, the magical beasts there are ridiculously strong. Yeah, no way we're going back there. Better to just pay for teleportation. Some adventurers have tried to brave the lightning storm zone but quickly fled back in defeat. The teleportation magic circle is a paid service, but I've kept the fees low enough to ensure it's accessible to anyone. After all, drawing people in and encouraging them to spend money here is key to the base's success. Hey, Meiki-kun? What's up, Madoka? About Taiku-san. Shouldn't we take him to meet His Majesty? Oh. I forgot about that. Should I take him to the capital? Of course. I want to go to the capital too and punch that Knight Commander in the face. Let's go now. No, that's a hard no on your suggestion. Why not? Setting Kondo's opinion aside, yeah, we probably should arrange an audience with His Majesty. Even Arata thinks so. Obviously. Still, Moriya is the key to managing everything right now. So it's a tricky situation. Why don't we just invite His Majesty and his entourage here? They could experience the hot springs too. What? That sounds great. It'd be easier for me, too. Whoa. Moriya, when did you get here? His sudden voice from behind startled me, and I let out a weird yelp. I'd love to show off the place we worked so hard to build. How about it? If we go with this plan, I'll do everything I can to help. Wait, you're talking about teleporting them here? Exactly. I'll just bring them here, quick and easy. Yeah, let's do that. It'd make things easier for me too. Alright, then. Once things settle down, teleport me close to the capital. I'm coming too. What? I want to go too, Meiki-kun. I'd like to visit again myself. Wait, hold on. This is still just a rough idea. Nothing's decided yet, alright? Ha. Everyone's really having so much fun. No, I'm not having fun. It would absolutely be easier if I went alone. I have no idea how things will turn out. But for now, I'll focus all my energy on improving the base. Well, I'll have to find some way to send a message sooner rather than later. Support. I'm an appraiser, but what the heck is a divine eye? I want to live freely as the world's best beginner class.